Dodge Durango is a sweet vehicle. Really? Yeah, it's nice. Is it nice or is it really nice? It's not like a new Durango. Is it? What are there's Durango and Dakota? Those would be big. Dodge Dakota, Dodge Durango. What is that? That was a big vehicle when it came out. It was an SUV. It was like Dodge's SUV, and they're popular. But I think they were.
Whoever's watching these numbers are saying that people are more willing to sort of.
I never saw a whole lot of them, but they were cool. We drove one. I shouldn't say I didn't see a lot. They were like they had a culture to them actually.
If you're feeling insecure about your finances, your fund, maybe you go out and try to gamble to make up some of the losses. But at the same time, you have to have time off of work to do something like that, right? Or if you're unemployed, taking what little you have.
Are you done?
Your unemployment check to the gaming establishment. So I think the jury is still out on exactly what this all means, whether it's a good thing or it suggests that the economy is
Who's the nicest?
Or whether it suggests that things are kind of in trouble, that people are feeling insecure about their funds. If you look at a new survey from News Nation Decision Desk HQ, about 90% of voters say they are very concerned or somewhat concerned about inflation for the rest of 2024. So,
do you think the police are going to come back?
In the opposite direction from what some economists
do you think you're ever going to have to deal with them again?
So it may actually be that people are super desperate and just.
No, I get through next Tuesday or whatever.
Well,
and I don't think there's a Thursday.
It's not a sure thing by any stretch. Collecting cans
really?
Is, but gambling isn't. So, I don't know what it says about the American psyche.
Yeah. So, and you mentioned that more states are allowing commercial gambling. Who benefits from that? I mean, like $329 billion in economic activity. Does that translate to a bunch of extra tax revenue, or who's making the money on there?
Well,
the individual owners.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, and it
all right.
Upon which
are you hungry?
You're talking about.
This thing, my sleep schedule's off, my food schedule's off, my FAP schedule. Did you enjoy fapping? Oh, no. It's just, I just allegedly just. Alright, well, this is what can change. Change the game, kid. Change the game. Some lady be like, kid, don't change the game. Alright, I love that fucking text message. You can send that to my ex-boyfriend, motherfucking asshole. Lady, come back.
Or some other program or what, but that's again sort of a state by state kind of thing, depending upon where you live, where that casino money goes. But I mean, at least they hear the American Gaming Association and consider the source, of course, that it's a big revenue generator for states. It's a big employer. You know that thousands of people.
It's just easiest.
Overall economy.
We are going
for all I know, Jim, is all this talk about gambling makes me really want to go to Las Vegas.
I
haven't been there for a while. I've got a little money to burn.
Yeah.
Not much, but.
Yeah, my brother blows a lot of money at the casino. He lives in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he drops a bunch of change there every weekend.
You know what? It's interesting that I love to gamble on occasion, but I don't really like to do it at the Indian gaming casino. I like to go to Vegas. Like, I don't like that it's available close to me, that I have to go somewhere far.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's a good philosophy, a good way to look at it.
Okay. All right,
I love gambling, but I hate losing.
I know, right? Jim Ryan, thanks so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Right there.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman in downtown LA is offering a reward for whomever can help return her stolen French bulldog, Onyx. Allie Zacharias tells the John Cobalt Show that someone grabbed their dog at a Whole Foods on January 18th.
Dude, that dog has got no one care.
Jumping onto their car. She says she held onto the wipers as the car sped
Oh, that was that lady. Dude, save that. That lady loves her dog. Sorry about that lady.
She fell off. Stood up and I was whimpering and I felt defeated and I felt so confused and I felt so sad my dog was gone. Police are looking for a white Kia Forte with a missing hubcap. Onyx is black with a spotted coat and 2 different colored eyes. The mother of an El Monte police officer killed in an ambush says a 911 dispatcher failed to warn her son he was approaching a man with a gun. Olga Garcia says her son, Officer Joseph Santana, would still be alive if the dispatcher had done her job.
I'm very upset, especially that the Chief Fisher comes out and says that he supports the dispatcher's actions. Like, That's such a disgrace to us.
Officers Santana and Michael Paredes were killed in 2022 responding to a stabbing. El Monte PD says it has reviewed body cam footage and call logs and has found no wrongdoing. Well, this feels wrong. Amazon Prime has started to air commercials on its streaming service. Users who did not agree to pay an extra $2.99 a month for the ad-free option started to see the limited ads on Monday. The company said in September the extra charge will allow them to continue investing in compelling content. I went to turn on my Amazon Prime last night, got a little pop-up message, and I said, not now. But I didn't see any ads yet. I would imagine they'll be popping up any old time. Hey, very excited. Jackie has laid another egg, where she's one of Big Bear's famous bald eagles. The couple has its second egg of the winter. Jackie laid that second egg on Sunday afternoon. The first one was dropped on Thursday. Now, for the past several years, Jackie and her partner Shadow have been on a 24/7 live stream run by friends of Big Bear Valley. You can watch it on YouTube. It's being watched by tens of thousands of people, including me. None of Jackie's eggs hatched last year, so we're hoping for a better result this year, and you'll be watching. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and inland Orange County. We are looking for 60s in the Antelope Valley, mid-70s.
Hi, tomorrow my son wants to read that, and I think because someone wants to read it, I'm not going to say anything I can discuss. Go for the American University of
Rain, heavy at times, maybe even some thunderstorms.
multiple spreads,
It's 54 in Brea, 52 in Lake Forest, 53 in Marina Del Rey, 54 in Burbank. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King. This has been your Wake Up Call. And if you missed any of Wake Up Call, you can listen any time on the iHeart Radio app. We've got a crash in Cerritos on the 91.
It's going to be a on Riverside Freeway westbound before the 605. Crash off to the right. Stop traffic from Carmenita. Also, we've got the South LA, a stop-and-go drive on the 110 northbound from Manchester to MLK. Heavy to Corona on the 91 Riverside Freeway westbound from the 15 to Green River there. Stop and go. And Rancho Cucamonga, a 15-minute wait on the 210 westbound from the 15 to Carnelian. Definitely give yourself a little time there. KFI in the sky, get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Dude, I had that song. All I really wanna. That would be big. Really, yeah, I have to read about this.
Filtered, delicious. That's the operative word here. Delicious water from every tap in the house. Effectively, it is bottled water. Tap water, safe, but man, it tastes horrible. Life Source system filters out the chlorine, contaminants that are in other waters, and it just tastes great. And it needs no maintenance at all. Warranty limitations do apply. Call 800-WATER-99. Visit
What else sucks? Dude, when you have to go to when you have to go to court, that's an all-day fucking process. I thought it was like it was last time. Was, okay, see you in the morning, doc. Fuck. Jesus. That sucked. What did you think of your attorney? He was amazing. Really? I don't know what his name was, but he'd be seen as one of the great attorneys of all time. Same with Anya. Really? She did what she was supposed to do. And she didn't. She did. I think that's a bitch.
And I remember when I was a teenager, I would have had sex with a snake if it had ears, something to hold on to. All right, look at the time. Thank you, Mr. Handel, for your report on SPD. We're going to have someone else bring their report to the front of the class. And now, Handel on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handel. KFI, AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Taco Tuesday, January 30th. And as we start the program, first of all, a quick hello to everybody, because I have an email I have to read to you that I received. First of all, Neil, good morning.
If it's from ViralRabbi, I swear to God, I better not get in trouble.
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't hear you, Ann, but that's okay.
He never turns my mic on.
Okay,
Good
fair
morning.
enough. And Amy, you're back. Happy birthday.
Thank you and good morning.
Okay, and Tony in for what's his face? Yeah, you see, you're gone all Monday. I forget your name. Seriously? That's it? He leaves for a day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You know, I'm very Amish. You know, I just shun people. Right? Kono, it's written up here. I got it. Okay, so I'm okay. All right. I have an email I have to share with you. I don't do this too often, but this
It says Rabbi.
It starts with "Hello, pervert." You know that this is going to be good when it starts with that.
Nice.
Okay. I want to inform you about a very bad situation for you. However, you can benefit from it if you will act wisely. Have you heard of Pegasus? This is a spyware program that installs on computers and smartphones and allows hackers to monitor the activity of device owners. It provides access to your webcam, messengers, email, call records, etc. It works well on Android, iOS, and Windows. I guess you already figured out where I'm getting at. It's been a few months since I installed it on all of your devices because you were not quite choosy about what to click on the internet. And during this period, I've learned of all aspects of your private life. But one is of special significance to me. I've recorded many videos of you. I'm using the word masturbating. He did not. I've recorded many videos of you masturbating to highly controversial porn videos. Given that questionable, quote, genre is always the same, I conclude that you are a sick perversion.
16
I was
point.
so damn careful about it.
Exploit.
You know, it's, that's why, I broadcast and I talk to people. My waist is under the table. So, oh God, I was so careful. So I don't know. I doubt you'd want your friends, family, and coworkers to know about it. However, I can do it in a few clicks. Every number in your contact book will receive these videos on WhatsApp, on Telegram, on Skype, on email, everywhere. It's going to be a tsunami that will sweep away everything in its past, and first of all, your former life. Don't think of yourself as an innocent victim.
Why is he reading this right now?
Version might lead in the future, of course. So consider this a kind of deserved punishment to stop you. Better late than never. I'm some kind of God who sees everything. However, don't panic. As we know, God is merciful and forgiving, and so do I, but my mercy is not free. By the way, this is a legitimate email that I got. Transfer $1,300 USD, US dollars, so I'm assuming this came from overseas, to my Bitcoin wallet. And then there's a huge number there. Once I receive confirmation of the transaction, I will permanently delete all videos compromising you and uninstall Pegasus from all of your devices and disappear from your life. You can be sure my benefit is only money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be writing to you, destroying your life without a word in a second. I'll be notified when you open my email, and from that moment, you'll have exactly 48 hours to send the money. If cryptocurrencies are uncharted waters for you, don't worry, it's very simple. Just Google crypto exchange, and then it will be no harder than buying some useless stuff on Amazon. I strongly warn you against the following. Do not reply to this email. I sent it from a temporary email, so I am untraceable. Do not contact the police. I have access to all of your devices, and as soon as I find out you ran to the cops, videos will be published. Don't try to reset or destroy your devices. As I mentioned above, I'm monitoring all of your activities, so either you agree to my terms or the videos are published. And don't forget, cryptocurrencies are anonymous, so it's impossible to identify me using the provided address. Good luck, my perverted friend. I hope this is the last time we hear from each other, and some friendly advice from now on. Don't be so careless about your online security. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think you sent this to the wrong guy? Yeah. So are you going to pay me him? No, I am not. Now, the problem is this is probably only a Bitcoin wallet that I can't reply, because otherwise I would, in fact, do exactly what he accuses me of doing to his computer and say, knock your socks out off. If you think this is going to bother any of my listeners, any of my friends, any of my family, you're crazy. They know all of this already.
Not a native English speaker, by the way it was worded, but I will say, you know what, George Norrie has that, like a dating app for paranormal fans?
Yeah.
You should start one and call it Hello Pervert.
Yeah.
For perverts meeting perverts. Wow, that's the best letter I've ever heard.
It's a good letter. I mean, as soon as it started, Hello Pervert, I knew it was going to be a good one.
I'm getting that on the t-shirt for you.
Yeah. Hello Pervert. And is the answer, right? Yeah.
Wow, that's the only email you probably ever read in your life.
Well,
Everyone else goes straight to garbage.
Yeah, no, this is just top notch. It really is. All right, guys, let's do it. Handle on the news, Amy King, Neil, and me. Lee, sorry. All right, some more information about the drone that killed U.S. troops in Jordan, and here is what we're finding out. It wasn't that it went through the cracks and security was lax. What happened was U.S. forces were mistaken at this enemy drone for an American drone that was flying around and was due to land at the base. That's why they didn't pay attention to it. And they didn't know that it had an explosive chip and went right into barracks where the service people were sleeping, and three service people, unfortunately 3 American, I think they were National Guard that went in their reserves, and 3 of them were killed and I think 45 injured. I mean, it was horrible, but we're finding information it was just a fluke. Otherwise, the drone would have been shot down, as all of them have been. And 150 attacks.
Is there any laws of war and engagement that say that these things have to be marked in any way?
No, you can send bombs. You just can't hit civilian targets, and I think going after military targets is considered under the rules of war. I think so. So that's what happened. And I don't know, maybe they're going to do something now where they'll be able to recognize that this is a foreign drone, but it just, that one slipped through the cracks. So it is not somehow the American base, which will be right there on the border. You see photos of that base, satellite photos, tiny little base. And we'll see if they change the technology or change the way we look at these drones.
So we had an inkling that drugs may have been involved. Arrests have now been made in the investigation into 6 bodies found in a remote area of the Mojave Desert last week. The arrest made over the weekend. A press conference was held last night, and San Bernardino County's sheriff said they believe that the murders were tied to illegal marijuana disputes. They haven't confirmed if drug cartels were involved, but some other people have said, it has all the markings of the drug cartel kind of thing.
It's kind of obvious that it was brutal to 6 bodies found in the desert.
All of them had been shot, and 4 of them were burned.
Yeah, it was bad.
It looked like from television, what you expect that to be. Like a cartel, right? It looked like it was set up for a movie. The way the cars and the blown out windows and the people on fire. All right.
You know what? Let's hang on a second, Neil. We'll come back, and this is a pretty important story coming back. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Dude, I have such a cramp in my foot.
A dedicated task force to patrol a dangerous stretch of PCH. There have been several violent crashes in the area in recent years, including the crash in October that left 4 Pepperdine University students dead. The man accused of crashing into the young women was reportedly driving 104 miles per hour. California is going to get over $600 million from the federal government to help the homeless. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development says the focus of this money is going to be on programs to address youth homelessness and support for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. The company behind a global recall of sleep apnea machines says it's going to stop selling the devices in the U.S. That's under a tentative agreement with regulators. Philips has recalled more than 5 million pressurized breathing machines because of the risk that their foam can break down over time and then be inhaled by users. We're going to check some problems on the 405.
I don't know what your business is, but I'll tell you what I do know is technology is part of it. That's for everybody. And this is where NetSuite by Oracle comes into play. What NetSuite does is help you do what all of us business owners want, simply make more profit, make more money. And one of the things that it does is get you a snapshot of your business performance real time right there. And that helps you make the right decisions in literally an instant. 37,000 businesses have upgraded their accounting, their finance, inventory management. That's what's doing a lot more. And 25 years they've been doing this. So you'll be able to manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins, down drive expenses, increase revenue, all in one place. Also, replace the accounting software that you practically outgrown. So download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business simply perform better, and downloading the checklist absolutely free. Go to netsuite.com/KFI. NetSuite as an office suite. netsuite.com/KFI.
Sunny with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid 70s to near 80 inland, except in the Antelope Valley, where highs will top out in the 60s. This report brought to you by Tire Rack. Let's check in on a crash in Carson. It's on the 405.
This is San Diego Freeway, the northbound side at Wilmington Avenue. Crash off to the right, stop, go to Long Beach Boat Park. And we're going to cut now. Take 605 north at the 10. Into Cerritos, an ongoing problem here. The 91 westbound at the 605. Right lane taken out, stopping the traffic from Carmenita for a solo vehicle accident there. It's going to be a bit heavy. In 710 northbound Long Beach Boulevard, crash through Long Beach clear now. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack Street Survival is designed to save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
What's their take on Alzheimer's? Courage to learn the facts and know the signs.
Shouldn't have.
To talk to your healthcare provider about.
I bought a place in LA. Oh, really? I knew I wasn't going to stay. And once I had my daughter, I knew I wasn't going to raise her there. There was no fucking way.
Why?
Because the women out there are programmed to be weak. I don't come from a weak society.
What do you mean they're programmed to be weak?
I go to Big Ram Yoga and he changed my world.
Yeah.
I can't hang out with you.
Yeah, you don't want your dad.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just
when you're
the
now I
Harvey
think about
Weinstein.
Lucky. In my bed, I think
And
about
just what I saw with the women out there, how they acted. I didn't want I wanted my daughter to be tough.
But I'm
I
not.
want to be Jersey tough. You know, when somebody comes over, well, you need a roll. You need to come up to my hotel room. Go, your mother. That's what I wanted from her. I didn't want to raise a victim as a woman in LA. I did not want to raise a victim. We're not victims. You put yourself in that position. You knew he wanted his suck. You know, and then they want to attack you 10 years later. You know, they want to attack like Mr. Big. Mr. Big was the king of New York behind Tony Soprano when he was on that show.
Yeah.
Any restaurant he walked in.
Sex in the City, Mr. Big.
Yeah, Mr. Big. Any restaurant he walked in.
That's true.
The hostess is going to, oh, it's Mr. Big.
Yeah.
What are you going to say? You want to stick my nut back? I mean, I don't know. And then when you don't pay attention, and 10 years later, when you're about to release a movie, that's when their memory comes back.
Yeah.
It's like the finger him at the Soho Club one night. Come on, man. Come on. You know, you put yourself in that position as a woman.
Yeah.
I was raised by a woman that ran with men like she had a bookmaking operation. Yeah. And I'd seen her getting into arguments with men. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. And I'd be scared for a minute. My mom had no victim in it.
It's funny.
Women I grew up with had no victim in it.
Yeah. But maybe they just didn't have the opportunity to. It's like maybe they were victimized at such a young age that they were like, yo, this is part of life. And maybe in LA, everything's so nice until you want a job in Hollywood, and then all of a sudden you see reality. So you don't grow up in reality because everybody's coddling you and taking care of you. Where your mom saw some absolutely wild shit. Her mom saw some wild shit. I mean, to be a lady running numbers is already crazy.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to the beginning.
Yeah.
My mother went to a dance with her sister in Cuba.
Okay.
Her sister went outside. My mom couldn't find her. My mom went outside and she was getting raped by some guy. So my mom broke the bottle and stabbed him and killed him. Her family sent her to the United States to hide the shame. They sent her up to the Bronx with some distant cousin. My mom met some Puerto Rican.
Shame?
Yeah, because she's like,
protected her sister.
Yeah, it's a different world sometimes for people, you know. What you see as a victory, like when I tell this story, some people go, well, she was an animal. No.
What?
She was protecting her sister, who I still talk to. She's like the queen of Cuba, my aunt, Rosita.
Really?
So I still talk to her, and that was never forgotten. So she got thrown into this life. She hooked up with a Puerto Rican girl that was a numbers runner. And the next thing you know, they were opening up their own bank. My mom went back to Cuba, had me and my sister, gangster, with an alias, and came back here again as an alias, opened up a bar, a numbers operation, a restaurant with a fucking alias. That's why when my mom died, I didn't get no Social Security.
Hold on, so you're talking about...
Are you with me, motherfuckers?
This is 1950s. She leaves...
40.
Oh, okay, so 1940s, she leaves Cuba. Goes back to Cuba, what,
1961.
So right after...
Like, right after Fidel, like a fucking animal.
Nobody's going back.
No, bro.
Empty flight.
No, because they had... Listen, my mom's not in the fucking... My wife and I hired an attorney like 10 years ago. The only family I have that went through Ellis Island is my uncle. Everybody else came like fucking illegally. Like, yeah, everybody else came in. I didn't know what until this day. I can't figure it out.
Do you have like a social security card?
I was born in Cuba, but I have a New York City birth certificate.
If you come legally, you kind of pussy,
I don't really know what those motherfucking criminals were doing. My mom and my dad, I have no idea what the fuck they were running.
Okay.
I have a history about my dad being here also young and teaming up with young Jewish guys down in the village, and they were doing some fucking dirty shit.
Was it raising a rent or?
It was like heroin and shit. And I saw pictures of my dad, and he was as Cuban as could be, but he had like a fucking tattoo of a star on his arm, and he wore like a fucking Jewish star on his chest, and he wore a beanie. That was his fucking thing.
A little beanie, a really little beanie.
Yeah, man. And I couldn't figure out how uncircumcised. I don't know.
Culturally.
I don't know.
Might be Jewish.
I'm uncircumcised.
Yeah.
So
But that's how they do it back then.
yeah, I still got a turtleneck. So fuck it. So, you know, plus I saw like my friends' moms. Plus I saw this different type of woman. Also, I go to LA and everything is very like fifi, and I see women setting themselves up. Like they were setting themselves up for something to happen, and then they want to attack you because their world wasn't complete. And it happens with us also. We do the same fucking shit.
How do we do it?
I don't know. We fucking...
I didn't think that's far.
I didn't think that far either. But no, it's just kind of weird. So I wanted my daughter... I didn't want her to be raised in like a fucking weird society.
Yeah,
and
I didn't want her to see some real shit.
Yeah, like my daughter, there was you could take off at her school because if you booked the job.
Oh, did she go to one of these like LA art schools or whatever?
It was like the best grammar school we could find. We put her in.
Yeah.
Bert Kreischer's daughters went there. We all went there.
Yeah.
Today, I'll tell you, the school sucks dick.
Yeah.
It's the worst school. My daughter hated it. She's like, they didn't even have a building. You were outside, you know. And it was, while I was there, I would take her and I would just see the attitudes of other people. And I didn't like it. It was too, we don't need this in the schools.
Yeah.
We don't need this little acty, fucking wacky shit in the schools.
The priority shouldn't be Hollywood.
And when it comes to kids, man, look, I want my daughter to be a kid. I don't want to grow up like I did. When I was 10, I was fucking, running numbers. I'm in the city in the afternoon, going to peep shows.
Yeah.
It's fun when you're 10. But then when you grow up, you're like, that's why I had so many because I grew up too fast. I never enjoyed
You didn't have a childhood at all.
Yeah.
Not really. Like, we had a childhood, but it wasn't what kids do today.
Yeah.
We were already selling glue, the glue junkies on 148th Street. But you got to remember, dog, my first 10
Why
years.
couldn't they just go buy glue?
Because they would, but the glue guys just threw him out because he knew he was going to. Let's get from the beginning of the story.
Important tour information, timely, right now. If you're watching this or you're listening to this, tickets just went on pre-sale for the Atlantic City show at Ocean Casino. That's going to be wild. The show's going to be July 29th. The pre-sale code is Andrew, theandrewschultz.com. If you want a link. We're also adding a few more cities. We got Raleigh, North Carolina. We're going to come to Nyack, New York. And we also got Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the Wind Creek Event Center. So theandrewschultz.com for those tickets. I'm not sure exactly when Bethlehem will be up, but just keep following it at theandrewschultz.com for that. And go get those pre-sale tickets for Atlantic City. More dates to come. Thank you guys so much for coming out to Gary, Indiana. That was incredible. It's just awesome to be back on the road. See you guys out there, man. So I look forward to it. Peace.
148th Street was my godmother's house. And I would go up there on like the weekends. And there was a model place. When I came from Cuba, I didn't speak good English, so I was ashamed to talk.
Okay.
So I would just get fucking models and build stupid fucking models of ships and Superman.
Yeah.
And every day I would go down to that model place, and there was always a skinny guy outside. Like, hey kid, are you gonna go inside? Can you get me a tube of glue? And one day the dude said it to me. He goes, don't get that fucking guy glue. He snorts it. I'm like, snort it? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like 5 or 6. I don't hablo. What the fuck are you talking about? So then I caught him one day. We were taking out my godmother owned 3 buildings on 148th Street, Broadway. And I was helping to take the trash out. And I caught him behind the garbage can, huffing. But when I caught, his name was Charlie. I go, Charlie. He went like this. The bag stuck to his hand. He couldn't get rid of the bag because the glue had been on his hand in the bag. So we started calling him Sticky Charlie. So I figured he would get a check from the government every month because he got hit in the head with like a missile in Vietnam. So then that government, this motherfucker would go to a glue place, buy a case of it, and then spend all the money. I still remember he lived like on 148 between like Broadway and Amsterdam. And we would walk to his house and they'd be having glue parties in the basement with a bunch of glue hoes. This is before crack came on the scene. There were glue hoes, right? So I went to my mom one day and he had a hard time buying glue. He would always have a hard time. Let's say the glue was 25 cents in those things, just a tube. Nobody would sell him glue. So I told my mom, let me borrow 20. I'm going to buy a case of glue and pimp this bitch out.
So that's your first mark.
That's my first mark. I started hitting.
How old are you? You're 5 years old?
Charlie, 6, 7.
Wow.
I'm selling glue to Sticky fucking Charlie. And I'm hanging out. I'm living on 88th Street.
Yeah. And what?
Right there, right. 88 and Broadway.
Okay.
PS, I lived on 205 West 88th Street. I went to PS 166. And fucking, that neighborhood was okay.
Yeah.
Like, they were like white kids that were okay,
Yeah.
Like, I had like a Chinese girlfriend. Her father worked for Schultz. The dude who fucking draws. He was a Chinese too. We would go to movie theaters and they closed the movies in New York City. Another guy in my building was the producer of Beatlemania. So we went to see Beatlemania's kids, like a rehearsal. It was a great neighborhood. But 148th Street was a way better fucking neighborhood.
Yeah.
They had Puerto Rican kids,
Yeah, it was more
Irish
fun.
kids,
Yeah.
Jewish kids, and they were all dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody was clean. In fact, I used to dress down when I went up there.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want them feeling bad. I'm a West Side kid.
Yeah.
I got my own air conditioner in my room.
Yeah.
These guys live in 8 to a room with a fucking fan on, with
Yeah.
sheets on it, right? So I would dress down. I would put holes in my pants. I would put like money in my back. But these kids were hustlers. They were already shaking down the neighborhood.
Really?
Like they had like 2 blocks that they would go into and say, listen, we want to take your garbage out, clean the windows, sweet. No, we break the fucking windows. These kids were already young. And they were anywhere from 6 to 10.
So okay, real quick, back up. You've catch your first mark. Is your mother proud?
My mom the fucking no.
I thought you were like, yo, give me $20.
I needed to buy glue for models.
Oh.
I didn't tell her I was.
So where do you get in your head like I can take advantage of this situation? Like,
because he's fucking fucked up. He's a
would she be upset, or you think she'd be like, okay?
Nah, she would have giggled about it.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, Tony, what the fuck are you doing? You can't be selling glue.
Yeah.
But you talk about no childhood. No 6-year-old is gonna see a business opportunity at 6 years old.
Yeah.
That's a grown ass thing.
No child today.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
other day, my daughter got in the car after kickboxing, and she goes, "Do I have an Uncle Julio?" And I go, "Yeah, you got an Uncle Julio, Julio Rodriguez." And she goes, "When did I meet him?" And I go, "You met him when you were like 4 up north. He owns a jiu-jitsu school in North Bergen." I go, "Remember we went up there?" She's like, "Oh, yeah. I go, "How is he your cousin?" I go, "Well, our parents were bookies."
Yeah.
And me, Julio, and his brother Guillo, who they used to call Sandwich, because he was a fat kid. Like when we were 8, they used to just call him Sandwich. They just gave up on him. Like, his name is Sandwich. And I said, "You know what? I'll let you know." And I just called Julio, and I go, "Talk to him." I go, "Julio, tell him what we used to do on Saturdays when we were kids." And Julio's told him, we go to the Bronx. We're like 8. We go to the Bronx and run numbers, and they pay us $50 for the day. And we would be on the street corners just taking numbers from people with a fucking adult watching us. 3, 4 kids, and then we'd have to run errands, go get coffee, cigarettes. That's what we did.
50K back then is crazy money.
$50 for Saturday?
Even now, it's
You know how many
crazy.
fucking Bruce Lee movies I can go to? Shit.
How much glue you can buy? I mean, you're living. Who was doing security when, like, who was collecting the money for your mom and the other girl? If the guys didn't want to pay up.
No, they always pay. It was like $1, like $2.15 for $1, $3.10 for $2. The biggest bet you had was like maybe $5.
So there was nobody they had to worry about not paying.
Yeah, because it was all a community. It was a neighborhood.
Got you.
And
Yeah,
you know what? You're gonna beat me for $5. You're gonna get a beating in those days for the $5. It's not like now. In those days, for $5, you got kicked or something. Somebody threw a bottle at you or something.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't put any more bets in. So it was simpler.
Oh yeah, you were fucked. You still want to be part of this community. You still
Yeah,
want to
you want to be part. That's why
It was a bigger
in
punishment
Harlem,
to be
in the
kicked out.
Bronx, in Brooklyn, that's what keeps those people alive.
But who would your mother go to give the beatings, or would she give the beatings herself?
What do you mean?
Like
Like
the
if
people.
somebody didn't want to pay.
Oh, no. And nobody really, like in my world, gave you a beat. But there was bookmakers that did give you a fucking beat,
Yeah.
Like the $5, whatever it was. Like they'd smack you,
Yeah.
shit like that. Nonsense.
Can I ask you a question? Why did your mom go back to Cuba?
I have no fucking idea. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea. And as I got older, I never asked. And then one day she died.
Right.
So I never got to fucking ask her. These are all questions that I had afterward.
Yeah.
Like I have a sister that died last year
I heard that.
in Cuba. She stayed.
Yeah.
She didn't want to come. She wanted to finish out the school year. And then Castro laid the hammer down.
There's no way to get her back.
No way to get her back. And that's what really killed my mom. That she went through congressmen, got attorneys, everything she could to pull her out of there. They just wouldn't let her on. So
Did they think about doing the boat situation?
they thought about a lot of things. But then as she got older, she didn't want to leave.
Her life was there. Her friends
Life
were
was
there.
there. And then, I don't know, like 10 years ago, we connected and we would speak a lot. And I said to her one day, I go, "Listen, let's do this. Let me, and this is my sister, but it kind of disappointed me because she yearned, like we always, our conversations. You ever have a conversation with somebody, every time you get off the phone with them, you got to have a drink?
Yeah, it's just.
You ever have those, like before I call this motherfucker, I know I'm going to get upset. I got to call them.
Yeah.
Because they're my family, but I know they're gonna say something. I'm gonna need 22 fucking joints after that, And she'd always say, "Well, you enjoyed my mother more than I did." And I'm like,
That's your fault.
I had it for 16 fucking years. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you put me through this fucking dose? So one day I said, "Let's cut this shit. How about I fly you and your fucking husband to LA, you meet my wife, my daughter, you see how we live, go to the comedy store, I'll take you to whatever the fuck you want to do, and then we'll hop on a plane and go to Jersey. I'll show you the bar, I'll show you where we lived, I'll show you take you to the cemetery." And she goes, "No." She goes, I'm too old. I go, you're fucking 62.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I just don't want that. My husband works for the government. I was like, that's it. So I didn't lose contact with her. After that, I still kept in touch with her. But for me, it was like, it's nothing I could do. I can't go there.
Yeah.
I have no passport, so I cannot fucking go there.
Wait, you can't leave the country?
No,
Because you're a felon?
because of very other things. Who the fuck knows? I never went back and got a passport, really.
But can you?
Why
now?
can't you now? Because they say I got a warrant in Seattle.
They say you got a what?
A warrant in Seattle.
For what?
Like it's a misdemeanor warrant for not going to anger management class. You know, and they won't extradite me. But you know, if I want to give myself to I used to call them and go, "What do we need to do here?" This happened in 1995. What is it that we need to do?
What did you get so angry about? What was this?
In Seattle?
Yeah.
You know, I think back to when you were like doing comedy for fucking 8 years. How frustrated you are.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you want to move ahead, and then you get a little bit of steam and everything. Seattle was one of those places that as soon as I landed at, it was a nightmare. Okay. From the minute I landed in Seattle, I got there on a Saturday at like 2 in the morning. By 11 in the morning, I already had police contact.
Why?
Walking. Now, where are you from?
Yeah, New York.
Anybody here from any other fucking places in New York?
Florida boy, Texas boy.
New York, New York. Let me ask you a question. If I just pulled you out of here one day, I put you in a city, and all of a sudden you're like, why am I waiting at this fucking corner? There's no cars going by. Why are these fucking sheep waiting on this corner?
Yeah.
And you get on the fucking thing, and some cop pulls up to you. 3 bicycles came up to me. And the guy like a walkie-talkie. You know what you did? And I'm like, not really. I'm from New York City. We jaywalk all the fucking time.
Yeah.
You take your life into your own hands.
Yeah.
They had 6 cops there with walkie-talkies. Turn around. You jaywalk. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah.
I go, is this for jaywalking? Oh, yeah. You can't jaywalk. There's a city limits in Seattle. It's 100. Okay. They gave me the ticket. I didn't think I was going to stay, but I ended up staying. And one day I'm in the fuck. I get up in the morning, I'm smoking a joint. I hear boom, 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 boom. The fuck is this? Mr. Diaz, Seattle police, step out. You missed your court hearing. For fucking jaywalking?
That's crazy.
For fucking jaywalking?
Yeah.
As soon as I could kiss a fucking dead. And then I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend for like 6 months. Great girl. And one day she says to me, I don't know how to tell you this. When I was in college, I used to fuck this guy for money once a month, and he let me go, and now he wants me back, and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, I need this shit. And this is after a divorce. I just almost killed somebody in Boulder. This is after a ton of shit going on. This guy comes to Seattle.
The guy who wants her back.
Yeah, comes to a club, and we get into a fucking fist fight, like a pushing.
Can I ask one question? Was the pussy crazy?
The pussy was crazy. She's crazy. Yeah. And, you know, we got into a fist fight. I didn't throw a swing or nothing. But she got into the fight to break us up. And I pushed her. And that's domestic violence.
Oh, my
Even in
God.
the fucking bar. Because it was something that comes from your house. So that became a ticket. It was no big deal. But then, it got thrown out. It got thrown out. Like, we don't have enough witnesses. It was a word against whatever. It's a fight. People going to get pushed. People are trying to break people up. Nobody's striking nobody.
Yeah.
Then I got arrested for fucking actually getting into a fight.
Where's this?
At the Underground, the Comedy Underground in Seattle.
Yeah.
Great fucking club. Ron Reed, 60, 50 fucking years old. On a Friday night, I'm the feature actor. The MC is up, and the fucking 3 kids come up to him. They're like, we don't like the show. And Ron Reed's the nicest guy in the world. He goes, well, I'll give you your money back. I'm standing right there. And he gives them the $10 back, whatever, $15 back. And the guy goes, you know what? Not only does the show suck, you suck too. And he just smacks Ron Reed. He just smacks this 50-year-old skinny guy that didn't say anything to him.
Where are the bicycle cops now?
Well, the bicycle cops were coming close. So I jump on the kids. I'm like, you can't smack this fucking... I'm 35. You can't smack a 50-year-old in front of me. 3 of you motherfuckers that never done anything in your life. That's why you smacked a 50-year-old, to be tough. So we started wrestling, and the cops came. when the cop was pulling me back, I got so pissed at the kid that I pulled the gun out of the holster. The cop was like, you know I'm out of my fucking bird. So, you know I'm out of my bird, so why the fuck are you fucking with me? So they don't arrest me.
3-on-1. He needed a little help.
Puerto Rican from New York. He had my back, but one of the other cops saw it. Blah, blah, blah. I'm fucking. What did the Puerto Rican do? He loved me. The guy was cool. He was always upstairs. And now I'm on stage with my shirt peaked. My hair off. But you know we gotta get paid. I didn't come down here to fuck people. I came down here to get my $50 as a feature actor. So they're like, Joey, are you okay to go up? Fuck yeah, my shirt's ripped.
You still got the gun in your hand?
No, I'm up on fucking stage and the place is surrounded by cops. Waiting for me to get off by cops and shit. And I'm up there fucking, what the fuck?
Now, were you murdering?
Huh?
Were you murdering on stage?
Yeah, I was doing okay, you know, and then I got off and they talked to me and they gave me another summons. But that summons went back to the fucking probation department. And now they're like, we want you to go to anger management. But in the meantime, I'm getting a deal from CBS. Wow. The guy from CBS is up there Thanksgiving to see his mom, sees me on stage. No, I'm perfect for a fucking pilot. We're flying you down to LA. The process is in. And I got all this shit going on, and these motherfuckers in Seattle want to throw me under the jail. Then I got arrested for a stolen car.
Where?
But Seattle, possession of a stolen car. I was selling Hondas in Kirkland, and they give me a car to drive every night. One day they did an inventory, the car was missing. I got arrested on a Friday night. I sat in there till Monday morning, and they like dropped charges for drug. So Seattle was just a bad energy place for me at that time. Like it was just everything I did was wrong. And trust me, I was no fucking angel. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, you know, I was living my life like an angel. I was out of my bird up there. So after the fight, I'm going to CBS had to step up and go to court and go like, we need this guy for this fucking island. Yeah.
Dude, think about how different it is right now. Like, if you have even the tiniest bit of drama around you, they would cancel an entire show.
In a minute.
They went to court to dismiss charges.
The name of the thing was Bronx County, and they needed me because I was they wanted somebody Spanish that didn't look Spanish. You know how that goes.
Oh, yeah.
They were still 98.
The good ones.
Yeah, we want a Hindu, but we don't want a Hindu. Okay? So we'll hire a Mexican and put Scotch tape on his eyes. Like when they go to Benihana. You ever go to Benihana? There's no Japanese left. He's going to hit you with Carlos. He's throwing knives up in the air, knives are stabbing people. The cartel is in there.
He's cooking with a switchblade.
I don't think you can do it. Switchblade and shit. Hilarious when you go to Benihana. There's no more Japanese left. They don't want to work at Benihana.
Oh, no.
Fucking hilarious.
Bro, I've been like, you have this amazing book that everybody got to check out. Tremendous. You know, The Life of a Comedy Savage. It's great. It's out right now. Go check it out. It has all these stories. There's one thing that I just don't understand about your life, and it is why you go to Colorado. So I understand why you go from Cuba to New Jersey. Mm-hmm. I understand why you go from New Jersey to New York. Mm-hmm. What brings you to Colorado?
Okay, 1983. I'm fucking a stone cold criminal. I got nothing going on for me.
What is the day in the life? You wake up,
wake up,
that's great.
Wake up, fucking go to the deli, get 2 eggs on a fucking bun, and then look at the paper, see who's playing tonight, see you got a chance to gamble. Everything. Like, we did everything. So I get up in the morning, go get 2 eggs, bacon, sunny side up, whatever. And while you're there, you're looking at the New York Times and Daily News. You're getting lines for the fucking games. Then while you're sitting there, some guy comes in and says, hey, man, I'm going to need an ounce of Coke for Friday. Boom, I got my pigeon for the day. Let's get this motherfucker started. And then after you get him the ounce of Coke, somebody else comes to you and says, I robbed the truck today. Can you help me unload it or drive it to Pittsburgh? That type of shit. Like, it was just, I had no job. I had no parents.
So there's nobody to disappoint.
Nobody to disappoint. I had nothing to lose. So when I would do things with my friends, I go, listen, if you get in trouble, run. I'll take the bitch because I got no family. I don't give a fuck.
So everybody loves doing crimes with you.
So yeah, because I'm not gonna rat you out.
Yeah,
I got no reason to rat you out. So that's what I became.
Were you associated with like a crime family in New York?
No, I was
just you and a couple of guys.
I was my own crime family. I was on my own. My crime watch was get up in the morning and you're gonna steal day. Whatever you're gonna do. Then I got a job working for one of my mother's friends in on 118th and like 3rd, by the Marquetta, by Spanish Harlem
Yes,
down
I
there.
know.
We used to do numbers there. And one day I was like, you know what? This is great. I'm getting $150 a day. I'm 28 years old, but what am I going to do when I'm 30? And this goes under, and now I got to go find a job. What am I going to tell somebody? That I've been running numbers for the last 30 years. So I was at a bar one night, and a friend of mine came in from high school, and he was living in Assault, Colorado at the time, which is a suburb of Aspen. And I'm like, dog, I got nothing going on here. I just tried to rob a bookie. I got attacked by the dog. I was walking around with a man with a glove on because when the cops were chasing me, I got my hand caught on the fence and it ripped the guts out. So I didn't go for stitches that night because I was on Valium. So I had to fucking put a toilet paper roll in here with a black glove, and that's how I walked around for like 2 months. So not only did I have problems, but now I had a black glove on like Han from Enter the Dragon, like the fucking. So it was just like, you know what? I got nothing going on here. Let me give Colorado a try. When I was a kid, I loved ABC News, and they always said, 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific, Mountain Time. That always fucked with me. Like, what the fuck is Mountain Time? I want to get the fucking mountains. What the fuck is Mountain Time? So when the opportunity came, I fucking ended up going to assault with Jimmy, his brother George, and this guy named Mike Duffy. And we're still all tight. Mike Duffy's in Texas. Jimmy Burkle died, my brother, and George is in LA. We're still tight.
Okay, so you're all going to Colorado.
We're all going to Colorado.
All you guys kind of involved in the streets. Are all you guys hustlers at this time?
Dog. Mike Duffy was a savage like me. George Burkle had just graduated from Brown. His classmate was Kennedy.
Wow.
All right. And his brother, Jimmy, my buddy who took me there, was another genius. He went to the Air Force Academy, got thrown out for knocking somebody out. So he had no life now. So I ended up going to Boulder. I ended up going to Assault, which is a subsidy of Aspen, like 20 miles down the road. And then after a while, we moved to Snowmass Village, and somebody told me, here I had no GED. I just quit school my senior year, right? And somebody goes, go to Colorado Mountain College and take some classes. So I go, you know what? Fuck it. I go up there and I took 12 credits, like 6 credits my first semester. Then I would take 6 credits, 6 credits, 6 credits. Even though I was fucking stealing coke, doing coke, skiing, I still took those I still taught those classes.
Every criminal dream. Leisure activity. Okay. So when you're going out there, are you like, are you looking at this city and you're going, these are going to be a bunch of easy licks. They never seen this coming, and we're going to absolutely.
Not at all. I went out there to change my life.
Different life. Okay.
But after 6 weeks, you're like, what am I doing?
It's too easy.
I'm installing fucking panels for $8 an hour. I get to sell an 8-ball and make 200. And then I kept it under control for a long time. And then I got there like April of 83, and I kept my secret under control until like September. And then I had to let loose for football season. And I just started robbing little businesses that would leave their doors open. Or something. Like,
you needed to fund the
when we came in here, right? When I came in here, I was talking to this gentleman who I've met before. We have a mutual friend named Shlomo. Yeah. In 85, I lived in fucking Aspen because I stayed in Assault till February of 84, and then I had to leave, and we'll get to that some other time. And I came back here, which is a big mistake.
Wait, tell me why you had to leave.
I had to leave because I got out of control. From September, I started robbing little cheese stores and little jewelry stores, but by fucking
cheese and jewelry.
No, I'm sorry. I was like liquor stores, like little things. Yeah. I would go in and get like $1 grand, 3 bottles. I was a fucking demented. I was a serial thief.
Like stick up robbing, or just?
Nah, I just breaking it at night. And then all of a sudden, now I'm robbing a jewelry store with a friend of mine. And then I had a plan with another friend of mine, Steady Freddy, to rob the bank on Christmas Eve with snowmobiles. This guy was crazy. So I had these people around me. And I'm like, wait a second. I'm right back to where the fuck I started. I got to get out of here. So I went back here. And this place was on fire.
What
Because now cocaine's everywhere. 84,
Oh, yeah.
cocaine's everywhere.
Yeah.
I still remember going up to 148th Street trying to get a bag of weed when I went to see my godmother. I'm going, brother, we ain't got no weed on these corners.
There's only one thing on
Straight
these
crack. It was crack.
Yeah.
And 148th Street, for people who don't know, now you know, was who invented that fucking, there was a guy in the middle of that street there between Broadway and Audubon, a Amsterdam, whatever that fuck was, and he used to sell ootd, cents, or he had the master mix where you put them all together. And when he gave you a fucking punch card in 1984, when you bought 10 bags on the street, he gave you a bag for free. So, how the
Jamba Juice?
Nah, there's no Jamba Juice.
No, like Jamba. But
The Jamba Juice is a Puerto Rican with a nice thing. You want protein? Suck my dick. Here. Juice, coconut water. So now I go back to Aspen, and I end up in Aspen in maybe November of '85. Jimmy Burkle had a house that he was house sitting now. And he goes, I got to leave, but you can take the house. It's like an $8 million house. The guy only comes once a year. He's got 20 other houses, so sometimes he doesn't even come. He's got a Jeep you could drive. He's got all this shit. He goes, but you have to live over the garage. You can't live in the house. Fuck you. I'm in the house with his robe on, slippers, driving his Jeep Cherokee around town and shit. I dislocated the fucking cable so I could run up the mile. You know we're fucking animals. You want animals? I'm an animal. I'm not a nice person. I'm a fucking animal.
why would your friends even suggest you for this?
Because he didn't give a fuck. He knew we were all stealing. Great friends. Listen, when I used to get jobs when I was a kid, my friends would go, oh, by the way, you got to steal. Because if you don't steal, then they know I was stealing. So whether it was a bartending job, or lumber yard.
Because they know he's going to take the fall for it.
You got to steal because they don't know I was stealing. So you got to steal. So now I'm in Aspen. I'm waiting to get this and move into this house. And I'm living across the street from his deli, from his friend's deli. At the time, it was called the In-N-Out House. And they had like curry chicken, shit like that, great sandwiches. And he had a friend that worked in there, Steve, who we still fucking talk. 40 years later, we still talk. So one night I'm sitting in front of the hotel, smoking a joint. I'm like, I wonder if you could break into Shlomo's. I wonder if you could just break. That's how I live my life. Let me just see if I can break in there. And there was a little window on top of the door. Bro, and it's on Main Street. Cops are driving by. I fucking, some way or another, I wiggled my way into the window, went in there, took the $200, made a sandwich, and leave. Wow. Yeah. That's what I was into. I was retarded, dog. I'm 3 days retarded.
Do you remember what the sandwich was?
Chicken curry. That's what I was into. With some fucking sprouts and shit. I'm right on all natural bread, whatever it's called.
Okay, when does it catch up? When do you get caught? When do you
Wait,
get
sorry,
locked
real
up
quick.
for the
You
first time?
talked about going back to New York. You said those are the worst 18 months of your life. Why? Just because it was too crazy and you're getting into crazy shit? This time between Colorado and then back to
I
Colorado.
gotta tell you something. You're gonna be so mad at me. Can I piss real quick?
Yeah, go. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because, listen, you could, I hope you don't, but you could get in an accident. I genuinely hope you don't, okay? But you could get in an accident. And if you get in an accident and it is not your fault, you could get a lot of money. Get a lot of money paid to you for that if you choose the right legal team to help you. Now, if you're going to choose a legal team to help you in this horrible accident that hopefully you do not experience, but you could, you want to make sure that you use the best legal team in the business that's going to get you potentially the most amount of money. You could get the most money if you're with Morgan & Morgan. That is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion recovered for clients. That's a B, 15 billion. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record for fighting to get you full and fair compensation. And also, most importantly, you only pay them if you win. Think about that. You only pay them if you win. Okay? That's got to be the best deal in the business. You submit an injury claim with them. Also, it's the easiest thing in the world. It's like using an app more than it's like hiring a lawyer, okay? You literally can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without ever having to leave the couch. So if you're
ever injured, okay, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Think about that. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show.
Also, guys, the Bum Ass Cities tour is still going strong. May 31st, I'm going to be in Cleveland, Ohio. June 1st, Columbus, Ohio. June 14th, Buffalo, New York. June 15th, Rochester, New York. We're getting into the heart of the Bum Ass Cities. These are all Bum Ass Cities. You got nothing better to do. Come to the show. Get your tickets at akashsingh.com. Also, July 13th, Zany's Comedy Club. Tickets are already almost sold out, so if you want them, hurry up and buy them now. Get your tickets at akashsingh.com. Now let's get back to the show.
And we're back. You said Akash just asked the 18 months in New York were the craziest months.
Well, let me put it this way. What happened Christmas Day, 1984? Anybody remember?
Oh, the cop got shot.
Huh?
The cop got shot in Queens? Was
No, Scarface came
And
out. Scarface was a Christmas movie. Got released December 25th, 1984. Go ahead, prop it up right now. Prop it up. Fucking people were running out of the fucking things over here in the premiere. Running out. They thought they were going to go in here and hear a jingle bell. They heard 10 million bucks. When I landed was February 1st, guys. The movie bombed at the box office. At the airport in Newark, when they were picking me up, my fucking gorilla friends, they were like, "Did you see Scarface yet?" And I go, "No." I heard about it. I saw the commercials in Aspen. And they go, "We're going right now." And we went to Sea Caucus, Harmon Cove. How many movies they got? Like 18 over there?
Yeah.
They had 4 movie theaters. Scarface. It was 3 in the afternoon. All of them were sold out.
Shit.
We couldn't even sit together. Like the first time I saw Scarface, my friend sat somewhere else. The place was packed. And that's what I was walking into. It was a different city. It was, everything had changed in the city.
Right.
It was, the city was on fucking fire. Like if you guys are having fun now, you would have killed yourself in 83. The city was tremendous. Come on now, 75, 85, the Stones, after they put Miss You out, that fucking album was New York City. So it just picked fucking New York City up again. New York City was a fucking, I still remember coming over here at night. Like we would close the bars in Jersey at 3, drive over, get a fucking case of beer, and sit on the street and drink and snort coke on the hood of your car. Nobody would say a word to you. You'd have a mirror out on the hood of the fucking car, and no motherfucker would say a word to you. So that's what I was walking into. That was the general attitude.
Okay, so when was the city broke? Was it the 70s that New York was like falling apart?
This fucking city has been broke for 2,000 years. But they still figure out a way to kill 1,000 people a year, right? If you're broke, you got no bullets. How the fuck do all these people? This city's been broke since I was a goddamn kid, man. But it was like 82, 83, 84 to go out in the city. It was a different city. And then what did I do? I got myself a job bartending at the Sheridan Center on 52nd and 7th. I think I went in at 4 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. So now you're letting a 21-year-old kid out into Manhattan in 1985 with $200 in his pocket and a gram of blow.
And you're already in Times Square.
And I'm already in the heart of New York City. And they're just telling you to go to Limelight, go to this bar, ask for fucking Benny Blanco, go to this place. I mean, the city was on fucking fire, you know. There were concerts everywhere, like the way it is now, you know, just in a smaller scale, you know. It was just crazy.
When you're coming up in the city, do you remember, like, you know how you look back and we hear about, like, the gangsters? Who did Denzel play? What was his name?
He was Bumpy's driver.
Do you remember hearing about Bumpy at the
I remember
time?
hearing about Bumpy as a
Did you
kid.
ever, like,
I never, no.
So these people were protected.
Frank Lucas.
Oh yeah, it was Frank Lucas as Bumpy. Like, do you remember hearing about these, and even some like the Italian mob guys? Do you see them in the neighborhood ever? Do you see anybody coming around?
I heard about Bumpy, like when I was running numbers in
Bumpy
Harlem.
was Harlem, right?
Harlem. I always heard little stories about him and shit. I never saw him or anything like that. The gangsters. I knew about a guy named Fat Tony Salerno when I was a kid.
Oh shit!
Because he was in Harlem, and that's where I would always be. So that when we were running numbers in Harlem, they're like, make sure go into that neighborhood. Right. That's their turf over there. So I remember shit like that, but nothing too fucking outrageous.
People were aware of them, but you weren't interacting with them.
Yes.
Because you see these movies that kind of romanticize their role in New York history. But I was obviously too young at the time, but I'm like, how big were these guys? Like, it seemed like they ran the entire city.
Well, like Brooklyn guys, I bet like a lot of Brooklyn guys who maybe 20 years younger than me, they've got 1,000 fucking. In fact, I live around in a neighborhood where there's a lot of Staten Island people, and they tell me a lot of stories about Sam the Bull and the other guys. Yeah,
because they were getting it.
They were right there. They were right there in Staten Island at the time.
Yeah.
So that's real interesting. But I never really saw anybody like that. Wow.
And when you were walking around with cash and below, did you ever have a gun on you, like for protection?
It was. I always learned that when you put a gun on you, it's a magnet, guys. So before you put that fucking gun on your fucking thing, thinking you're a cool guy, you better think about it's a magnet. You're going to think about how when you wear a gun, you're going to start hugging people and you're going to feel a gun. And you're going to go, whoa, you ever hug somebody and feel a gun? Takes your energy away when you don't expect it. If it's like a cop, yeah. But like somebody, you hug them and all of a sudden you feel like a fucking cannon under their arm. You're like, okay, it changes the energy in the room. It kind of really does. I carried a gun because I was a stupid kid, not because I knew anything to do with it. And then as I got older, I got into guns, and now I don't want them around me because of that reason.
Okay, you go out. When do you start getting locked up? When do you start doing some time?
I was always doing crazy shit, and I was getting away with a lot of crazy shit. So it came a time, I'm not stupid. I knew that something was going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
My prayer was that it didn't happen. That would be so bad that would take me out of the game. So I didn't get involved in that high-level shit.
Yeah.
But you never know what you're doing, and that's what happened with me. So when I was here in 84, the safest thing for me to do was to rob drug dealers.
To rob drug dealers? Why was that the safest?
Because they can't go to no bars.
But they got their people.
But in those days, it was a lot of yahoos thinking they were gangsters.
Oh, so you're not robbing.
When I came back here when I was here in 82 and 83, people were selling coke. When I got here in 84, it was an abundance of coke. And it's like, I left here and you guys were nice college guys.
Bunch of guys like me trying to be Scarface in 84.
Right. When I left here,
Money in the coke game, the goofies came into the coke game and you start robbing them.
And it's glorified probably because of Scarface.
People weren't prepared for that type of life.
Yeah.
They had to just sold a nickel bag on a corner. Cocaine's high stakes.
Yeah.
It's high stakes, and an ounce or two. And that became the norm for me and my friends. I had like 2 friends who had turned me on to it. I'm like, this ain't a bad fucking idea. But at that time I was taking everything that wasn't stable. I always found the problem. It's a beauty. Yeah. We can't get to this 18 yet. That because you're a junkie.
Does that ever leave you?
What do you mean? No.
Like, even to this day, do you see nice shit and you're like, nobody would even notice and I could walk right out of here with that fucking lamp?
It's crazy, the shit that you notice, but now you can't do it.
Right.
You giggle.
But you think about it.
But fuck, I would walk into a mall. I remember one time in Boulder, there was a CD player, like when CDs were brand new.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy was on display. I remember I unplugged it, put the quarter on it, even had the remote, and I just walked out of the mall with it. And nobody said booty. And that's when you go, what the fuck are people looking at? I want to know what people are looking at. I want to know what people are looking at because they're not paying attention. My thievery came from other people's mistakes. When I saw a little stupidity in your game, I had to rob you.
Yeah.
If you're going to be this stupid, we got to rob you.
We have to teach you a lesson.
We have to teach you a lesson. If you're going to be this fucking stupid. There was a guy in my neighborhood that didn't want to bring the coke into his house. So he'd hide the container under his car on a hill. That genius. I would drive by and go, oh, there goes my coke fix for the day. I would just go on his thing, take out 2 containers and go back. And he would always go, somebody keeps stealing my coke. I'm going to find out who it is. No.
You just take it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bro.
To go.
Because he'll move it
if
you take it all.
Yeah.
Siphon it off a little.
Nothing bothers me more when you accuse me of something I didn't do. When I was a kid, my stepfather, he used to accuse me of shit. Like somebody stole the 50 cents off the thing, and I go, why would I take a fucking a 50-cent piece off a fucking thing. I got money. I work at my mom's bar. I do the numbers. I got a paper route. I do all this shit. Why would I take 50? He got to me so much that I would see where he would hide his bookmaking money. Okay, and he was a slick motherfucker. This dude would put rubber bands, a piece of his hair. He would do shit, put a marking on the top of the bill, so he would know if the marking was on top. So I didn't want to steal from him, but I wanted to give him a fucking taste of what he put me through. So I would switch the money around. I would take the,
Still got your hair in it.
I wouldn't even open it. I would take the $5,000 bundle and switch it with the 10-grand bundle, and then I would take the 10-grand bundle and switch it with his attorney fund under the counter.
He's losing his mind.
And I would see him looking at the money and go, and he would accuse me and my mother of moving it. We're like, we didn't touch it.
Why would we move your money?
Why we move your fucking money? If I put my hand on it, I would just,
I'll steal it.
I would just steal it. Did you say I was a thief? So I learned how to play with people's emotions.
Did you ever tell him you were moving it around?
No.
So he died without knowing?
Never. I used to fucking go in the shower and stay in there for 30 minutes and then wait for him to go in. This is our house. We own this house in Jersey. But you buy a house for $1 million, you can take a $15 shower, 15-minute shower, and the water's gone.
Yeah.
Why'd you pay $1 million for it? If you're going to pay $1 million, I want to take a shower for 3 days. So he would go in there, I would test him. So in the mornings, he would yell at me, what the fuck did you do last night? I would go in the shower long, and then I knew he had to go in the shower. And when he was in the shower, I would turn the hot water off. In my shower, I turned the hot water on in my shower. And you would hear him, Mama, Mama, somebody turn. I remember going in there and he had shampoo in his hair. You know, when you play with your hair and you make believe you're a devil, you put your hair up. I went in there, I'm like, what's the problem? Yeah. He goes, I can't see, there's no hot water. I fucking used to do that shit to him. I used to do everything I could at the end to trick him up.
You like this guy or no?
Yeah, I liked him a lot. We had our differences after my mother died.
Yeah.
I liked him because I learned a lot from him. He was a fucking man's man. He's a man's man. Like, this guy could write a book. Like, he was Cuban. And that pre-revolutionary mind frame is strong. It's really machismo. And he was part of a thing called abacuas. Cuba has a lot of different African religions that they've transformed over the years and turned it into Catholicism and stuff like that. But the religion that he was part of, it's a man's society. Number one rule is you can't eat pussy. You can't be in a room with a man that's gay. So if he walked in this room and one of your associates was gay, he'd have to automatically walk out of the room. 1,000 rules to that shit. But
sounds like why is not eating pussy at the top?
I don't know, because if you eat pussy, you'll eat anything, I guess. So if you eat pussy, you'll suck a dick. So, and now in Cuba, abacuas are gay.
No.
Now they're allowed to be gay.
Wow. Was that some Castro shit?
I don't know.
That's a way to emasculate like the most macho version.
I don't know what they did, but somebody came over. Oh, Yoel Romero told me.
Get out of here.
I showed BR one time, and they still have abacuas, and he goes, the culture died, you know? It's like it died back. So all those old things, now people move forward with them.
Whoa. Do you remember the first time someone scared you? Was there like a man that just fucking terrified you?
Yeah. Rudy the Haitian's father. There was a kid in my neighborhood on 88th Street. His name was Rudy. He was Haitian.
Yeah.
So we just called him Rudy the Haitian. And me and his son were friends. And like in the second grade, we were friends. A little later, like fourth grade, because we moved out of there in 73. I was in the fifth grade. So towards later on, we would, you know, I got beat up at Central Park in the first grade. I got stitches in my head. So I begged my mother to put me in karate on 90th Street in West End with Mr. Orange there, the teacher up there. In fact, his son is one of Eddie Bravo's students today.
Wow.
Laranjo, yeah. So once I started taking karate, I got a little bit more confidence to me. And me and Rudy started fighting. And Rudy would beat me up. Like fucking 3 fights we had, he would beat me up. And then I got his number, and I started fucking him up. And one day I fucked Rudy up real bad. His father came downstairs and held me while Rudy beat me up.
Wow.
And Rudy's father was a big fucking black Haitian dude. I mean, he was like 6'6". He was intimidating. And he grabbed me by the arm and he went upstairs. And he took me to my mother's apartment. We lived in apartment 3A. And he knocked on the door. My mom was hungover. You know, it was 3 in the afternoon. She was getting ready to go to work. She was in no mood for this shit. And this motherfucker says to my mom, the next time your son hits my son, I'm going to hit him, and then I'm going to hit you. And my mom goes, really? And she turned right around and got the biggest fucking knife she had in that kitchen and chased him up the steps. This motherfucker went up the steps. And the cops came, and the Puerto Rican lady next to us, everybody accused my mom of having a knife. And the Puerto Rican lady said, nah, she ain't got no knife. So the cops let us go. But a couple weeks later, the landlord said, you guys got to move out.
You guys got evicted.
We got evicted.
Rudy the Haitian's dad snitched?
Yes.
You fucking pussy. You say you let a kid get beat up. You say you're going to punch a woman, and then you call it cops?
Let me call the cops.
Wow. Fuck, man.
But you were scared of him after that, though?
I was always scared of him. Just he was a physically intimidating guy. You know, like when you saw him and you're 6 or 7. But no, like my.
What about in jail? What about as an adult? Was there any guy you were like, this guy's off his rocker? This guy. Yeah. Did you ever meet somebody that you felt was crazier than you?
Yes. Yes. In a lot of situations. Listen, if somebody's crazier than you, and you know they're deep, like when they're a criminal and you know they're out there, you got 2 choices. You can hang out and be a part of that, or you can leave. I always tended to leave. I didn't want to take my life that deep, you know. When I came here in 85, I was fucked up. When I came in 84, I was fucked. I ended up homeless. By the end of 84, I was living in a fucking park and got a rocket. You know those little rocket ships that kids have on the parks when you go to parks and you climb up.
Playground?
I used to live
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
88th Street Park.
On the west side?
In New Jersey. No,
oh, okay.
In Jersey. So I would stay out in the bar till 3 and then just crawl in there at night and sleep. And then in the morning, walk out and bust into one of my friends' house and take a shower or switch into clothing. I did that for like 2 months. So January of 85, I got cleaned up, and then I made a plan to go back to Colorado, get my life together for the 8th time.
Yeah.
I was one of those guys that I made plans to get my life together every 6 weeks, you know. Then I went up to Colorado in June of 85, and I was cool for like a year. I was cool. I had money. I was fucking working. I moved to...
Where were you working?
Foot Locker.
Okay.
But there's more to that story, too, because...
You robbed the Foot Locker.
Oh, yeah. No, I robbed the whole fucking wall because before I left...
He was good. He said he was cool.
Before I left Jersey in 85, I was in the city a lot. I was working in the city as a bartender, and I met these dudes that knew how to get IDs up in the Bronx, right? So I would go up there with them to buy IDs for friends of mine. And then one day the guy goes, listen, for an extra $500, we'll give you a credit card.
Oh,
an insurance card for your car.
It's out of here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's out of here.
And I'm like, bro, let's do it.
Line it up.
So the guy would tell me how they do it. Whenever the card got made at the bank. Okay, this is how we stole credit cards. This is how fucking deep it was. Let's say they made a card for Andrew Schultz. They made 2 cards for Andrew Schultz. One went to Andrew and one went to me.
So you had to connect to the bank?
With your name on the fucking card.
On every card.
And I knew everything you did. They would tell me. Because we had to wait for you to use the card first. So I would get the call from them. He just used it. Bang. Boom. Once we used the card, they got traced dirty in New York. We shipped it out to LA because the computer was too slow. So the computer would break into court, dog. You want to deal with the king of swing or you want to deal with the king of swing? The computer would go. So Monday, if the card got reported Tuesday, it wouldn't get to LA till Friday.
So you had Thursday.
You had Wednesday, Thursday. So Monday was the East. Tuesday was the Midwest. Wednesday was Mountain Time. And Thursday was fucking California. So you had 3 days. And then, forget it. They wouldn't. I was considered under the limit thief, which is using a card under $50 because they don't call it in. They would just put it down and go ching ching. So I was eating Chinese food every fucking day for lunch.
You had a new credit card
for years. No, I would use the same one. That one could even be declined, and I would use it because they wouldn't run it.
Oh, that's when he goes, they used to print out. Yeah, like what was that paper?
Yeah, they had a little paper that they looked.
The carbon paper, whatever.
Yeah, they said carbon paper, and then you send it to the credit card company and gets the money from the bank. So you had a whole fucking day before they even knew you charged.
Holy crazy.
But you couldn't go back to that same Chinese spot once they found out.
Oh, I went every day. I went every fucking day.
Okay. Holy shit. So how long did the credit card thing go?
Well, his name is Joey, and they're looking for a guy with a different credit card. You know what I mean?
Then when I got to Colorado, I was fine. And then it's like what you said, after like 2 months, I'm like,
yeah, you get itchy.
I was in Boulder, which is a college town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, this is like stealing. So I called my buddy and I go, send me some cards out. Right? So he sent me some cards out, and there was one mall in Boulder. So I'm going in there every day and buying fucking chains and jackets, but at the same time, I'm applying for work like a fucking moron that I am. So I apply at this fucking Foot Locker, and they hire me. And after a month, I'm like the top salesman. I can do that shit with my eyes closed. But a Chinese family came in one day to buy sneakers for the whole family, and I noticed they had a yellow envelope on the side of his wallet, and he fell. So I picked it up, and in the back, there was like $3,000 cash in that. I go, what do I do? Do I give it back to the family? I go, fuck no, I'm snorting coke from that. You snooze, you lose. Bro, these people wouldn't leave it alone. That somebody robbed them. Nobody robbed them, they dropped it. And they called the cops. When the cops came in, the one cop looked at me and goes, somebody's been using a credit card here, and you fit the description. I'm like, what? What? And then he came back 3 days later, and he goes, hey, is there something you want to tell me? And I'm like, no. And he came back like a week later, and he's like, listen, man, we're getting the sizes of the clothes together and everything. We're going to come and arrest you. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So this went on for about 2 weeks, and I said, fuck this. I'm going to San Francisco anyway. I want to go hang out with a buddy of mine in San Francisco. So I had met this girl. So I leave. I never get charged for the credit card. All right. I go to San Francisco for 6 months. I go to Aspen. My house is ready. And then I live in Aspen, a house sitting for like a year.
Yeah.
And then in November of '86, I decide to go back to Boulder with my girlfriend. I'm living in Boulder. Everything's going great. And one day I get, now, a year later, after the credit card thing,
You're on the up and up?
No, I was never on the up and up. I get involved in the kidnapping. Okay. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Warrant gets put out there looking for me.
Can you give us some details?
Hold on. I waited 3 days. I turned myself in. Who was the cop interviewing me?
Oh, shit.
It's the credit card cop, but he was too stupid. He didn't remember me.
Get the fuck out of here.
He just kept looking at me weird, like. So now, after I got arrested, I had to go to court and sit next to this motherfucker. And he would look at me, and I kept saying, when is this motherfucker going to realize I was the one that used the fucking credit card? He never realized. And now, there was 2 arresting officers. One guy gave me Kolar, that's my dog. I still talk to him on Facebook. But this other dude was one of those dudes that was like, you have to go away. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? You get paid $1 an hour. Order this one, go do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a cop, or you want to be a fucking jerk off. Yeah, this was a drug deal amongst drug dealers. Yeah, and you're making it seem like you did the worst thing. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, everybody knew what was involved here. Yeah. Nobody got ripped off here. So your best bet. In fact, when I turned myself in, I was yelling at him. I'm like, you arrested me to do your for doing your job, taking drugs off the street. I mean, I went in there with that. You know me, dog. I'm gonna work it. I'm gonna keep it with a Jew cup. I'm gonna go in there and work it as much as I fucking can. So I'm like, how can you arrest me? I'm taking drugs off the street for you motherfuckers. How dare you? And they're like, Joey, come on, knock it off. We know it's
so you get arrested for robbing a drug dealer, but you kidnap someone during the robbery, so you get arrested for the kidnapping.
No, I didn't know it was kidnapping. I thought kidnapping was I got to bring you to my house, send your uncle a note, and tell him I got your ear. You wanted $50,000. That's what I thought kidnapping was.
What was this?
See, the problem was that there was no law and order. See, when Law and Order came on, now I know everything I can do with Canada. Right? I'm the Law and Order motherfucker, right? Now Law and Order SVU. I'm not a tree jumper. I'm a Law to steal, do drugs, and fucking whatever. So I didn't know what kidnapping was. So I get to Boulder. I'm trying to get my life together. I join up fucking classes at the University of Colorado. Now, I'm not at Colorado Mountain College no more. I'm at the University of Colorado with a GED.
Let's go.
No college, no high school diploma. They were like, yeah, we'll give you whatever you want. I'm paying for classes. They're not even doing no background checks.
Yeah.
And one day I'm working and I'm doing coke. Like fucking, and I started selling cars. I was making great money selling cars and fucking doing coke at night and taking 2 classes a week at night. And one day I'm at the Subaru place. I'm selling Subarus like a motherfucker. And one of the guys that got fired, he got fired for something. He came back, and I go, "What the fuck you been?" He goes, "I got fired," and he had like a black eye. And I go, "What's the black eye from?" And he goes, it's a long story. I go, "We got nothing but time." And he goes, "Listen to what happened." He goes, "I got a DUI, and I crashed against a tree. And when they brought me to the hospital, the pharmacy door was open. So he broke into the pharmacy, took all the pills and cocaine. He jumped out a window, and they caught him like 2 days later. Wow. So now he was going to do time. So he goes, "I'm staying with this guy, and he's got 2 kilos of coke. I'm going to steal it from him and see who can help me sell it. And then I'm going to move to Arizona so I have to do this time." And I'm like, fuck, I'm living in Boulder. It's fun. I got a nice girlfriend. You know, I got a dog. I got a job. But my friends are in New York City. Getting it on. Yeah. They're coming to the city on the weekends. They're going to hunt the mountain on the weekends to ski and snort. They were telling me they threw a bag of coke on a Friday, and when they came back, all the deer were dead. On Sunday, you know, it was like fucking, I'm out here with these fucking yokels trying to be a fucking American. And my friends are lighting their balls on fire. Their parents are calling me, "Have you heard from my son?" I'm like, "No." My friend's parents were calling me in Colorado going, "I haven't seen Anthony in a week. He went out to get a pack of cigarettes." I'm like, "Dog, they're on the mountain. Get it on." So I was like, you know what? This girl is great, but she's not going to be my wife. I'm going to help this dude do it. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to help him. I'm going to rob him.
You robbed the guy who asked you. Wow. You're a fucking lunatic,
because
Joey.
there was no way he could do nothing. So I called my crazy friend here, and he couldn't make it out. He was fucking unloading planes somewhere in Colombia. I called one of my crazy friends here. So I had to go to a guy that I worked with at an auto body shop before I sold cars. He was like a biker. You know, he had everything. This is why I don't like modern times. He had everything. He had the tattoo, the sunglasses, the Harley bicycle, anything to be cool. The pit bull, tinted windows, the loud stereo. He had everything to be cool. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I gotta use somebody. I can't take this guy down by myself. So I asked him, and he had a problem. He used to go to strip clubs. He was in love with a stripper. Right? But I mean, in love with a stripper. And she left her husband. But she wouldn't, she danced at a nude club. But she couldn't sleep with my friend Steve until she got a divorce. So she wanted him to pay 20 grand for the divorce. So this guy wanted the pussy. So that was his motivation. In fact, she moved into his house and he had to sleep on the couch. She slept on the bed by herself. Wow. She had no intention of fucking this retard.
She just wanted that divorce.
She just wanted that divorce.
Oh my God.
She's like, I'm a Catholic. I can't sleep with a man if I'm still married. And he's like, well, you dance naked every night. Put your asshole on people's faces. What's the fucking difference, you know? Wow. So that was our connection.
So this is the guy that you're basically bringing on to go rob this dude.
Yeah.
And you already know he's a goofy.
I knew it was a goofy, but in my cocaine mind, just what I had going on, I wanted to believe this was going to work.
Yeah.
And then comes D-Day. In fact, I just got a root canal on Saturday on the tooth that the dentist fixed that morning before I kidnapped him, because I had a dental appointment that morning. The dentist even said, I go, last time I worked on this tooth was November 18th. 87. He's like, that's interesting. How did you remember that? I go, that's the day I kidnapped the guy. He just kept drilling. So I went to the dentist. I remember calling him and going, we'll be over there with the money, you know, to buy the 2 kilos from me. He was going to be my partner. I was a middleman. He was going to buy the the coke? Kent. All right. So I was the middleman. I was going to bring him over there. They were going to sample it, and then we're going to go back to Steve's house, and Steve was going to give him the money, and we're going to rob the coke. We weren't going to give him any money. We're going to put him on a bus to Arizona, give him like 10 grand, and get the fuck out.
Oh, you were going to give him a couple bucks?
Yeah. It wasn't going to be a complete robbery with kicking and all that stuff. It was just going to be a simple thing. Bella wasn't a heavy, I wasn't a heavy, and Steve wasn't a heavy. Steve got so greedy, he fucked it up. At the intro, he pulled out the guns.
Wow. Okay, so real quick, break down the setup. Steve is, which one is the Hell's Angel?
Setup?
Yeah.
Can I slip him?
Go. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because you got to replace your posters. Look at any poster that's on your wall. It's ripped, torn, tattered, looks horrible. It is childish. It is absolutely childish. And you know what? You need to grow the fuck up. And Displate is going to help you do that. Okay? Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster designed to capture your unique passions. It's sturdy, magnet-mounted, and it lasts a lifetime. Displate allows you to customize, collect, and rearrange them at will. Displate also has both branded and artistic artwork. They have over 1 million designs available, including official designs from brands like Marvel, DC, and the NBA, plenty of video games, tons of movies and music, you name it, they have it. I mean, look, you need that new Guardians of the Galaxy poster. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was absolutely fantastic. Maybe you want to put the motherfucking boxing GOAT Floyd Mayweather on your wall. All right, Displate created a unique, easy, safe magnet mounting system that only takes 20 seconds. No need for drilling on your walls. Nothing. You're renting an apartment. You don't have to worry about repainting and losing your fucking deposit and all these other things. Yeah, just put the Displate posters up. Displate delivers its product worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days. It's a perfect alternative for standard paper posters that often get damaged and it doesn't leave marks on the wall. So go to displate.com/flagrant or use the code flagrant at the checkout to get 20% off for 1 to 2 Displates or 30% off for 3 and more Displates. Now let's get back to the show. Okay, set this robbery up for us. You have the
I
Hell's
didn't know how
Angel.
much time I had, so I didn't want to get into something that
Oh,
was...
you got all the time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, all day, baby. Okay, so you have, who's the Hell's Angel? What's his name?
His name was Steve.
Okay,
He
so
wasn't the
it's
Hells
Steve.
Angels. He was like
He
a fucking...
wannabe.
Yeah.
Okay, and then who's the mark? Kent. Okay, so you and Steve go to meet up with Kent, and then break it down. So the idea
Okay, I
is...
go to the dentist's office. This is the whole story. I go to the dentist's office. I go home. I call Kent. They were supposed to go down at 1 o'clock. It's about 11 o'clock now. I call Kent, and he tells me, come pick me up. So I go to his house. And the weird thing was when I went to his house, I noticed it was across the street from the halfway house. There was a halfway house in Bold. And I looked at it. I go, that's fucking weird. He lives across the street from the halfway house. So I went upstairs. He's like, you want to do a line of coke before we go? I go, yeah. He goes, we'll go over there. I'll give him a sample. He'll give me the money, and then I'll come back here and get the coke. And we'll all disperse. You give him back the coke, and well, that's it. Okay. So when I'm there, he shows me a grinder. He was doing coke out of a grinder. The grinder was filled with coke, and there was an ounce of coke in a baggie in the drawer. And he also showed me where there was $2 grand. He goes, I got $2 grand here. Okay, so, and I go, where's the coke? And he goes, in the ceiling. It was one of those drop ceilings that you slide up. Okay, so when I get there, he shows me everything. And we do a couple lines. Then I get in the car and I drive him to where we're, like a 7-minute drive. We get to the house. As soon as we walk in, this motherfucker pulls his guns out. The deal was, let's get everything going. When you go back to get the coke, that's when you rob us both.
Yeah.
That's when I pull it
You're
out.
innocent.
Even if you're with him, I'm going to rob you. I'm going to smack you.
Yeah.
Just so he'll never say, well,
Yeah.
how did he know?
Yeah.
He fucking smacked me.
Yeah.
You know, so I thought I was... So when I walked in there, he pulled guns on both of us. And then he pulls the gun out and goes, Joey, tie him up. And I'm like, stupid motherfucker. So I'm like, what the fuck? So now we got this kid, and the kid's like, Joey, what the fuck? I put him in the room. I fucking go out and talk to him. I go over there. I didn't tell him what a coke was. I told him that there was shit over there. I wanted to see what he was going to come back with. Sure enough, he played into it. He came back. He said there was only $200 in an 8-ball. But his mother was a big-time realtor, and we were in one of her houses.
Hold on, did everybody just get that?
Wow.
You know there's 2,000. He tells what is the guy's name, Steve? Steve to go about he doesn't tell him where the coke is, the 2,000 and then the ounce. He goes, there was only 200. So he's trying to get over on you, that son of a bitch.
Now, when he comes back, he goes, it was only 200, maybe like an 8-ball. So I go, really? So he's like, what are we going to do? Where is it? And I don't know, but I'll tell you what. I go, I gotta go. I go, you just tried to fuck him. No, I didn't. I'm telling you, there was more. So we got into a little argument. He goes to me, if you leave, I'm going to shoot you. And I knew this guy was going to shoot me. I just knew. I go, I've never been wrong with that kind of stuff about judging a man like that. I was
if you're wrong once,
I was around savages.
Yeah.
I know if this guy's going to shoot me or not. And as I walk to the car, he don't shoot me. And I go outside, and I got a gun under the fucking, my tire. That I had from my Aspen days. I had a beautiful 9mm. I wasn't giving up. So, right there, I was like, you know what, man? I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg. Like, I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg. Like, just to see their reaction and the whole thing. And I was like, and I was ready to shoot. And I go, you know what, man? I'm just going to get the fuck out of here. And I got in the car and I went back to Bella's apartment. And I fucking kicked the door down.
Bella's?
The kid that was the mark.
Oh, Steve.
Steve was the thief.
Ken.
So Bella's the mark.
Yeah.
So I said, fuck this. I'm going to go back and get the coke. He said he didn't get it. I knew exactly where the coke was. So I ran back, fucking walked past the doorman. The doorman's like, hey, I go, I was just here. And I basically went upstairs with no keys, and I kicked that fucking door down like a gorilla. And then I jumped up and I ripped that fucking ceiling down because it was a drop ceiling, so you could just tear it down. I fucking ripped it down. Heart's beating. My hands are bleeding from fucking pulling it down. And two bundles laying in the middle, wrapped with Colombian newspaper. I took those motherfuckers and I ran the fuck out of there. And across from the halfway house, there was a newspaper thing where you put a quarter in, open it, and take the newspaper out. Guys, look underneath. Whenever you see those, look underneath. In the 80s, that's how we used to drop off coke. There's a bottom compartment in there that you never look at. So I put the kilos of coke there because I thought the cops were on me. And I called my brother. He went over there, picked up the kilos, and took them to Aspen. I kept like maybe an ounce for the night because I wanted to party, see what the fuck was going on. And that night, 8 o'clock, they knock on my door. Tidwell knocks on my door again. He's got Bell in the trunk of a car. And he goes, what am I going to do with him? I go, I don't know. Figure it the fuck out. Not my problem anymore. You tried to rob me. Get the fuck out of here. And he's like, I need that $20,000 for my girlfriend. She needs a divorce. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He goes, I got another guy. There's a guy that's got $1.50. Let's go rob him. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I went to a bar, had a couple drinks, snorted some coke, and went home, not thinking anything. And the next morning, I'm sleeping on the couch, and the guy knocks on my door. He goes, bro, the dealership is surrounded by cops. They're coming over here to get you. Get the fuck out of here. One of the lot guys. And I got I didn't have a car then. I went across the street and called my girlfriend and said, listen, the cops are looking for me. Blah, 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 blah. And as I'm across the fucking street, I'm looking at the cops breaking into my house. I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, wow. And after about 20 minutes, I go, holy shit, I forgot my weed. Right? I'm like, God damn it. I forgot my fucking weed. And now they only left the cop outside in front of my house to watch. So I went back. I went to the backyard to get, because I had some chocolate Thai weed that was sent to me from here. My friends just sent me chocolate Thai weed.
So while the cops are in your fucking apartment,
there's only one cop outside now. He's just waiting for me to come back.
Sneak into
my house to get the fucking ounce of coke, to get my little Thai weed reefer. Yep.
Did you get it?
Fuck yeah. And the pipe and my lighter. Fuck yeah. I had a little bag. You know, you have one of those little purple bags. You got your weed, your lighter. And then I hid out at my girlfriend's for 2 days, and I thought about it. I fucked them a little bit. The story had come out in the paper that this guy had gotten kidnapped and shit, but they were still looking for another suspect on the loose. They didn't give my name. So I waited for 2 days. I'll never forget, I went to the movie. I went to the video store, and there were brand new movies. Lethal Weapon was a new release, and It was above the law. Which and I watched them. I'm like, you know what, man? They got America's Most Wanted. I'm never gonna get away with this. So now it was Thursday, and I go, I need more weed. So I got to go to Boulder anyway and get weed. I might as well call these cops and see what they're looking for me for. So I went down to Boulder. I got my bag of weed. I got my 2 videos. And there was a Kmart and an Albertsons. And they were across the street from one another. So I called Boulder police from Albertsons. From Kmart. And I'm like, hey, this is Jose Diaz. You guys are looking for me. And they're like, we got to put you on hold. They were tracing me. So I kept hanging up on them. And they're like, going, why are you hanging up? I go, because I don't want to be put on hold. This is Joe Diaz. I want to talk to the detective in charge of my case. They're like, we're going to put you on hold. 10 seconds, I'd hang up. Then finally, the detective answered. And he goes, we just want to talk to you. Where are you? And I go, I'm at Albertsons, but I was really at Kmart.
Yeah.
And he goes, we just want to talk to you. I go, okay, I'll be at Albertsons. I hung up the phone and I went back to my car. I'm sitting there rolling a joint, and I see a SWAT truck come in.
God
with
damn,
all the police. And I'm like, they're not looking to talk to me. They're looking to fucking kill me. And I'm like, fuck this. I told my girlfriend what I saw. She goes, just turn yourself in. I'm like, fuck. That means I'm going to miss the wedding. And she goes, what wedding? I go, Don Johnson is marrying Sheeta Easton tonight on Miami Vice. I've been waiting all year for this fucking wedding. I hate weddings. But Don Johnson getting married to Sheeta Easton. I got to catch this tonight.
Oh, my God.
And listen, guys, in my retarded mind, this is how fucked up drugs are. In my retarded mind, I remember having her drop me off at the police station next morning and me going to her, here's $30, get Chinese food. I'll be home. I should be out of here by an hour. I'm just going to walk in there and tell these cops whatever, some fucking story, and I'll be home in an hour. And I'll never forget walking upstairs. They told me to ring a buzzer. Dad, who is it? Jose Diaz. They go, buzz me. And I went in, dog. When I went in, fucking, I was bum rushed. All I had was, I had cops all over me. Get on the floor, get on the floor, get on the floor. You're being charged with kidnapping 1, kidnapping 2, aggravated robbery, accessory to a felony, second-degree burglary, and fucking crime of violence. My bail was $50,000 fucking dollars. I'm like, what? Are you motherfuckers talking? And that's when I'm like, I'm doing your job. You fucking degenerates. What the fuck? So they talked to me for a while. They asked me questions. I wouldn't say shit. I'm like, listen, man, he was selling something. I don't know what happened, blah, blah, blah. But then I ended up, let me tell you what really happened. That fucking idiot got caught, Steve, got caught with Kent in the trunk. He got caught driving without his headlights on. What an idiot.
Wow.
That's how I got pulled. That's how I ended up in this. But I learned a lesson. With a tangled web we weave when we tangle to deceive. That this was that all over again. This was this. It just didn't stop. You know, and then I turned myself in. I had this fucking bail. They thought, and then a fucking Cuban kid was going to the University of Colorado, and his car was found splattered with blood. And they looked in his police records, they looked in his records, and they realized the kid was going to Miami on the weekends and selling coke. They found that his car with they never found his body again, but his car was blood splattered. So they were thinking it was me. There was another guy. So anybody who got tied into a drug rip, now they were looking at me. There was another dude that was storing coke one night, and the cops knocked on his door, and he jumped off the fucking balcony and broke both his legs. Somebody went to rob him. He thought it was the cops, but it was really 2 thieves. So now they were questioning me about that shit. It was a fucking nightmare. Like 1 minute I was fucking, just in trouble for one thing. Now they're looking at me for fucking 30 things. And when I went to the bail hearing, they're like, he's part of a Cuban crime culture. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I thought I was fucking dead, Andrew Schultz.
Why didn't you go to Aspen? Why'd you turn yourself in?
Because you had the 2 keys. Bro, you're going to run the rest of your fucking life.
You don't want to run.
And he didn't think the charges would be that bad because he didn't know he kidnapped you.
You're going to run the rest of your fucking life. Do you have any idea? I read an article when I was a kid about a guy who bit a girl at a wedding, at a dance.
Yeah.
Her and her boyfriend tried to beat him up, and he bit the girl, and something happened. This guy lived a fucking, like, that was the only, he never even got a jaywalking ticket for 40 years. He got a heart attack, he got taken to the hospital, they fingerprinted him. Then they figured that was the guy from fucking his childhood. And now the guy's got to go to jail when he's 50, when he's lived an exemplary life, you know, except that mistake he made. I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, you didn't want to feel chased your whole life.
I was going to turn myself in and just deal with it.
Yeah.
Now it's to get out of there now, make the decision. Just turn yourself in and then see what they're looking, what they're holding on to, and then you make your decision. So I sat there for a few weeks. I had my girlfriend. Her parents hated me, but he was a straight up gangster, the dude.
But the pops.
Her father was a lieutenant colonel in the fucking army and shit. Korea guy, had ties to the CIA. Didn't really like me, but when I got arrested, my girlfriend told him what happened. And he goes, you know what? I'll go talk to him. And he came in for a guy I never thought liked me. We ended up having a pretty good conversation. He asked me a few questions.
Were you honest with him about what happened?
Very honest, because I learned early on, if you do something and somebody's looking to help you, and I tell people this all the time, I love you, Andrew. I'll do anything for you. And if you guys don't understand what I mean by that, I'll do anything for you. But do me a fucking favor. When you tell me who did it to you, make sure you don't miss a detail.
Yeah, because you're bringing me into this web now.
Just don't miss a fucking detail. Tell me the truth. I don't give a fuck what you did, but if we're right here, we're gonna go back in there. That's the type of person I am. I don't care. Just don't miss. I don't care if you murder somebody.
So you opened up completely to the pops.
To the pops, and he was asking me questions, and he was like, "I'm gonna get you out of here." So then he wrote some letters, and within like a week, I got out. My bail went from 50,000 to like 3,000. And then, you know, I started talking to him more and more, and I started getting my life together little by little. And I got a job at Hertz as a manager trainee. Fucking like 40 grand a year to start. Some guy I knew hooked me up with it. And the guy liked me so much, he called me into his office one day and he goes, listen, I know what you're going through. So I put a call in for you. I got you a job in Hertz in Panama. They'll change your name, they'll give you an ID, and you could be a manager down there. Whoa. And I was like, fucking Panama with Noriega? Fuck yeah. And I'm like, again, then we're back in the same fucking boat. Yeah. You know, someday you're going to do well, and this is going to come back to bite you in the fucking ass, you know? And I just did everything I could to stay out of there. I got into the University of Colorado. I mean, I got into the university.
Yeah.
Like, not like continuing ed. Like, they told me I had too many credits that I needed to transfer. So man, it's sad because I tried to get in there as Joey Diaz, but they're like, no can do. But
Jose Diaz.
If your name was Jose Diaz,
we got some room.
We'll fucking put feathers in your asshole every time. Because we ain't got enough brothers and Cubans up in this motherfucker. That's why if you got a kid that needs to go to college, and you ain't got the money, just have him marry a Mexican and send him to the University of Montana. Mucho pesos. You understand me?
Whatever happened with Kent, the guy that got tied up?
Kent, the guy that got tied up, I'm in close contact with him now.
Really?
Yeah, I apologized to him on the podcast.
Oh, wow.
15 years. No, for years I kept calling him. Like, I got his. Listen, when I got out of jail and I was in the halfway house one night, I went to a bar to get some coke and Kent was there. And he goes, what are you doing out? And I go, Kent, come on, bro. You got anything? And he goes, yeah. What do you need? I go, grab a coke. And as he's weighing it in the bathroom, he looks at me and goes, the last time I sold you coke, you kidnapped me. And we're talking. I'm like, Kent, I'm sorry. I was having a bad day. And we talked. I bought him a fucking drink at the bar. We chit-chatted. Everything was beautiful. And then I disappeared. I got the comedy or whatever. 10 years later, he's on Facebook. So I started hitting him on Facebook. And I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? You know, fuck you. I realized what you did. You're a scumbag. This went on for like 2 years. And then I said, fuck.
Well, I guess rocks and vegetation that sort of hold back the water naturally. And that's what happens, for example, in Florida with the swamps and the mangroves out facing the ocean. You leave the mangroves, you just leave them alone, and guess what? it stops the storms from coming in. Storms are diminished in force, and it just keeps the land from eroding. Why? Because it's natural vegetation. That's simply the way it works in the world. And so you suck it up. You decide you're going to reduce the amount of mangrove forests that are out there. We call them forests. And it's just natural growth, and that is what the Coastal Commission is saying. Just make it as natural as possible. Don't build at all. Never build. And if you have houses over there and they get swept away, mazel tov. That's why you have these storms, and you haven't done a good job. And so when you look at it, why are we the best? We are the best because we don't let anything be built. We mandate shorelines to be brought back to as natural as possible. So don't put up boulders, don't put up seawalls, just let everything get swept away. But we got an A. We got an A. Coming up, there is a political movement called No Labels, and it is really strange. Now, on the face of it, it makes all the sense in the world, and we all would love to go there. In reality, it's, how does that work? And then we have Tech Tuesday coming up at the top of the hour. All right, let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
More than 2,000 homeowners in Redland are losing their fruit. State agriculture officials say they're going to work to eradicate the invasive oriental fruit fly by stripping fruit off trees. Workers are going door to door between now and February to remove fruit from all citrus trees and other fruit-producing plants. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. will respond decisively to any aggression against U.S. troops in the Middle East. Comments following the attack by Iranian-backed militants in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. service members. Blinken said the U.S. response against Iranian-based militants could be multi-leveled and sustained over time. The Illinois State Board of Elections is going to vote today on whether to kick former President Trump off the 2024 ballot. A Republican judge says the board doesn't have the authority or the time to consider the matter before Illinois' primary on March 19th. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments next month on whether Colorado can remove Trump from the ballot. We'll check some problems on the 15 with the KFI in the Sky now.
For over the past 10 years, I have recommended the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. And I've had every system under the sun. And nothing comes close, certainly in my opinion, to the Life Source system. It delivers highly filtered and absolutely delicious water from every tap in the house. That is the operative word, delicious water. It tastes like bottled water, except you don't pay for it like that. Chlorinated tap water just doesn't cut it. Safe, but man, it tastes horrible. The Life Source system filters out that chlorine and other contaminants for clean, delicious water, as I said. You'll have softer skin, healthier hair. Hair is very important in my life. No more chlorine showers or baths. No maintenance, by the way. Certain warranty limitations do apply on that. That's the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. Call 800-WATER-99. Visit likesourcewater.com. 800-WATER-99. Visit likesourcewater.com. You'll taste, you'll feel the difference.
Sunny skies, highs in the 70s, 60s for the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Lowe's. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's go out to Rancho Cucamonga. There's a crash on the 15.
A bit of a unwelcome surprise for you as you come out of the Cajon Pass there, southbound side of the 15. At baseline, a couple of motorcycles got into a wreck. There's some debris and there were some injuries there, and traffic is now backed up from before the 210 on that southbound side of the 15. So that's going to take you a little extra time. If you want to avoid it, you can take the 215 over to the 210 and avoid it that way, but that's going to cost you some time in terms of just driving around it. On the 5 southbound at El Toro, we had a crash there where apparently some vehicles hit those yellow barrels, the big attenuators, they call them, causing a big mess, a lot of debris on the roadway. So CHP there on the scene trying to clear that up. It's also a bit of a problem for you. Excuse me, it's 60 westbound before Santa Anita. 3 vehicles involved in the right lane. Will Coles Riley, KFI in the Sky.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. For over 47 years, OPO Law Injury Lawyers has been and will always be there when you need us. Call us today, 888-OPO-WINS or OPOLaw.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are millions of them out there? Hey, here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They are consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, or sweetjames.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. After years of discomfort, it's like I'm alive again. Sonia Hackett talks about how QC Kinetics changed her life. QC Kinetics has given me my quality of life back. Before QC Kinetics, Sonia suffered from horrible knee and back pain stemming from a car accident. I was wearing knee braces just to try to maneuver around. Sonia hated the idea of pain meds, and surgery seemed too risky, so she turned to the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics, the leaders in advanced regenerative medicine. That consultation just changed my life. I can do the treadmill, everything. I don't have anything holding me back. The quality of life is pain-free. QC Kinetics has made us very happy. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today. Nobody get emotional with them. They are like family members to me. They care. Call QC Kinetics now. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-7226 in Glendale, Orange, and now also in Costa Mesa. 213-997-7226. Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I think it's a lack of literacy on the part of the general public to be able to understand not only the importance of news, but how to identify news. I try to tell people all the time, I don't work in news, I work at a news station. I offer my opinions and I editorialize and I discuss the news, Kelly, but I'm not giving you the news.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
640, Bill Handle here. On a Tuesday morning, January 30th, Elon Musk, as crazy as he is, has a company called Neuralink, and they just implanted a device in a human for the first time, a step towards a product that would allow people to control external devices like arms and legs just by thinking, which is kind of neat. You know, science fiction, we're moving in that direction. This helps people with spinal cord injuries, which of course are devastating. Now, there is an organization called No Labels. And the question is it a party? No, not really. A political party? Is it something else? Is it a movement? I mean, no one really knows. So No Labels is focusing on whether a third-party presidential campaign launched by this group might play a spoiler in the 2024, this year's election. And, who is going to win on this one? I'll tell you in a minute. So last week, No Labels alleged illegal sabotage by Democratic organizations, which means they're frightened that No Labels is going to help Donald Trump become president and win the election. And I still have to figure out why. No Labels, it presents itself as the solution to lack of democracy in our system. Why? Do we really have a democracy? Well, voters do vote, but we're always stuck with two choices. Neither of them which we like. And their solution says we need, a third candidate, at least another choice. Now, keep in mind, we are a democratic republic. If you go to any of the countries that have a parliamentary system, they have tons of parties. For example, England has half a dozen. Israel has 15 different parties. And you never know which party is going to get how many votes. And the party that gets a large number of votes cobbles together other parties and puts together some kind of government. That's why Netanyahu's government is so right-wing. Because his party, Likud, didn't have enough votes for him to become prime minister, so he went to the ultra-right to join his party, or to join the government, and now you've got crazy people on the right that are part of the government. I mean, the defense minister literally wants all the Arabs thrown out of that of the Middle East. I mean, he's as nuts as anybody else. We don't have that. We have a system in which we have two candidates. The problem is we hate both. Nikki Haley, if she were to get the nomination, would slaughter Joe Biden. Would clean his clock. She's not going to get the nomination. So we don't know who's going to win, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, and for most of us, it's a bad choice, either one. I certainly feel that way. So No Labels is considering running its own candidate as an alternative. And what it is working to do, obtain ballot access for its candidate in states across the country. Now, are they going to nominate someone? They can. You can have a third party. That's not a problem. The problem is, how do you get the money to mount a campaign? You don't. It's going to decide later this spring whether even to run a candidate. And the problem is, the general view is this is going to help Trump more than anybody else. The group identifies fear and loathing as a huge animating force in politics. That's true. What's happening currently, and this has gone for years, is we vote for someone we hate, not for someone we want to be president. It's exactly what's happening this election come November. Even Republicans are not thrilled with Donald Trump, except for his base, of course. He is God to his base. How many Democrats are in favor of Joe Biden? Nobody, actually. The liberals don't like him. The moderates don't like him. I don't like him, and I'm a moderate. So the bottom line is that No Labels is kind of a weird quasi-political party. It's not a party. It is a movement. Does a movement go forward with a presidential candidate? You sort of have to be a party. Now, keep in mind that nominations, anybody can be nominated. It just so happens it's the Republican and the Democratic Party that have gotten all the support, that have all the voters. I mean, the most successful third-party campaign that's ever been was 1912. The Bull Moose Party. Theodore Roosevelt ran for president after a term, actually 2 terms. He became president when McKinley was assassinated, much like Truman became president right after the election of FDR for his 4th term. And he had promised, that's FDR, promised not to run again if he was elected for the next term. And he kept his word, and he regretted it every day of his life. You also had George Wallace that ran and was able to get some votes. And you had Ross Perot that ran and was able to get some votes. Anderson, remember him? He ran and was able to get some votes. None of them viable. None of them viable. So what are our choices in November? President Biden, who a lot of people want to make former President Biden, and President Trump, who everybody wants to, or at least a lot of people want to keep him as former President Trump. Nothing good about this election. Coming up, Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro, right here, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Marijuana may have led to murder. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Investigators in San Bernardino County say a dispute over illegal marijuana is likely what led to the murders of 6 men in El Mirage.
5 men have been arrested for the murders. All are from the high desert. San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes says all of the people killed last week were shot, with 4 also being burned.
A couple of the people that we identified in terms of the victims may be nationally from Honduras. We're not able to, we're working with the consulate right now to make that determination.
Dykes says illegal marijuana farms have plagued the high desert and have been linked to other murders. The sheriff would not comment whether the murders were cartel related. However, he did note the case was similar to other cartel cases. Reporting live, Lake Trolley, KFI News.
Officials say a 79-year-old man in Granada Hills killed his wife and 2 adult children before killing himself.
The LA County Medical Examiner identified the man as Rodrigo De Leon. Investigators say Saturday night, De Leon shot and killed his 80-year-old wife, Arabella, and their 53-year-old son, also named Rodrigo, and their 49-year-old daughter, Mercedes. A motive's not immediately known, but sources in the LAPD say it appears to be a family argument gone bad. A woman who barricaded herself inside the home while calling 911 survived and is believed to be a relative. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A gay man has sued the LA LGBT Center, alleging he was sexually abused by his director when he was a high school intern. He says he was 18 in 2012 when he was struggling with self-esteem and sexual identity. The suit says the director has other sexual misconduct allegations against him. The man says the director sexually assaulted him 20 to 30 times, about half of those at the LGBT Center. 10 counties have teamed up to stockpile a 90-day emergency supply of PPE to serve all of Southern California during the next pandemic.
We would, within a couple of years, have it all produced locally.
LA Fair Health CEO Don Backett says PPE is mostly produced overseas, which created a bidding frenzy as prices skyrocketed during the last pandemic. He says the goal here is
build a plant in Southern California to produce the polypropylene, taking the pellet and making it into the sheet material that goes into gloves, gowns, and masks, so that we would not have to depend on that.
The plant would cover routine PPE consumption, surge capacity, and the emergency supply, all at a set price. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. will respond to the attack on a military base in Jordan that killed 3 American service members.
That response could be multi-level, come in stages, and be sustained over time.
The Pentagon has confirmed 3 Army Reserve soldiers were killed in the drone attack over the weekend. They were stationed in Jordan in support of Operation Inherent Resolve, fighting ISIS forces. Officials say preliminary information suggests the enemy drone may have been mistaken for a U.S. drone that was in the air at the same time, and that's why there was no effort to shoot it down. UPS says it's cutting 12,000 jobs. The company announced during an earnings call that it's because of softer demand and higher union labor costs. The CEO of UPS says 2023 was a unique and difficult year. Workers went on strike last summer. The company then agreed to a $30 billion contract with the Teamsters Union that pushed the average full-time worker's pay to $49 an hour. and $21 an hour for part-time workers. Amazon Prime now has commercials. They started running yesterday for users who don't want to pay the extra $2.99 a month. The company says the ads will allow Amazon to continue investing in compelling content. Streaming services like Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus have also moved to tiered subscriptions and increased subscription prices. We'll check some problems on the 60 with the KFI in the Sky next.
I just recently bought a new electric BMW iX from Sterling BMW, and it's certainly worth the drive to go down to Sterling. It's on the beach in Newport. It's just that great a dealership. Right now, you can lease, which I did, the all-electric 2024 BMW iX Drive 50 for $799 per month for 36 months. $64.39 due at signing, and that's through tomorrow. You also get 2 years of 30-minute charges offered by Electrify America on 2024 iX models. And this offer available by Sterling BMW through BMW Financial Services. Visit sterlingbmw.com.
Southland weather from KFI, lots of sunshine and pretty much nothing but today. Highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and Inland OC, mid to upper 70s in the valleys, 80 for the Inland Empire, 60s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy tomorrow, about 5 degrees cooler, then we'll cool down a bit more with mostly cloudy skies Wednesday. Chance of rain begins after midnight on Wednesday, and then we could see heavy rain at times, maybe even some thunderstorms on Thursday. Rain's going to be possible again Friday, and then late Saturday into Sunday. It's 53 in Fullerton, 51 Fountain Valley, 50 in Pomona, 50 in Santa Monica. The KFI market report is the Dow trading down 24 points. The NASDAQ is down 61. S&P 500 is down 5. Now let's check a crash in South El Monte. It's on the 60.
Westbound side of the 60, right around Grand. A couple of vehicles there involved. Looks like several vehicles. And a big rig. So that's causing some big delays out of Rolling Heights on the westbound side of the 60. If I had to do a little comparison shopping between the 10 and the 60, in the Inland Empire, the 60 looks better, but in the San Gabriel Valley, between the 57 and the 605, they're kind of neck and neck, I would say, the 10 and the 60. The 210 is actually a good way to go to Azusa there. We've got earlier problems cleared. Southbound side of the 5 at Bake Parkway, we've got a stall in the middle lane there, causing some delays back from the El Toro Y. But our earlier crash on the 5 southbound at El Toro is gone. So good news there in traffic. It's slowly recovering. Will Colesreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of that. More dishes, more flushing, and more shower time concerts. After 50 years of encores, Mr. Rooter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You're listening to The Bill Handel Show.
This is KFI AM 640. Bill Handler's your morning crew on a Tuesday morning, January 30th. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, boy, I have a great story about something called the Feather Alert. And what the hell is a Feather Alert? I'll share that with you. But first, it is time, 8 o'clock. We do this every Tuesday with Tech Tuesday. And we had a drop. That's okay, Tony. I screw up, you screw up. Rich, tomorrow you rarely screw up. Good morning, Rich.
Hey, good morning to you, Bill. Oh, you'd be surprised.
You know what? This is what live radio does. You know, I'll start to do a commercial, and my microphone isn't on, and I'm talking, and all of a sudden in my headpiece, Tony's screaming, turn on your mic. That's why we have these delays, like it just happened last break. Hey,
This is why people tune in. This is why, Bill, be proud that you are not AI. This is why people still like humans, because we make mistakes. It's fun. It's exciting. And, I love it just as much as everyone else. I don't want to see you screw up, but it kind of reminds me that we're all humans, which I like.
Yes, you do. Of course you do.
Maybe just you.
Yeah, get it. Hey, I have a question before we jump into some of the topics. I think we talked about this before. The story that we did this morning is that there is a move in the federal government to do with robocalls and AI getting involved with robocalls. And as I said, I get 4, 5, 8 robocalls an hour some days, and like 55 billion robocalls a year, and it's crazy making. As you know, I like to screw around with people, and so I will find out if there's a human being at the other end of the line. And I'm going, and so I get a call, and of course now there's a name to it that I don't recognize, and a phone number, and area codes all over the world, and hello, and then there's a hang up. Why do the majority of those calls hang up? Do you have any idea?
I'm trying to figure it out myself, because I have had these calls, and I've got I'll tell you about this. A new system, I've been testing this Samsung phone that has what's called call assist. And so if you get a phone number from a call from a number that you don't recognize, and it may flag it as spam, you can tap this button on the home screen that says call assist, and it will pick up the phone, and it will say, hey, this caller is using an assistant to screen his calls. Can you please tell me why you're calling? And 9 times out of 10 with these spammers, they just hang up. And so I think maybe it's part of their system, or maybe something just doesn't connect on the back end, but it is confusing. But I will say, the little call assist is quite a handy feature. It's available on the Samsung, it's available on the Pixel. iPhone have this new thing called live voicemail. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's a similar kind of thing where you can see what the person's saying on the voicemail. But look, all of these AI calls, these AI robocalls, it's going to get pretty bad. We already saw the election-related one over in New Hampshire, but AI just continues to get better. It's going to get smarter, and yes, it's going to be used in these evil ways that are going to drive people nutty.
So bottom line, we're going to go back to the days when you cannot trust the internet at all for anything. And you have, are we actually going to go back to news broadcasts, like national news broadcasts, where you trust CNN and Fox far more than you trust anything you see on the internet?
I think the trend that we're seeing is that people are finding the people they trust and the outlets that they trust. And I will tell you, watching my kids scroll through TikTok, scroll through YouTube Shorts, there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of semi-information out there. And AI is amazing in its ability to summarize and to regurgitate, but the problem is it hallucinates. And I've talked about this over and over. It's like it can give you 9 facts out of 10 that are correct, and that 10th fact is like, wait, what? And if you don't know that that's not true, how would you ever know? If it tells you that there's 51 states in the U.S., how would you ever know that there's 50 if you never learned that there's 50?
Yeah. By the way, this morning, I just a quick one. I put this at a 6 o'clock hour when I opened the show. I got one of those emails that is extorting me, that is trying to blackmail me, and it starts with "Dear Pervert," and I knew I had to read that and put it on the air. And it claimed that it caught me basically masturbating at my desk, and the perpetrator of it was going to literally broadcast it on every social media, everybody I've ever talked to. And I went on the air with it and said, gee, I've been so careful. How did they catch me doing that?
Yeah, you never do that in front of your computer. You're smarter than that.
Sure I do. I just do it, I thought, underneath the camera.
Well,
so anyway, and it was so good. Let me finish real quick. It was so good that I think, you know what? Anybody who's vulnerable would latch onto this and be frightened to hell.
Yes, and this is still, and look, that particular kind of sextortion email has been going around for a while. And here's a couple things. Number one, paste makes waste. We know that, right? And so, and I just got a story from my wife today. One of her friends got it. She was waiting for an email about something in particular. She got an email that she thought was about that, and she immediately clicked it, and then it was like, oh, log in with your password to your email. And she was like, oh, that seems odd, but let me do it. It's because she was acting really fast and in haste. And this is when people get tripped up. It's always when you're not thinking. Now, with these emails that you're talking about, what they typically do is they come out of a data leak. So let's say you used the password on a website a long time ago, and now it's part of a data breach. Well, they comb through those data breaches, they find that password, they link it up with your email, they send you an email and says, hey, by the way, we know that this is you because look at, this is your password. And you go, oh, that is my password that I might have used a long time ago, but it's still, like, how do they know that? Clearly, they are logging what I'm doing on my computer. And that's when the issue happens. And yes, some people are not as bold as you are to call it out, and they just want it to go away, and so they do whatever they have to make that happen.
Yeah, and I can't respond because it says don't even bother to respond. Just put $1,300 into this account, and we're talking about a crypto account, and it was very specific. And you know what? I caught you doing this, and I want to respond, and I can't do it. By the way, it's just a quick one before I take a break. We're going to come back and do some of the topics. I opened the show this morning with this, and it's just great fun, so listen to it on demand. Because I tell you, this guy sent it to the wrong guy. It was... no, I have to thank him for sending it, because it was so super entertaining. And Neil is going to put it up on he's going to post it on Instagram in just a few minutes. All right, we're going to come back with Rich tomorrow. We got plenty to talk about. Oh, filing taxes, and you bond, for example, to TurboTax. They got in a lot of trouble for what they were doing, and the government, the IRS, is now helping you out. Can you imagine the IRS helping you out? I mean, that's kind of crazy. We'll be back with Rich. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Malibu is adding a dedicated task force to patrol a dangerous stretch of Pacific Coast Highway. There have been several violent crashes in the area in recent years, including the crash that killed 4 Pepperdine University students last October. The man accused of crashing into the young women was reportedly driving at least 104 miles per hour. The company behind a global recall of sleep apnea machines says it will stop selling the devices in the U.S. This is under a tentative agreement reached with regulators. Philips has recalled more than 5 million of the sleep apnea machines because of the risk that their foam can break down over time and then be inhaled by users. Team USA is going to be getting some more gold. The U.S. figure skating team finished second at the Winter Olympics in Beijing, but the International Olympic Committee has stripped Russian skater Kamila Valieva of her gold for doping. That puts Team USA in first place, and the IOC says the team's going to get their gold. We've got some problems on the 15. We'll check those with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you are pretty overweight, grossly overweight, I know what it feels like. Boy, do I know. 18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. And then I underwent bariatric surgery, and it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the team at West Medical. They have changed the lives of thousands of patients, and hopefully you. West Medical works with most PPO insurance. They help cover the cost of your weight loss. Call 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a free consultation. 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
Sunny with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s to about 80 inland. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. There's a crash in Rancho Cucamonga on the 15th.
The southbound side of the 15, right there baseline south of the 210. Crash involving a couple of motorcycles. There were some injuries and debris in the roadway. The southbound side of the 15 is still pretty slow as you approach the 210 there. You might, if you really want to, take the 215 instead on south in San Bernardino and just skip the 15 through that stretch altogether. It'll cost you some time, though, to get around it. Either way, you're going to lose a few minutes right there, headed out of the Cone Pass. I-5 southbound Bank Parkway. We have a stall in the middle lane there, causing a little bit of a delay back towards the El Toro Y. And on the 60 westbound right around Grand, we had really a crash. Still kind of slow getting out of Industry past the 605 headed westbound.
Will Colschreiber, KFI in the Sky. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. What does it take on Alzheimer's? Courage to learn the facts and know the signs. And confidence to talk to your healthcare provider about screening and early detection. Find out how you can take on Alzheimer's at takeonalz.com.
Explore bizarre tales in the Very Special Episodes podcast hosted by Dana Schwartz and friends. Every Wednesday, they'll tackle a new stranger-than-fiction story, like NASA agents cracking down on a black market moon rock trade, a poisoned Titanic cast, and Mark Twain's pivotal bar fight. New from iHeart Podcast. That is every single one of these episodes. It is the fodder for you to say, I heard the craziest story on this podcast. Listen to Very Special Episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose. Healthy life.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of the Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I got on board. Behind me were two girls. They wanted to be seated together. They poached these two seats. Well, the people who were entitled to the seats on their ticket would show up, and they would do one of these, oh, I'm sorry, but we just want to sit together. The more people came in, the more they found that they were displaced. And it started with these two bubbleheads. John Cobell, book your seat early, and if you book late, then accept whatever you get.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, Joe Handel here. It is a Tuesday morning, January 30th. It is the second segment of Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro. Rich, KTLA Tech reporter, host of Rich on Tech, right here on KFI, Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can follow him on Instagram at RichOnTech, and his website is richontech.tv. Rich, was I right when I said TurboTax got in trouble with the IRS? Is that the company that got in a little bit of, let's just say, got in a little discussion with the IRS?
Yeah, it was the FTC that got all over them because basically they were advertising free file. But we know what happens. You go to the website, either you can't find it, or you go through the whole free filing process, and by the way, there's a whole bunch of hidden fees at the end.
Okay, so they got in some trouble for that, and I'm assuming there was a consent decree, and now they're not doing that. But there is a program that allows you to file taxes under a new IRS directive directly to the IRS, and it is free. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, and there's nothing kind of funny happening here, except I do expect there to be a lot of websites that pop up that try to redirect you to theirs when you're looking for this. And so I think you have to be very, very careful about going directly to this website, which is directfile.irs.gov. by the way, not .com, which a lot of people go to. But this is the IRS Direct File Pilot Program, and this is a program that's launching in 12 states, including California, that lets you pay your taxes, file your taxes online for free. And it's very similar. I sat through this like government demonstration for an hour, and I watched them put, someone's taxes through this system, and it is very simple, but you have to have a very simple tax, situation, right? So we're talking standard W-2 income, standard deductions, maybe a couple of kids, but, nothing too out of the ordinary because it's for very simple filers. But the good news is, you can be through this in about 12 minutes and be done with your taxes. There's no fee, and it's directly with the IRS, so it's pretty much one and done.
Yeah, one of the things that Donald Trump did, to his credit, is he raised the automatic deduction, I think, to $24,000 or whatever, and that becomes basically a one-page form, and that becomes much easier to file. So this extends that, I'm assuming.
This extends, exactly, because, the less you have to deal with all the deductions and stuff, the easier it gets for people. The IRS in their paperwork said that people spend about 9 hours and $150 to file taxes. So imagine that times, all the millions of taxpayers in the U.S. There's a lot of companies that don't want this to happen, and that's probably why it hasn't happened in the past. And why, when they originally did the free file program, which is the previous program, which, by the way, is still around. It's just, the whole thing with TurboTax and all these other companies, they would on purpose or allegedly hide that program from taxpayers. So, they make it tough to find, and then once you found it, it'd still be tricky, and then it was just confusing. And so, by making this direct file program, it's going directly through the IRS website. And so, the only thing, though, that I don't know, I guess people have a lot of opinions on taxes, but it would kind of be nice if they kind of pre-populated some of the information for you, but they don't do that. It's you type in your information that you get from your W-2.
Okay, fair enough. And then I want to finish up with yet another app, and I love talking about apps. And this one can listen to your voice and tell you if you're depressed or anxious, and I went on this. And at the end of it, it just says, Bill, you're still an ass, which I thought, how does it know? So let's talk about the psychology of this. How does it know?
Well, good question. This app is called Together by Renee. I did a story with Renee, the doctor who is actually in LA, who created this app. She is actually the same person, if you remember, a long time ago, started a company called Heal, and it was a doctor on demand. And it was way before the pandemic. This was probably 10 years ago or something like that. But basically, you could get a doctor to your house, like the old school kind of thing, but it was covered by insurance, and it was actually pretty neat. Anyway, she sold that to another company, a healthcare company, and now she started this app, which is basically aimed at helping people that help their elderly parents or aging parents, because it gets everything in one place. So you can scan pill bottles, it uses AI to kind of populate, so you have a nice list of all of their medications. It reminds them to take their medication. You can take a selfie. It will tell you your blood pressure, your heart rate, your oxygen levels. And now the newest feature, like you mentioned, is it will look at your voice and detect patterns in your voice to see if there's signs of anxiety or depression. Wow. I tried this morning. I got an 85, which they said was just fine. But it's kind of amazing that you can do this.
And AI is not or is involved with this?
Oh, no, this is AI, yeah, of course, because it's, the thing is, a lot of these healthcare companies, they've developed algorithms and patterns that they teach these things, and then once they're off and running and people start using it, they just continue to hone and get better all by themselves with a little bit of input from the makers.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. And then I'm assuming you're going to see more and more of this kind of interference or some kind of just recognizing voice patterns, gaits even, because the phones will be able to measure how you walk. I can't even imagine where the future of this stuff is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the iPhone, they announced a couple of years ago the whole walking thing, where you can toggle on a switch in the health app on your iPhone, and it will monitor your walking. It will tell you if you are a trip hazard, like you know, as people get older, they age, or they have some sort of issue, you know, the phone algorithm can figure that out before you even figure that out. So it can tell you, look, you are a fall hazard because of the way we've noticed you started to walk a little bit heavier on your left side or on your right side or whatever. So Bill, I think in the future, as people give more ability to their phone to monitor this stuff, there will be many, many benefits. Car crashes and emergency situations and health situations and heart situations and breathing. It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and by the way, just real quickly, as I was talking, I was thinking of science, fact, fiction. This is what's going to happen in the future. You always come back like, oh yeah, that came out 2 years ago. Oh yeah, that's already on. That people can already buy that and download that. It's fascinating stuff. Rich, host of Rich on Tech, Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Instagram at Rich on Tech. Website richontech.tv. Rich, you have a good one.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Okay, coming up. Of course, you've heard of Amber Alert. Everybody has. There was something called a feather alert. And I want to come back with a great story about Amber Alerts and this station and this show. And Neil will remember this when we come back. It's really a great story. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
State workers have been stripping citrus and other trees of their fruit in Redlands to protect against the oriental fruit fly. The workers are expected to go through trees at about 2,000 homes between now and February. Commercial citrus growers are also being asked to forfeit their crops within the quarantine area. A woman in downtown LA is offering a reward for whomever can help return her stolen French bulldog, Onyx. Ali Zacharias tells the John Cobelt Show someone grabbed her dog at a Whole Foods on January 18th, so she went after the thief and ended up on the hood of their car. She says she held on to the wipers as the driver sped off. It was about 2 long blocks, which felt like 10 miles. That's when she fell off. Stood up and I was whimpering and I felt defeated and I felt so confused and I felt so sad my dog was gone. Police are looking for a white Kia Forte with a missing hubcap. Onyx is black with a spotted coat and 2 different colored eyes. Israel's prime minister has called reports of progress in hostage negotiations with Hamas inaccurate.
Saying the latest proposal includes conditions Israel cannot accept. That likely includes a Hamas demand to end the war.
ABC's Jordana Miller says Hamas leaders have sent mixed messages. She says one rejected the current proposal yesterday, but another claims the group will take a look at the deal. Miller says the U.S. and Qatar are set to continue hostage discussions in Cairo this week. The CDC has warned doctors across the country to be on the lookout for measles. The agency says from December through January, there's been 23 confirmed cases. A lot of parents either deliberately or unintentionally foregoing that MMR vaccine for babies at the age of 12 months and then again at 4, which is 97% effective. ABC's Dr. Jennifer Ashton says initially it looked like a flu-like virus. Ashton says measles can be serious, as 1 in 5 people who are infected have to go to the hospital. Crews at California Science Center lifted a Space Shuttle Endeavour into the air and then lowered it into its launch position next to a pair of rocket motors and a massive fuel tank. The 122-foot-long orbiter was moved into place last night. It's the only NASA shuttle that will be displayed in a vertical position. Endeavour retired from space flight 13 years ago and has been on display horizontally at the Science Center for more than a decade. Big Bear's famous bald eagle couple has laid its second egg of the season. Jackie laid her second egg Sunday afternoon. The first one arrives out on Thursday. Thousands of people watched the famous family on cameras that live stream the nest high up in a tree next to Big Bear Lake. None of Jackie's eggs hatched last year. We've got some troubles on the 10. I'll tell you about that. Let's see KFI in the sky next.
A good night's sleep is more critical than ever. What do you feel like after a bad night's sleep? Miserable the next day. We all do. So let me tell you about the Sleep Number Smart Bag. This is proven quality sleep and is designed to make a difference in your health and wellness. You can customize, adjust each side of the bed to your ideal firmness, comfort, support to help you feel your best. That firmness level is your sleep number, and mine happens to be 100. I like a particularly firm mattress, and I've changed it over the years with the same mattress. The Sleep Number President Sale is going on right now. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed through February 26th. And you'll only find Sleep Number beds at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. There are 30 stores in Southern California, including Thousand Oaks, Arcadia, Mission Viejo, and Temecula. Visit sleepnumber.com for details. That's sleepnumber.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Another beautiful sunny day on the way with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s to near 80 inland, 60s for the Antelope Valley. About 5 degrees cooler tomorrow, then cloudy on Wednesday with rain possible after midnight. Heavy rain at times expected on Thursday. It's 54 in Yorba Linda, 53 in Mission Viejo. Got a crash in downtown LA on the 10.
10 right there at the 110, right there near the crypt. Crash there in the left lane, causing me some grief. It is slow on the eastbound side of the 10. Basically, all the way from about Los Angeles. So that's quite a haul there on the eastbound side. The typical delays on the westbound from Vermont all the way on out towards Robertson. We still have a long line of slowing on the 60. If you are headed westbound on the 60 through Industry, that is ugly. We just flew over that. Traffic is not moving from before Azusa Avenue all the way on out past the 605. Then it gets better past the 605, but yeah, that stretch there, it is basically a big old parking lot trying to take the 10 or the 210 instead. Still clearing away an earlier problem in the Rancho Cucamonga area, 15 southbound, right around baseline. Crash involving a couple of motorcycles, injuries, debris, and that caused some slowing on the southbound 15 as you approach the 210. Will Coles driver, KFI in the sky.
Don't let a traffic accident ruin your day. Visit FixAutoUSA.com to find the nearest Fix Auto location. Their highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. You have a choice on who fixes your vehicle. Tell your insurance agent that you want to go to Fix Auto.
I feel incredible because I called 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL. If you're looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days. They buy with cash. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out the reviews online. Call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage. DRA number 0961658.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just thirsty? Grab a water, my friends, to help hydrate and feel energized. To help you.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. More help and victories at southwesthealthyliving.org.
Are you suffering from back pain? Pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping? Pain when you walk? Numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. He's an American icon with countless hit songs that changed our lives. He stopped releasing music decades ago. Lucky for us, he's back now with a brand new song, and we've got it at iHeartRadio.
I had no intention of writing or singing or recording in a studio ever again.
Hear the iHeartRadio world premiere of Billy Joel's Turn the Lights Back On, and the story behind how it all came together. Thursday morning at 7, right here. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel on a Tuesday morning, Taco Tuesday, January 30th. And we're almost done with January. And it's goes quick. Goes quick. All right, last couple of segments of the show. I'm also doing Handle on the Walk phone calls, which I haven't done in a while. after the show off the air, and I'll give you the phone number a little bit later on. Now, you've heard of Amber Alert. Everybody has heard of Amber Alert. There's something called a Feather Alert. First, let me give you an Amber Alert story. Amber Alerts were created actually here in Southern California. George Runner, who is an assembly person or a senator, and this was 1996, and he introduced it in the state legislature, and it passed. And it had to do with, of course, Amber Alerts. You call in, and those freeway signs that immediately tell people what a car, what's going on, the description of the car. The very first Amber Alert successfully, a rescue, happened as a result of a Caltrans worker listening to our morning show. And what had happened was this cockroach, not the Caltrans worker, kidnapped 3 young girls or 3 young ladies and tied them up and put duct tape across their mouths and threw them in the back of a pickup truck. And they heard him say to them, he said to them before they were tossed in the back of the pickup truck, "I am going to kill you. You are not going to survive this." And off he went after putting him in the pickup truck. So right after this bill was passed, I was talking about the Amber Alert. And there was a Caltrans worker that heard that the description of the truck matched what he saw. He called the authorities, and those girls were rescued. And that was the first success story of an Amber Alert rescue. And we were very, very proud of it. And then Governor Gray Davis had a big, not a big ceremony, but we had I guess a press conference where we talked about the success of Amber Alert. We had George Runner there, who was a super conservative, hated Gray Davis. Gray Davis hated KFI because John and Ken were doing heads on a stick going after politicians at the time, and they went after Gray Davis, and they had enormous influence. So it's fair to say that then Governor Gray Davis hated us with a passion. That was an interesting press conference. He had this richest smile on his face as he talked about how KFI was so successful. Okay, so that's just a story about the Amber Alert. In the meantime, there is something called a Feather Alert. This has to do with indigenous people, mainly Native Americans. Why do they need a Feather Alert as opposed to a standard Amber Alert? Well, because it turns out a couple of things. That Native Americans are treated differently under the Amber Alert, or were. And the way it is, in fact, designed. Amber Alerts have to have the local authorities contact the CHP in order to issue a Feather Alert. Where the same thing, description, etc., what the person looked like, the vehicle, etc. And it just wasn't working as well because there was a middleman involved, and that is the local authority. And if you look at, now the numbers are small, but if you look at the history of this, it is pretty horrible. For example, last year, actually there were 6 Amber Alerts that were issued, that the CHP issued. All 6 that were requested were issued. There were 3 requested by a Native American tribe, and a couple of 3 different ones. There were 3, 2 were denied. And you go, wait a minute, how is that possible? Well, because it didn't meet the criteria of what the Feather Alert is about. It just went completely crazy. And so 2 out of the 5 Feather Alerts, it was 5 Feather Alerts requested, 2 were in fact allowed, and that raises all kinds of concerns because you think the rules would be exactly the same, wouldn't you? And they're not. And it makes absolutely no sense. So is it being straightened out? Yeah, it's being straightened out. The California legislature is looking at that. And the shame of it is if you're talking about per capita, and you're talking about the Native American population here in the state of California, per capita, it is far more dangerous in terms of kidnappings, in terms of people who would be, usually it's young girls, who generally are taken by parents across the board, and criteria has to be met. And it isn't. One is more difficult than the other. And the native population is more at risk than the general population. So it is completely turned around, and it's just absolutely horrible. And leaders and members of the tribes across the state went to the Capitol and said, hey, what is going on? They went in front of one of the committees, and they brought the CHP in. The CHP says, we can't do anything about it. We can't. 151 active cases of missing American Indian or Alaska Natives in California. And the biggest number comes out of Humboldt County. Okay, coming up, we're going to finish it up with the Boeing MAX 9 starting to fly. They started to fly over the weekend. And the story of probably one of, I think, one of the most storied American corporations just went into the toilet. And this will be studied in business schools for the next 200 years as an example of the worst of American business. I'll end it up with that. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A statewide computer outage affecting the Department of Motor Vehicles does not appear to be fixed yet. The DMV said yesterday it was experiencing network interruptions that will limit service. That means customers can't get driver licenses or real ID cards processed, but other services are still available online. 12,000 UPS workers are going to be losing their jobs. The delivery service says it's cutting the jobs as part of an effort to cut costs by $1 billion. UPS officials said in an earnings call this morning that softer demand and higher union labor costs are behind the cuts. Australian actress Millie Alcock is joining the DC Universe. The co-CEO of DC Studios announced yesterday that the 23-year-old from House of the Dragon will be taking the role of Kara in Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. We'll check some problems on the roads with the KFI in the Sky next.
I'd like to introduce you to NetSuite by Oracle. And this has to do with making your business more profitable. And it's all about the technology that you have. Now, I don't know what business you're in. No idea. But I do know technology is part of it. So what NetSuite does is help you become more profitable. One of the things it does is give you a snapshot of your business, what it's doing right this second. And based on that, you start making better decisions because you're not guessing anything. 37,000 businesses have upgraded their accounting, their finance, inventory management, if you do that, and a whole lot more. And they've been doing this for 25 years. So you're able to manage your risk because you know what's going on. Able to get better, reliable forecasts because you know what's going on. Drive down expenses and increase revenue. So download the NetSuite checklist. It's designed to help you make your business more profitable and better. And it's absolutely free. The checklist is absolutely free to see if it works for you. Go to netsuite.com/KFI. NetSuite as in office suites. netsuite.com/KFI.
Sunny with highs mainly in the 70s, except for Antelope Valley, where highs will top out in the 60s. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Well, still working on that crash in downtown LA.
The good news here is the crash appears to be gone. Wow, it really did some damage. Your drive on the 10 freeway, it is stopped out of Santa Monica, headed eastbound. It looks like the afternoon commute rather than the morning commute. Eastbound side of the 10 slow from about Lincoln and Santa Monica all the way into downtown where the crash was at the 110. So sorry about that. It is slow. Westbound side, the typical delays from Vermont out to about La Cienega. Looking at a problem right now in the Burbank-Griffith Park area, it's the eastbound side of the 134, the connector to the southbound 5, partially blocked with a stalled big rig. There's a CHP car there, but not much else, so they're going to have to get a heavy-duty tow truck in there to get that big rig out of there. That is causing delays as you get out of Burbank and again on the eastbound side of the 134 headed towards the 5. if you're trying to get through the industry area on the 60, it is so slow right now from about Azusa Avenue westbound all the way past the 605. Just super slow traffic there. And it looks awful slow on the northbound side of the 110 in South LA, getting away from the 105. The parking lot all the way on up to the 10. Will Colschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hey, come here. It's winter in Southern California. That means it's freezing at night. But guess who's staying warm thanks to their new windows? Me, with American Vision Windows. And they look beautiful. The neighbors are always commenting on how great they look. Energy prices are not going down, so you have to save as much energy as you possibly can. Nothing better than these windows from American Vision Windows. Jill and Kathleen put together this amazing company. See for yourself how great it is. From the moment you make that call until you get your windows installed, every aspect of this company is beautiful. I know firsthand. We have 8 of their windows. 8. And here's the big offer to start the brand new year. You're going to get a free upgrade to Quantatherm. That's top shelf. Plus, you're going to get 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, and free expert installation. Phone them up right away. 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or go to that website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit, offer expires 1/31/24. CSB 778-326.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brand at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic to Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with 0 copay, no extensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. We never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
If you have a kid in college right now
whose first year and a half sucked because there were professors that got to record a single lecture and play it 4 or 5 times.
I didn't get any money back for the first year and a half of my daughter's college career.
Jerry and Shannon.
Even though it was hobbled by the pandemic.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel on a Taco Tuesday, January 30th. And tomorrow, last day of January. And this is our last segment. Real quickly, I want to remind you that Coming up right after the show, as Gary and Shannon are on, I am going to be taking phone calls for Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice, off the air for future broadcasts. And you can still listen to the Gary and Shannon show right there through the phone, so you're not going to miss anything. And some of the big story, and the number is 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. And one of the big stories that we're looking at, the drone that killed those 3 Army soldiers at that Army base, small Army base in Jordan, right at the border of Jordan and Iraq. The reason it came through and it was able to hit the barracks was that the base was expecting an American drone to come back about the same time. And so the drone from the militants was able to come through. It was just pure luck bad luck on the American side and good luck on their side, if you want to call it that. Now, I want to finish our show today with the fact that the Boeing MAX 9s are now in the air. If you remember that, a couple of weeks ago, the plug on a MAX 9 of Alaska Airlines just blew out at 15,000 feet. And the plug is where the door was, and they just plug it up. And that's because the plane had fewer people than was necessary for 2 doors over the window, so they plugged up one of the doors. Okay. So immediately the MAX 9s are grounded, basically all over the world. Alaska and United to fly all the MAX 9s in the United States. Those airplanes were grounded, and then the FAA got involved. And now you're looking at, or they were looking at the inspections to really ramp up the inspections. Because the reality is, and it's a dirty little secret, the FAA doesn't have enough inspectors, so they actually rely, for example, in the case of Boeing, on Boeing employees to do the inspections and then report to the FAA in many cases. Oh, isn't that fun? All right, so with that, the FAA was happy enough, okay? They were convinced that the MAX 9s are now safe. And there are plenty of aviation experts saying, we ain't going anywhere near that airplane. And the backstory of that is the shame of Boeing. This is one of the storied corporations in American history that was the world leader in large aircraft. And the reputation was stellar internationally. And in 1997, McDonnell Douglas bought it, it merged. The McDonnell Douglas name doesn't exist anymore. They took the Boeing name because of Boeing's reputation. And frankly, they went into the sewer. Where you had a corporation, Boeing, that engineering and safety was at the top of the heap. With the new Boeing, engineering and safety, and I'm going to make this allegation because I believe it, it is not as important as making money. And I've heard complaint after complaint, former engineers, former employees, that are saying the pressure to make money is so intense that they're cutting corners. This is right from people who work there, who quit. Former FAA officials are saying the pressure to punch out those airplanes is so great. Corners are cut. The philosophy, the thinking of what Boeing was about is basically gone. And now you have Airbus, the European consortium that makes the wide-body planes that compete with Boeing. Frankly, I believe that Airbus has a bigger reputation, a better reputation for safety. And that is a heartbreaker. And there are plenty of people that won't touch the MAX 9. And I'm talking about aviation people. I'm talking about experts in the field. All right, we are done. I'm back again tomorrow. Also want to remind you that I am taking phone calls. Haven't done this in a while. Tuesdays and Thursdays I do this. And it's marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have absolutely no case. And the number is 877-520-1150. I'll start right at the top of the hour as Gary and Shannon start, and the phone calls are off the air. And as you can imagine, I go through them very, very quickly because there are no breaks. I just go through them. And the number 877-520-1150. And as I mentioned, you can still listen to Gary and Shannon on the phone while you're on hold, so you don't miss any of what's going on here at KFI. So we're back again tomorrow. We start all over again. Amy King with Wake Up Call at 5 a.m. And the rest of us, well, we're here at 6 a.m. when the show starts and ends right about now. And let's check in with Gary. Gary, what's on the show today?
Well, it's me. Sorry,
Shannon, I'm sorry. You look just like Gary.
I know I do. It's really freaky when I see his family.
Yeah,
so.
sorry about that. Okay, let me redo that. Let's check in with Shannon. What are you doing today?
Well, the Biden administration says we don't want a war with Iran, but Iran wants a war with us. How will they respond? We thought we'd see something yesterday. Today, we are still on response watch, I guess we can say. Also, locally, a teenager and his father have been arrested today in San Diego, making threats against Rancho Bernardo High School. The police got into the home. They found dozens of ghost guns, explosives, rockets, propelled grenades. Just insane. So we'll have all the latest on that breaking story as well.
A lot of stuff going on today. All right, coming up, Gary and Shannon right here, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Drugs in the desert. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Investigators in San Bernardino County say the murders of 6 people in El Mirage are likely tied to illegal marijuana.
All 6 people were shot, with 4 of them also being burned. San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes has not confirmed whether the murders last week were cartel-related. However, he did offer reporters some speculation.
It certainly looks like it has a lot of the modeling of cartel cases and things of that nature.
Dykes says illegal marijuana farms have plagued the high desert and have been linked to other murders. Investigators arrested 5 men Sunday at a compound near a marijuana grow under development. 3 of the guys are from Adelanto, 2 are from Apple Valley. Reporting live, Lake Trolley, KFI News.
The LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department say they've been trying to stop street takeovers around the county. On Sunday morning, 30 cars took over the 6th Street Bridge in Boyle Heights. The LAPD says it issued 150 citations and impounded 15 cars. On Sunday evening, the LA County Sheriff's Department says 4 people were shot during a takeover at Alondra Boulevard and Central Avenue in Compton. And Sunday night, the LAPD says officers arrested 24 people and impounded 14 vehicles during 5 separate takeovers at Century and Western. Police in Riverside County say the driver who crashed through a wall and into the garage of a home in Hemet was a 14-year-old girl having a mental health emergency. Video shows her running from the car after the crash Sunday. Police found the 14-year-old and her older sister at a home nearby. The teen was placed on a 72-hour mental health involuntary hold. The LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department have received a grant to help keep track of violent people ordered to give up their guns.
The grant will fund an online portal accessible by multiple agencies, including the court system, to notify officials when a firearms relinquishment order has been violated. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says the portal will only target people with domestic violence restraining orders.
This grant will allow our team to expand its efforts to confiscate firearms for people prohibited by our courts from possessing firearms and ammunition.
LAPD Chief Michael Moore says those who do not give up their guns as ordered could face felony charges. Chris Adams, KFI News.
Israel's military says it's reviewing the shooting death of a Palestinian man who was killed while walking in a group of people waving a white flag in the Gaza Strip. The IDF said Sunday footage of the shooting has raised concerns of possible wrongdoing by soldiers. The video shows 5 men walking down a street as smoke billows overhead. The men then hold their hands in the air and one waves a white flag, which is an international symbol of surrender. That's when shots are fired and a man in the group is killed. A House committee is expected to vote for 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Republicans accuse him of failing to secure the border. New York Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman says Mayorkas needs Congress to pass stronger laws so they can enforce border safety.
This is a rushed, sham impeachment that is purely being done for political purposes.
Texas Republican Congressman Mike McCall, who's chairing the committee hearing, says nobody deserves impeachment more than Mayorkas. Members of the U.S. Olympic figure skating team are receiving gold medals since Russian skater Kamila Valieva was disqualified for doping. She's also been banned for 4 years for doping at the 2022 Winter Games in Beijing. Valieva was 15 at the time. Team USA finished second, but because Valieva has been disqualified, it pushes Team USA into first place. And the IOC says the team will be awarded gold medals. The Russian Olympic Committee has called the decision a war on Russian athletes. ABC's Maggie Rulli says the committee has issued an appeal.
The big question is when and where an official Olympic medal ceremony could take place. There have been some suggestions it could even be this summer at the Paris Olympics, but right now nothing has been confirmed.
The U.S. Olympic Committee called it a significant win, not only for Team USA athletes, but also for athletes worldwide who practice fair play and advocate for clean sports. Southland weather from KFI, sunny skies, highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and inland Orange County, mid to upper 70s in the valleys, around 80 for the Inland Empire, 60 in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy tomorrow, about 5 degrees cooler, then mostly cloudy on Wednesday. Rain, maybe even thunderstorms on Thursday. Then we have rain possible Friday and again late Saturday and Sunday. It's 60 in Dana Point, 59 Long Beach, 60 in Ladera Ranch, and 60 in Torrance. The KFI market report, the Dow is trading up 57 points. The NASDAQ is down 61. S&P 500 is up 1. Checking in with the KFI in the sky, we've got a crash in Anaheim on the 91.
Westbound side of the 91 at Raymond, crash there, and they're working on it, but traffic is backed up to the 55. If you're headed south, perhaps some points from there, you might consider taking the 55 from the 91 and then getting on the 22, using that to get over to the 5 and getting around that problem in Anaheim. Meanwhile, earlier problems on the eastbound side of the 10, left the 10, kind of a mess getting out of Santa Monica all the way through the mid-city area into downtown LA, the eastbound side there. You'll find plenty of traffic left over from that. Westbound side, the usual stuff from about western now on out towards La Cienega. We've got a stalled big rig. The eastbound side of the 134 as you try to make the transition to the southbound 5. You can't do it. Well, you can do it. One lane is open, though. One lane blocked by that stalled big rig, and traffic kind of slow out of the Burbank area on the eastbound side of the 134. Southbound side of the 101, really slow still as you get out. Well, first of all, it's slow in North Hollywood on the 170 from about Magnolia on down to the 101, 134. And the 101 itself, pretty slow as you make your way all the way down to the 4-level interchange where it meets the 110. Real cool driver, KFI in the sky.
Hey, it's Team Shark. For a better you in 2024, get better water. A LightSource whole home water system will help you be a better you. LightSource removes the bad stuff, keeps the good. No chlorine showers or baths, just filtered water from every tap. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply. A massive data leak, being called the mother of all breaches, has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately sold databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
As most Americans suffer financially, gold just hit an all-time high. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why you need a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. Secure your IRA or your 401k right now. Text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
You can't do whatever it is you're doing here. You need to leave.
I told you, no sport can take takeoff.
Woo, that's a classic line.
I never knew there's a universe where I wouldn't know that my dad had a water buffalo named Gary Hoffman.
Yeah, that my mom had a friend named
Shannon Barron.
What about him?
I feel like this is my new favorite show. Gary and Shannon.
You say that about every show.
It's a fun thing.
Gary and Shannon, Magnify AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Still January. Still in the first month of the year here, January 30th, today, Tuesday.
People get fired up when you say Tuesday.
I know. I don't know what it is. It's an homage to my grandmother.
Yeah.
Who used to say Tuesday or Wednesday.
What I don't understand is why people feel then motivated. Well, she is doing a disservice to the people and she needs to be corrected.
It's odd.
Do you not know how to say Tuesday?
It's odd what ruffles feathers, isn't it?
We'll start talking about apples even. That'll get people fired up. It's going to rain this week. Here in Southern California, we're actually only going to get kind of the tail end of what is supposed to be, again, another Pineapple Express. But in areas around the San Francisco Bay Area, they're talking about 8 inches of rain over a couple of days.
Yeah, in San Francisco alone. Now we've got
a good power wash.
We've got a huge guest for tomorrow.
That's what I hear.
I'm so excited. My household's very excited.
The whole household, huh? We are allegedly, now I don't want to jinx it.
I know.
But we are allegedly going to speak to KPLA meteorologist Henry DeCarlo.
Or as he goes by in my home, Henry.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be freaked out when I tell him the extent of the talk about him in my household?
I want to do a little exercise with you just in terms of keeping yourself calm.
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for you to kind of practice holding back some of those emotions.
Here's the thing.
Now,
they're not my emotions. I know. They're my husband's emotions. This is like when we had Gary Johnson in studio for your wife.
Right.
And you then could go home and be like, I talked to Gary Johnson for you today. And you get major points for that.
Right.
That's what I'm looking forward to, the points that I will receive for talking to Henry.
But it's also, I think, an exercise in that patience. You have to temper that a little bit because you don't want to overwhelm him. At the same time,
have you ever known me to be overwhelming?
You don't want to overwhelm Jim Harbaugh at some point in the future, whenever that meeting takes place.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of headlines to get to outside of the rain. UPS says they're cutting 12,000 jobs.
They put that alert out at the same time that they said if you want to work for UPS, you have to come to work 5 days a week.
Yeah.
And that's not by coincidence.
No, I totally agree. Remember the whole story about the defense secretary going into the hospital without telling anybody? The Department of Justice came out with a memo that announced very early on, Attorney General Merrick Garland in for back surgery this weekend, and that while he is under anesthesia, all of the powers will be turned over to the number 2 official, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. They're doing this several days ahead of time and making it very public so that they don't get caught in the same sort of PR nightmare that the Secretary of Defense got caught in at the beginning of the year. All right.
Speaking of the Secretary of Defense, why are we hearing from Anthony Blinken and not the Secretary of Defense?
Well, only because he was speaking. He and Jens Stoltenberg, I think, were the ones that were speaking. And they weren't necessarily talking about the Middle East. They were talking about NATO and Ukraine and Russia.
There's a time for diplomacy, and we've passed that point. I'd like to hear from the war people now.
President Biden left the White House this morning on his way to fundraisers, bad timing, in Florida. And while he was on his way to Marine One out on the lawn, somebody asked him, barely hear it again because they have the giant, engines roaring on this helicopter. The question is, have you decided on a response to the attacks yet?
Yes.
Yes, that's all he said. Another question was, do you hold Iran responsible? And he said, basically, I hold them responsible in the manner that they were supplying weapons to whoever it was that shot this drone into Tower 22, this outpost way up in the corner of Jordan near the borders of Iraq and Syria. Now, again, we told you that attack, that drone attack, killed 3 American service members, wounded several dozen. It turned out that Specialist Kennedy Sanders of Waycross, Georgia, just a 24-year-old, bright, bushy-tailed kid, basically, was one of those who was killed, and her mom spoke to the media there in Georgia.
I'm still in shock in my mind as a parent when she went into the reserve. I never thought she would, be the one that sees this type of action.
Yeah.
People call her goofy. She's always laughing, playing, smiling, very outgoing. I just want people to remember Kennedy and smile the way that she always smiles.
Specialist Brianna Moffitt's mother also released a statement that she was a very smart, beautiful young woman. She loved to laugh. She was outgoing, had many friends that she just adored and was always smiling.
Now, we need to take action that's going to stop all of this. We cannot continue to use $2 million missiles to shoot down these goofy drones that are about $2,000 a piece. That's untenable. It doesn't make financial sense. It doesn't make any sense. There needs to be action that cuts all this mess out.
And when? When is it going to happen? I mean, I like we said yesterday, yeah, it takes some time for the giant hammer that is the American military to get in place for something, even if it's a surgical strike in a relatively small scale. Maybe they're planning something bigger. Maybe this is several days worth of bombing of whatever sites in Yemen or specifically some Iranian targets in order to send that message. But this can't, like you said, this 160 plus literal attacks on Americans in that area
Since October,
with no
ramifications,
no giant response. I mean, we've lobbed a couple of missiles at targets in Yemen, but I mean, those guys cut and run. Once they launch some stuff, they get out of the place that they launched because they know that we can target that. So
I hope there's, like you said, some response that's been days long in the planning, and that we're not just week stream here. All right, the push to impeach the department, the Alejandro Mayorkas, over his handling of the border is on the table right now on Capitol Hill. This would be the first cabinet secretary to be impeached in 150 years.
The border issue is not a winning issue for Joe Biden going into this election.
No, and he's claiming that there's no executive orders that he can put in motion at the border, which is erroneous.
Try something. Do anything. Don't just lay it on the feet lay it at the feet of Congress, because they are a bunch of inept. There are 535 inept people there that are willing to do it. What's that? Oh, Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes says the massacre in a remote area of the Mojave Desert was most likely tied to a dispute about marijuana. 5 people were arrested and charged with the shooting Sunday. Dykes confirms 6 Hispanic men were shot last Tuesday night. 4 of the bodies were burned. Elon Musk says the first human to get a Neuralink brain implant is recovering. Musk says the hope is the implants could help people with diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's move again, using the implant to control electronic devices. Musk posted on X the implant was put into a human for the first time on Sunday. Toyota is asking the owners of 50,000 older model vehicles to get immediate recall repairs done for potentially faulty airbags. The recall affects about some 2003 and 4 Corollas and 2004 and 5 RAV4s with Takata airbag inflators. More than 67 million Takata inflators have been recalled since 2009 after causing at least 30 deaths and hundreds of injuries. Sunny skies on the way today, highs mainly in the 70s, 60s for the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. Let's check in now with our KFI in the sky. Will's got a crash over South LA.
That's the problem here on the northbound side of the 110 freeway at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Crash clearing, and it is super slow on the northbound side of the 110 as you get away from the 105 all the way up to the 10 beyond that crash scene. Right now we're looking at a problem on the 91. This just happened, 91 westbound right around Raymond. Looks like a crash in the 2 left lanes there as traffic slow from the 55. You could, of course, if you were headed westbound on the 91, you could go south on the 55 and then take the 22 west, if that'll help you out if you're going to the south maybe a little bit there. Otherwise, hang in there. There are a couple of lanes open. It will just take you extra time to get through. On the southbound side of the 5 in the very north end of Santa Clarita, southbound side of the 5 at Magic Mountain Parkway, it looks like we have 3 left lanes closed for some Caltrans work. That's going to be the case for a couple of hours.
Will Cole-Schreiber, KFI in the Sky.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. For over 47 years, Oakdale Law Injury Lawyers has been and will always be there when you need us. Call us today, 888-OPO-WINS or OPOLaw.com.
Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now.
There are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
15 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. Then I underwent bariatric surgery, and it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the team at West Medical. They've changed the lives of thousands of patients. West Medical works with most PPO insurers to help cover the cost of your weight loss surgery. Call 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a free consultation. 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Joe Buck and John Smoke welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh, she's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally wants you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at givemegavin.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Box for nothing.
Sell us your car. givemegavin.com. So easy you can do it and you're earning your winner.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Treat your Valentine to a night of romantic songs with Broadway's longest-running Phantom, Davis Gaines. Davis Gaines, one night only, Valentine's Day, Wednesday, February 14th. Tickets at LaMaradaTheater.com.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of The Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Come on, Frank. Miramonte. I need spiritual advisor to win this race. No! Oh, God! It's son of a... You
You've done the Tim Conway Jr. Show.
God almighty. I needed that 6.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Weird story out of San Diego developing this morning. A teenager and his father had been arrested on suspicion of making threats against the Rancho Bernardo High School. San Diego police raided the home. They found ghost guns, explosives, rocket-propelled grenades. Apparently, the teen's dad, the 45-year-old Neil Anders, was a doomsday-preparing dad. The wife, other kids were at home at the time of the raid. They were allowed to leave. Dad was booked into the jail. Son was taken to juvenile hall. There are still classes there, but they do have a heightened police presence on campus.
San Diego police actually put out what looks like a picture of an RPG that was supposedly found. I don't know if it's real or not.
And a bunch of American flags in the garage.
Well, I haven't heard.
Why isn't it outside?
RPG.
Why isn't it flying outside?
Because
of the rain.
I don't have a good flag holder.
Well, you should get one.
I should. Israeli security forces disguised as doctors and patients raided a hospital in the occupied West Bank early today and killed 3 Palestinian militants who allegedly were planning another cross-border raid, but this time from the West Bank. This would have been similar to what the October 7th raid was by Hamas. They went in, this team of Israeli security forces dressed as doctors, nurses. There was even a guy on a wheelchair, or in a wheelchair, who eventually then kind of threw off their disguises and found these 3 guys and got them. And the Justice Department, we just saw this, is investigating Cori Bush, Congresswoman Cori Bush, Democrat out of Missouri, considered to be one of the members of the squad, over the alleged misuse of government funds intended to pay for her security. Related to allegations of federal security money being spent improperly, a subpoena announcement was actually read on the floor of the House yesterday.
We have your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Make sure you put that keyword on the website and then keep an eye on your email inbox because that's how we notify the winners. And then another chance is coming up an hour from now for you to win $1,000.
The push is on to impeach Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over his handling or lack thereof of the border crisis.
Yeah, House Republicans say that this is willful and systematic refusal to enforce immigration laws. He argued in a personal appeal that they should instead be working with the Biden administration on border security.
We have not approached this day or this process lightly.
This is chair of the committee, Mark Green.
Secretary Mayorkas' actions have forced our hand. We cannot allow this border crisis to continue. We cannot allow fentanyl to flood across our border, or criminals to waltz in undeterred. And we cannot allow a cabinet secretary with no regard for the separation of powers of the rule of law to remain in office.
Benny Thompson out of Mississippi is the ranking Democrat.
The extreme MAGA Republicans who are running the House of Representatives are deeply unserious people. They don't want progress. They don't want solutions. They want a political issue. And most of all, they want to please their disgraced former president. The MAGA-led impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is a baseless scam. And the few rational Republicans left in the House know that, even if they refuse to admit it.
I made the comment that the border security is not an issue that's going to help Joe Biden going into the election.
We've had a record number of migrants over the past year, and Republicans argue that the Biden administration and Mayorkas, to be specific, either got rid of the policies in place under Trump that had controlled migration or enacted policies of their own that have encouraged migrants from around the world to come to the United States illegally. They accuse Mayorkas of lying to Congress, pointing to his comments about border being secure, about the vetting of Afghans airlifted to the U.S. after the hasty withdrawal from that country.
If all you did, the very first thing you said there was that there have been a record number of people that have come across the border, especially in the last couple of months. I think, August, September was very, very high, and then the month of December broke records. If all you did was look at just that statement, the number of people coming into the United States is ridiculously high, and it's never been higher. Regardless of how you feel about who should come in, what sort of welcome that we as the United States should have, a very prosperous nation, you have to admit that that is a massive, massive problem. That if we don't have the ability to control who comes in to the country and works with us, lives with us, all that, we don't have any sort of security. And I know that it's sort of the conspiracy theory is not the right word. One of the fear-mongering tactics is to say, well, mixed in amongst all of the South and Central Americans that are coming into the United States. We've got people from China and Afghanistan and Iran and Syria and Jordan, places that we aren't necessarily friendly with, or places that would gladly send in sleeper cells full of people into the United States. You can't ignore that. We can't just pretend and say that that's some sort of right-wing talking point. It's not written.
It's not. It's cautious.
And how Joe Biden had said, if Congress gives me a plan, I will shut down the border. You can do a lot between now and then that at least turns off the welcome light. It at least turns off the old porch light that lets you know everybody's home. Hey guys, sorry, we can't, because there's a great book. There's a great book about charity. I think it's international charity specifically, but it says, when helping hurts, you think you're extending a wonderful, life, a healthy and safe future to people that come into the United States because we're so prosperous. But those neighborhoods along the border in places like Eagle Pass, Texas, they're slums. They're slums, not because of the kinds of people that live there, the number of people that live there. It's unsustainable.
We are not Trace Adkins. Every light in the house should not be on.
It was very, very true.
Extreme mega republic.
Oh, I was going to play this message.
Hey, Gary and Shannon, John down in Orange County. Excited to hear if Henry's on tomorrow. My wife loves Henry, and she always refers to him as Henry, just like Shannon's husband does. So I'll be anxious to hear it. I grew up in the Orange area where he did, around the Orange Circle. So hopefully he can tell you about that part of town. Otherwise, thanks a lot.
We might really spread out with Henry. Maybe do an hour.
That'd be great. He's got a lot to say.
He sure does.
Maybe he's going to get a Neuralink chip implanted in his head.
Yeah, Elon Musk says that his brain science startup company has implanted a device in a human for the first time. Oh boy.
Yep, it starts.
It's beginning.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man has been found dead inside a home that caught fire in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. LA County Fire says firefighters arrived on scene this morning and saw smoke and fire coming out of the house. They put the fire out in about 20 minutes. A man was found inside the home and was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 others were taken to a hospital. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. Police say a number of street takeovers around LA have kept them occupied.
The LAPD says early Sunday morning, 30 cars took over the 6th Street Bridge in Boyle Heights, and officers on scene say they handed out 150 citations and impounded 15 vehicles. Later that evening, 4 people were shot during a takeover in the area of Alondra Boulevard in Central Avenue near Compton. The 4 were taken to a hospital in unknown condition. No arrests were reported, and later that night, during 5 additional takeovers at Century Boulevard and Western Avenue, the LAPD says it arrested 24 people, issued 15 citations, and impounded 14 vehicles. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Students at UCLA and UC Riverside want Starbucks off their campuses until the coffee giant gets out of the way of workers' efforts to unionize. The students plan to deliver petitions with more than 1,500 signatures to the schools today and tomorrow. Students have accused the company of trying to stop baristas from unionizing.
Our district manager and store manager had 2-on-1 meetings with our partners, trying to give misinformation and dissuade our partners and intimidate them from unionizing.
That employee at a coffee shop in LA tells KTLA employees have been laid off for trying to unionize. The federal government recently ordered Starbucks to reopen 23 stores after it said they were closed because workers tried to unionize. State water officials are getting ready to do their second manual snowpack survey of the season at Phillips Station in the Sierra. California started the year with a snowpack at just 25% of its historical average. As of yesterday, it was at 52% of normal. Another storm is headed to the Southland and actually to Northern California as well this week, and then more storms are on the way. Last year at this time, the Sierra snowpack was 212% of normal. The State Department has issued a travel advisory for the Bahamas. Americans are being urged to exercise increased caution when visiting. The advisory is because of crime and safety issues. Officials say people should not physically resist any robbery attempt. There have been 18 murders in the Bahamas since the start of this year. Prices for tickets to the Super Bowl are the highest they've ever been. SeatGeek and TickPick say average prices range between $9,800 to $12,000 on the secondary markets, and that is not even for good seats. It's also a 70% increase over last year's Super Bowl, when average tickets were going for $5,800. Experts say demand is higher than normal because the game's going to be at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. The 49ers play the Chiefs. That's February 11th. Southland weather from KFI, another beautiful sunny day on the way with highs in the low 70s at the beaches. Mid-70s to near 80 inland, 60s for the Antelope Valley. About 5 degrees cooler tomorrow, and cloudy on Wednesday with rain starting sometime after midnight. Heavy rain is possible at times on Thursday. Might see a thunderstorm as well. It's 61 in Garden Grove, 63 in Orange. We've got a crash in Ontario on the 10. Let's check in one more time with the KFI in the sky.
Been developing here in Ontario. It's the 10 eastbound at Vineyard crash involving numerous vehicles. One was up on the center divider, another one was overturned. Traffic at a standstill. In fact, at last report, they were holding all lanes of the eastbound side of the 10. Again, this is right at Vineyard, right near the Ontario airport there. Traffic quickly backing up all the way into Montclair. Looks like it's slow, basically from at least Central, maybe even Monte Vista. On the eastbound side of the 10, take the 60, take the 210, do not take the 10 eastbound through Ontario. Westbound side of the 60, right around 7th Avenue, looks like we've got a crash there, just adding to what has been a kind of a miserable day on the westbound side of the 60 through the city of Industry, Hacienda Heights area. Very slow there as well. And we still got problems on the 91. 91 as you head westbound right around Raymond there in Anaheim. Crash clearing, and it is slow back from the 55. Will Cole-Schreiber, KFI in the sky.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just thirsty? Grab a water, my friends, to help hydrate and feel energized. The health food.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. More healthy victories at CalFreshHealthyLiving.org.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the Kitchen Store is having its big sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen, and on the web at 310kitchen.com.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Oh, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richie Branson's Island. He's so fun. He said, Fallon, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarine? You know, we're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
Jacob's baby making music.
Oh, you're making a baby in there?
In there, I'm off. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, does everybody get a ridiculous amount of paternity leave now because of men's feelings and emotions and rights?
I think a lot more. It's clearly a lot more than I ever. I think I told you.
3 months is, or was it 3 months?
I think it's 8 weeks.
Oh, 8 weeks.
But I took 2 days.
Right. Well, your wife also wanted you out of the house.
There was that. It was also, and again, not that I was slave to my job, but it was during the WTO riots in Seattle.
Important.
So there's stuff to do.
Yeah.
Granted, it was hard to come home smelling of tear gas and pepper spray to an infant.
Well, you'd have to disrobe in the garage.
Which is exactly what I did. But it was also December in Seattle, so that was a little cold.
Shrinkage.
There was a lot of that, and I had to still walk through the living room to get to the shower. So that wasn't.
You're like one of those. You're like one of those Reese's Valentine's Day candies.
Mm-hmm. The pink cream full of peanut butter. Developing story out of Illinois. The state board of elections in Illinois has voted unanimously to allow Donald Trump to stay on the primary ballot in the state of Illinois. This is yet another challenge, or was another challenge, to his eligibility under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. This 8-person bipartisan board voted unanimously, again, against a lawsuit brought by a group of Illinois voters, represented by a group called Free Speech for the People, and some Illinois election lawyers. The State Board of Elections, said it does not have the authority to decide on that challenge. So he will be allowed, at least according to them, he will be allowed on the primary ballot in the state of Illinois.
Elon Musk has a brain science startup company. It's called Neuralink. And he announced yesterday that they have implanted a device in a human for the first time. They say this is a step toward a product that would allow people to control almost any external device just by thinking.
Yeah, he wrote on X, Twitter, he said that the patient received an implant Sunday and is recovering well, and that the initial results showed promising neuron spike detection. And that's good. No other details about exactly what happened, about who it went into, or what the device was that they actually implanted.
This is 8 months after Neuralink said it had received approval from the FDA to conduct a first-in-human clinical study. Now, the FDA, which does regulate medical devices, would need to approve any consumer product. They have not responded to a request on this announcement. But the whole thing behind this, they say, is for good. It's all for good, not for evil or nefarious reasons. That this would help people that have severe paralysis.
Yeah, one of the things that that Elon suggests is initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs. Imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate faster than a speed typist or an auctioneer. That would be the goal. And then specifically, the first product, he said the first product would be called telepathy. He didn't say whether it was a new device or just renaming something that they've had in the past.
They will say telepathy would allow people to control their phones or computers with thoughts only.
And then basically their phone or computer, anything else. That would be sort of the portal into controlling all of these other devices. Now, the problem, or I should say the problem.
Well, the problem is the monkeys.
The problems that are associated with this are the monkeys that have undergone these procedures, right? That were the original test subjects for this. And there were a lot of stories, nightmarish stories about what was going on with these monkeys, that they were killing themselves, that they were dying during the procedure, that their brains were being fried. I mean, the stories were pretty outlandish. The Agriculture Department said last year they did an investigation into all of it. And they said there were no violations of any animal research rules other than an incident in 2019 where one of the Neuralink surgeons used an unapproved sealant to close the holes that were drilled into one of the monkey skulls.
It's just like Planet of the Apes stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, and listen, this is, It's the fact that it's an internal device. Neuralink is not the first. There is another company called Precision Neuroscience that implanted a device in a human for the first time last year. It's that you're doing it with just thought. I mean, there were other devices. There are things that you can get implanted, RFID chips in your arms or your hands or something, where you don't have to use your ATM card. It's such a hassle to do so. You just wave your hand over that little pay spot at the grocery store or whatever. This is the future of medicine, at least some aspects of it. There was a doctor who was on Good Morning America today that they interviewed, and she said she cannot wait to see something like this, that she's a neuroscientist herself, or a neurologist, and she thinks that this is the absolute future of her field.
I really do think that in my lifetime as a physician, I'll be able to use this type of technology to help my patients, and I cannot wait for that day to come.
So is there a point where...
This is going to be one of those, it depends on who you ask for opinions on what this could be or what detriment it could be.
Well, if it's a computer, if it's an electronic device, the assumption is there's some way to hack into it.
Sure.
So
I'd watch that movie. If we had the ability to hack into people's lives like that.
Do you remember the remake of The Manchurian Candidate?
This is why I never watch science fiction movies. Because it's terrifying. Because it's right around the bend.
Right around the bend.
On a Tuesday.
There was a film, 2004, in Stanbell, Washington. A commando served during the Gulf War. His unit's member sergeant, first class Raymond Shaw, awarded Medal of Honor. And then it turns out that at some point, I don't remember the whole thing, I just remember that those two guys were in it, Liv Schreiber and Denzel Washington. Liv Schreiber ends up being a guy who's been programmed, finger quotes, to assassinate him. That movie's 20 years old.
Yeah. Kids are spending a lot of time in the bathroom at schools. And they're spending a lot of time in the bathroom because that's where they make their TikTok videos. So schools are starting to respond, and we'll tell you how when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy Kane live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
More than 2,000 homeowners in Redlands are losing their fruit. State agriculture officials say they will work to eradicate the invasive oriental fruit fly by stripping fruit off trees. This is a mandatory thing, no options for owners. Workers are going door to door and will be removing the fruit from all citrus trees and other fruit-producing plants through February. Malibu is adding a dedicated task force to patrol a dangerous stretch of the TCH. There have been several violent crashes in the area. The most recent killed 4 Pepperdine University students in October. The man accused of crashing into the young women was reportedly driving at least 104 miles per hour. Velo Airlines is adding extra flights between Burbank and Las Vegas for Super Bowl. The airline says it will add 1 round-trip flight on Friday, February 9th, and 1 round-trip flight on Monday, February 12th. The airline's CEO says the additional flights will make it easy and convenient for 49ers and Chiefs fans to watch the game or simply enjoy all the festivities in Las Vegas. Sunny skies, highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s to near 80 inland. This report brought to you by Think It Up. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Still have big problems in Ontario on the 10.
The San Bernardino Freeway, the eastbound side at Vineyard, the right lane's going to be blocked here. Stop traffic from Monte Vista. Also, a heavy one through Elysian Park on the 5 northbound at the 2 Glendale Freeway. Second lane from the left block. It's stopped from the 10. And a heavy one through Santa Monica on the 10 eastbound at Sentinel. It's about Maple. It's going to be stop and go, about a 15-minute wait. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Vila.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast's only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Metro officials unveiled the new name for the West Santa Ana branch line, the Southeast Gateway Line. Gateway to what? Why do they call it like Death Coach?
Mo Kelly.
Because you know exactly who it's serving and where it's going.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after the news at the top of the hour, we'll get an update from KFI News and Blake Trolley about the 6 men found dead in the desert. Looks like this was related to nearby pot farms, a dispute. These guys were shot, some of them burned. Blake will have all the details coming up at 10.
President Biden says he has decided how the United States is going to respond to a drone strike that killed 3 American troops in Jordan. He was leaving the White House this morning for fundraisers in Florida and said, we don't need a wider war in the Middle East. As a note, I don't know if Tehran would be a target, but Tehran is about 11 hours ahead of us, so it's nighttime there. It's almost 9 o'clock in the evening there in Tehran. The political chief of Hamas has announced that his group has received a proposal to pause the fighting, not pause the fighting. Pause the fighting in Gaza. There is a group of 4 nations, U.S., Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, that have been working together, and they've been speaking in Paris for coming up with a framework that would start a 6-week ceasefire that would allow for the release of more hostages. The political chief for Hamas said they are studying the proposal, but at this point they haven't said much, just that they have received an invitation to Cairo to go in and discuss the framework freely.
TikTok is all the rage with children, the youth, who don't say things like all the rage. And in an effort to cut back from kids using the TikTok during school hours, there's at least one school, this one's in North Carolina, a district in fact, that has removed mirrors from the bathroom. I don't know when we started thinking that the bathroom was a place to take pictures.
I was just going to say, bathrooms have never been a very
aesthetically pleasing place.
Good word. That's very good. The lighting is often very harsh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what kind of lighting you have in your bathroom to
Not good.
to put makeup on.
Actually,
like
one of my bulbs has been flickering for about a week.
I can tell. Is it on the left side of your face?
Are you serious?
I'm just saying that I notice sometimes like your foundation is not.
Really?
No.
Because your face was really serious, and I do this all the time. Like, I think all women do this. I mean, it's hard to get it right exactly.
It's hard to spackle that together.
And they say you should do your makeup in the car with the natural light coming in from the sun. But that just seems like way too much maintenance. So I have my bad lighting right now, a bulb flickering, and 8 out of 10 times when I get in the car and I look at my face under the natural light, I'm like, what? You look like a clown. What are you doing?
Give the full pack.
But I don't care
makeup
enough.
remover things that
I don't, because I don't care enough. I'm like, listen, it is what it is.
No, it looks fine. But it is an interesting phenomenon. In the last 20 years, we've seen more of people's bathrooms on social media than I've ever experienced in just normal life, going to someone's house.
And bathrooms matter. Backgrounds in the bathrooms matter. If you've got like dirty towels hanging up,
there can be
that's not good.
There are nice bathrooms, right? There are people who take care of their place, and it's appointed in a nice, pleasant way. But there is a wide gap between a nice, clean bathroom and the sins that you would witness in the event.
I mean, don't want to see your dirty towels.
We've seen them. We've seen the dirty towels.
Or the sink.
Laundry piled up, or like toothpaste splatter on the mirror and all that stuff.
Or like just a bunch of products like stacked up.
It's someone making chocolate chip cookies in the toilet or whatever's going on. And we've seen them because people, they make mistakes there. Now, a school bathroom it's also not aesthetically pleasing. They don't make school bathrooms like a spa at a resort. You're not supposed to spend all kinds of time in there.
There was a district-wide memo sent to parents at this school system in North Carolina that said, on average, students visit the restroom 3 to 4 times a day. Some were asking to go out more frequently, staying for upwards of 5 minutes or more. Some students were visiting the bathroom up to 9 times a day. So now that the mirrors have been removed, administrators say they've seen not many visits to the bathroom.
I think I went to the bathroom 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Why are people going 3 or 4 times a day?
I guess, you could do drugs in there back then.
Oh, there was another one. Somebody suggested that they're running investment schemes.
Hey, KFI, that's not all the kids are doing in the bathroom. My kid had a stock account at age 10, and during high school, he was in the bathroom all the time trading Bitcoin and miscellaneous stocks.
That's awesome.
Because he was a minor, I would get notified on my phone. It rang all the time. The kids are trading stocks and Bitcoin.
Okay,
better than doing drugs like the 90s.
As long as it's their money, I don't care.
I'm happy for those kids.
It'd be different if he was stealing from you and trading Bitcoin left and right. But a school psychologist and the founder and clinical director of Applied Psychological Services of New Jersey told Parents Magazine there's a slot machine phenomenon that occurs with TikTok, Reels, YouTube Shorts. You hit that dopamine jackpot on an intermittent variable schedule. All of these platforms learn and feed you what it thinks you want to see. That's where the addiction comes from.
That's what I hate.
Well, so there is something that is being talked about in Sacramento. Next hour we'll talk a little bit more about it. But it's a new bill that would require the social media companies themselves to literally turn off that algorithm.
That would be wonderful.
If the customer is under the age of 18.
Yesterday, my screen time was hideous because Instagram knew to keep feeding me 49er content.
Right.
And I thought, I was looking at that. I've looked at every meme. I've looked at all the videos, all the post-game stuff, all the locker room speeches. And I found myself going like, I don't need more of this to be fed my way.
But when did you say that? Did you say that right away, or did you say that about an hour and 45 minutes?
After I realized I had been just
tech-neck. What's amazing,
tech-necking my day away.
I'm fascinated by what is it in us that is that moment where you're like, whoa, what am I doing?
Yeah.
How long have I been sitting here doing nothing?
Right.
where it's just feeding the lizard part of my brain.
Yeah, I don't even have TikTok on my phone. I don't need any more of that.
All right, up next. The shooting out in the desert. Lake Trolley's got an update. Looks like marijuana was involved. Maybe some cartel-adjacent activities as well. That's all coming up on Carrie and Shane.
Life moves pretty fast. If you don't let KFI fill you in once in a while, you could miss it.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Threat thwarted. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A teenager and his father have been arrested in San Diego for alleged threats against Rancho Bernardo High School. The teen allegedly told his friends Friday about threats to the school. Those friends told police, who raided the teen's home this morning. Police say they found ghost guns, explosives, bomb and gun-making materials, and rocket-propelled grenades. Local news outlets say the father is a doomsday prepper. News brought to you by Duffy Power Services. Investigators in San Bernardino County say the 6 people murdered in El Mirage were involved in an argument over marijuana.
All 6 people were shot, with 4 of them also being burned. Investigators arrested 5 men at a compound on Sunday. San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes says illegal pot farms have been an issue where the people were killed, with investigators frequenting the region in the last year.
During that period of time, our team served 11 search warrants in the immediate area where the murders took place. And they served approximately 40 search warrants to the west of that area that we call the Shadow Mountain area.
All 5 men arrested for the killings are from the high desert. Lake Trolley, KFI News.
Lawyers say a $10 million free sex abuse settlement is for decades of deception by the dioceses of LA and Orange.
The cover up on these 2 priests is just astounding. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says the settlement is just for one parishioner alleging abuse by Father Eleuterio Ramos and Father Siegfried Guadera. There's documentation and a history of the 2 of these priests being known offenders and being shuffled around in both the Diocese of LA and the Diocese of Orange. The Diocese of LA says it stands against sexual misconduct, and the Diocese of Orange's Jared Gonzalez agrees.
We remain unwavering in our commitment to protecting children and supporting those suffering.
In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The mother of an El Monte police officer killed in an ambush says a 911 dispatcher failed to warn her son that he was approaching a man with a gun. Olga Garcia says her son, Officer Joseph Santana, would still be alive if the dispatcher had done her job.
I'm very upset, especially that the Chief Fisher comes out and says that he supports the dispatcher's action. That's like a disgrace to us.
Officer Santana and Michael Paredes were killed in 2022 while responding to a stabbing. El Monte PD says it has reviewed body cam footage and call logs, and has found no wrongdoing. California lawmakers are taking steps to protect kids online. State Senator Nancy Skinner has introduced a bill that would ban social media from showing minors the more addictive algorithmic feed without consent of a parent or guardian.
Also prohibits social media platforms from sending notifications to kids while they should be sleeping and or during the day while they're at school.
Social media platforms would have to set a default time of 1 hour a day for minors. Another bill would prohibit businesses from collecting, using, sharing, or selling personal data of anyone under the age of 18 without informed consent. Former President Trump will remain on Illinois' ballot as their election board for the state turned back a challenge under the Constitution's insurrection amendment. Colorado's efforts to kick Trump off the ballot will be reviewed by the Supreme Court next month. UPS says it is cutting 12,000 jobs. The company announced during an earnings call that it's because of softer demand and higher union labor costs. The CEO of UPS says 2023 was a unique and difficult year. Workers went on strike last summer. The company then agreed to a $30 billion contract with the Teamsters Union that pushes the average full-time workers pay to $49 an hour, $21 an hour for part-time workers. Toyota and GM have recalled about 61,000 older Corolla, Matrix, RAV4, and Pontiac Vibe models because their Takata airbags are at risk of exploding and hurling shrapnel.
If you drive one of these cars, Toyota says you should not drive it and contact your local dealer. They have multiple options like sending a mobile repair shop or towing the vehicle to go ahead and then get it fixed.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze says people can check if their cars are affected online. Toyota says it'll repair and replace the airbags free. Amazon Prime now has commercials. They started running yesterday for users who don't agree to pay an extra $2.99 a month. Nobody says the ads will allow Amazon to continue investing in compelling content. Streaming services like Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus have also moved to tiered subscriptions and increased subscription prices. Southland weather from KFI, sunshine, highs in the low 70s. At the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and Inland Sea, mid to upper 70s in the valleys, right around 80 for the Inland Empire, 60s in the Antelope Valley. A little bit cooler tomorrow under partly cloudy skies, then mostly cloudy Wednesday with a chance of rain after midnight. Rain, maybe thunderstorms on Thursday, and then we have rain possible on Friday, and again late Saturday and Sunday with another big storm coming in early next week. It's 63 in Diamond Bar, 67 Newport Beach, 56 in Palmdale, 65 in Hollywood. The Dow is trading up 44 points. The Nasdaq is off 139. S&P 500 down 11. Got a crash in Irvine on the 405.
As stroll through Orange County, a couple things. We've got first 405 San Diego Freeway northbound right at the 133. The carpool lane there is going to be block, stop, and go from Irvine Center Drive. Also, we've got delays as you head through Long Beach on the 710 northbound at Long Beach Boulevard. Long Beach Freeway here is going to be heavy and slow as you approach. Now, a big problem right now continues through Ontario there. We've got some delays at the eastbound side of San Bernardino Freeway at Vineyard. Good news, looks like they're starting to clear this out, but it's still going to be slow from Central. Elysian Park, a crash in the left lane of the 5. Golden State Freeway northbound at the 2. The Glendale Freeway here, left lane's blocked, stop traffic from the 10. Norwalk heavy on the 5. Northbound side from Norwalk Boulevard to Buck Soto Street. And South LA on the 110 north from Imperial to the 10. That's going to be a 20-minute delay for you. Give yourself time to get through. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
If you want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process, that's a hassle. Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers, and they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they'll close in days, not weeks or months, because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRE number 01961658.
A massive data leak being called the mother of all breaches has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately stored databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals could use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tuesday, January 30th, 2024.
The House Homeland Security Committee today is expected to approve articles of impeachment against Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. What is expected to be a very party-line vote, the panel is going to charge Alejandro Mayorkas with refusing to uphold the law and breaching the public trust in his handling of migrants across the United States border of Mexico. That could pave the way for a vote of the full House as early as next week.
President Biden says he's made a decision on how to respond to that drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. troops. He says he is not seeking a wider war in the Middle East, however.
We will get another reading of our snowpack a little bit later today. The state water officials are going to tromp on out to Phillips Station up near Sierra at Tahoe to record their monthly manual snowpack reading of the season, which is kind of, I mean, it's ceremonial for the because there's digital snowpack readers up and down the entire mountain range.
Is Deborah Mark or Amy King going to be reading the snowpack?
I sure hope so.
I did a preview story on it earlier.
Yeah, but did you say it the way you're supposed to say it?
With the sexy voice?
I fell into that one.
There you go.
I don't know that I'm doing it.
Smart.
Anyway, this storm that is expected to roll in Northern California later tonight, and then it's going to hit Southern California tomorrow. They said could bring a whole lot more snow up to those areas. The snowpack actually tripled since the beginning of the year. Still only at about 50% of normal, but much better than it was January 1st.
The 6 men found dead in the desert were likely shot to death in a fight over pot. Blake Trolley from KFI News joins us now with all of the details. Blake, what do you got?
Yeah, well, 4 of those people, Shannon, were also burned, and 5 people have been arrested, and they were in a compound that was near a marijuana grow that was under development. Last night, San Bernardino County Sheriff's officials confirmed the murders, as you say, were likely the result of an argument over illegal marijuana. Now, if you guys remember, these murders happened in an extremely remote desert area, more than 10 miles out of Adelanto, at the cross-section of 2 dirt desert roads. Taking a look at this with just Google imagery, if anybody wants to look, you'll just see dirt and shrubs. You won't see anything nearby. So one of the big questions was, who called this in? Well, last night we learned the caller was one of the 6 people who was shot. He called 911 speaking Spanish, reporting that he had been shot. We learned last night that 1 person was found in one of 2 SUVs that were on scene. 4 were found near the SUVs, and a 6th person was found a short distance away. That 6th person to be found was the caller, so it appears he tried to run from the scene and ended up dying shortly, after he took off. Last night, investigators hinted that this may have been a meeting that turned into an ambush attack. Officials said last night they had strong leads immediately after these bodies were found, both from people and from using technology. They served multiple search warrants in the high desert, all near illicit marijuana grows. They found and located the suspected shooters, as I mentioned, at a compound. They arrested them Sunday. Is this cartel related? We don't know, but Sheriff Shannon Dykes has offered some speculation, saying the case appears similar to cartel cases. He told us more information will be released once the DA's office reviews the case, and this case gets a preliminary hearing.
Let's discuss illicit marijuana grows in a state that has legalized marijuana. Cartels are still obviously using illegal marijuana to make all kinds of money.
Yeah, they're doing so, Gary, and they're doing so because the taxes in California are so high that it incentivizes buyers to go to that illicit market. I made an entire documentary on this. It's called The Desert is Blooming, if anybody wants to take a look. But the problem that California, the legal market faces here in California, is that people are paying up to 40% in multiple local and state taxes when they buy weed legally here in California. So that is pushing people to the illicit market. And what that has done is that it's bred an environment where cartels from not just Central America and Mexico, but when we did these ride-alongs, we were talking about cartels and drug organizations from as far out as Asian countries are operating illegal grow operations here in Southern California. Last night, Sheriff Dykes gave us some numbers. He said investigators served more than 400 search warrants in the high desert just last year. 14 honey oil labs were busted. And check this out, they recovered $370 million in cash. So that goes to show you the business and incentives that remain here in California to still sell weed illegally.
Blake, where can people find the Desert's Blooming if they want to give that a re-listen?
I want to say it's still on the website, but I don't want to swear by that. I think you can definitely look for it on the iHeart app or on Spotify, any of that stuff.
And if you can't find it there, I'll just give you Blake's number. You can text him directly.
Oh, yeah. 66.
One thing I do want to say here, guys, before I go, I have made a couple calls up to Sacramento to see if, because the sheriff is calling for changes to pot laws to crack down on this. He said, look, the only thing abnormal about this is the number of bodies. He said, we've actually found pot farms because there have been murders and body dumps. And as we investigate the murder, we find an illicit pot market. He said this issue remains prevalent, and he wants to see some changes to the laws. Like, I made some calls to Sacramento today. It sounds like this is still pretty fresh. This could inspire some changes. But, lawmakers don't seem, the appetite's not there completely from what's been described to me. But we'll see. We'll see if this, invokes any changes.
6 bodies in the desert doesn't impact somebody in Sacramento. We'll see. All right. Blake, thank you. Good stuff. All right, got Blake Trolley there with the latest on that shooting update. Those 6 bodies found out in the desert.
One of the worst stories we've reported on was in September of 2020 when 2 little boys were struck and killed from a couple of drivers who were speeding. Happens to be a well-known socialite in LA and a former Dodger pitcher that were involved with this. And unfortunately, an 11-year-old little boy named Mark and an 8-year-old boy named Jacob were killed, and this was entirely preventable.
Gary Shannon will continue. We also have a shot, your chance to win $1,000 coming up after the break. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Space Shuttle Endeavour has been moved into its final vertical launch position at the California Science Center. Crews hoisted the retired orbiter into the air over Exposition Park and then lowered into place in a one-of-a-kind display. The new exhibit won't be open for another couple of years as the building that houses the shuttle has to be built around the display. California will receive over $600 million from the federal government to help the homeless. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development says the focus will be on programs to address youth homelessness and support for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Big Bear's famous bald eagle couple has laid another egg. Jackie let her second egg drop Sunday afternoon. The first one arrived last Thursday. Thousands of people watched the famous family on cameras that live streamed the nest high up in a tree next to Big Bear Lake. None of Jackie's eggs hatched last year. Hoping for better this year. Sunny with highs in the 70s, 60s for the Antelope Valley. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We got a crash in Santa Clarita on the 5.
Golden State Freeway, the southbound side here at Magic Mountain Parkway. Crash there in a work zone. 3 left lanes are blocked. Stop traffic from Hasley Canyon. Elysian Park. Brake shoulder, the 5 here. Problem on the northbound side at the 2, the Glendale Freeway connector. Stop traffic from the 10. And through South LA, accident 110 northbound at Gage. 2 right lanes taken away here. Stop and go from Imperial Highway. Full flow through Arcadia as well in the 210 westbound at Baldwin. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Mark Vita.
This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. What does it take to take on Alzheimer's? Courage to learn the facts and know the signs. And confidence to talk to your healthcare provider about screening and early detection. Find out how you can take on Alzheimer's at takeonalz.com.
Brighten up your breakfast with low prices on blueberries at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 2 pints of blueberries for $7 from now until January 30th, while supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen, Patterson & Owen. That means that I oversee everything. As we celebrate the joy of new beginnings, our team of experienced injury lawyers will ensure that you and your loved ones are protected, no matter what the new year brings. For over 47 years, OPO Law Injury Lawyers have been and will always be there when you need us. Call us today for a worry-free new year. 888-OPO-WINS or OPOLaw.com.
Are you suffering from back pain? Pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping? Pain when you walk? Numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even
back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of the Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Officials always say, well, it's not easy to move the RVs. You know, we have to go through this whole process. Just open the door. You can't do that until the domicile. You can't just barge into the RV. This is war. You just blast open the door, and you immediately see the justification. Well, let me tell you, now there's a chief opening at LAPD for you. I would love to be policed. John Cobell. Cops would like me.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Those dopey kids are going to the bathroom multiple times a day because of their 32-ounce Starbucks drink or their 40-ounce Stanley Cup full of crap.
That is a good point.
The same thing. I was thinking the same thing because we did not hydrate the way the kids hydrate today, and we also didn't pour caffeinated drinks into our maws. And so we were like 20.
I didn't drink coffee until I think I was a junior in college.
Yeah.
And even then, I was like, I just do it.
I used the gateway drug of like the mochas, you know, of the world and things like that before I got into the hard stuff.
A couple stories that we're following. President Biden says he has decided how the U.S. will respond to a drone strike to kill 3 American troops in Jordan. Also got word from the White House that, in fact, the president has spoken to the families of those 3 service members. He's on his way from D.C. to Florida for a series of fundraisers. Israeli security forces disguised as doctors and patients raided a hospital in the West Bank early today, targeting 3 Palestinian militants. They eventually killed them soon. Video of the raid actually shows them dressed as doctors, nurses, one guy even in a wheelchair. This team that went in, they said that the raid targeted militants that were supposedly hiding in the hospital and alleged to have been planning another cross-border raid similar to the October 7th raid by Hamas.
Space Shuttle Endeavour completed its final flight today. California Science Center crews hoisted the retired orbiter into the air over Exposition Park, lowered it into place in a one-of-a-kind launch-ready vertical display.
There are people concerned that this thing is susceptible to a very large earthquake.
Yeah.
And I guess I get it. Do you think they've not thought of that, though?
Did you think you were the one where all the scientists involved and the engineers would be like,
somebody up there's like, just hold it for a second until it looks like it's balanced, and then we'll take our hands away really slowly, and then just walk away and then build a roof over it?
Hey, have I got a vacation for you?
Is it to the Scottish Highlands?
It is not.
Okay. Go on.
Why? Have you been watching Highlander or whatever?
No, there's a story about a macaque monkey that's on the loose in the Scottish Highlands.
Really? I wouldn't put a macaque monkey there. I wouldn't think that they were native.
It's unusual.
Fascinating. You've just been sitting on this story? It's 10:20.
I know.
I want the story about the monkey.
Where am I going to go?
You're going to go to the Comic-Con cruise.
Okay, that's good.
Celebrities already planning to attend include George Takei, Ernie Hudson, Mary McDonnell, and here's the capper, Warwick Davis.
Oh, from
Star Wars, Harry Potter, Willow.
Willow is what I'm thinking.
It's the Royal Caribbean's Serenade of the Seas. It will depart Tampa in February of next year, and it will sail to Cozumel.
And then back to Tampa, or just one way?
It's going to go back to Tampa, yes.
Here's your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. CREDIT. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Make sure you keep an eye on your email because that's how we're going to notify winners, of course, and another chance an hour from now, again, for you to pick up $1,000.
Warwick Davis is just 53 years old. I think I do this every time he comes up. I do the math of how old was he when Willow came out. He must have been very young. Yeah. Yeah.
We covered the story when it happened of a couple of kids, 11-year-old Mark and 8-year-old Jacob, that were hit and killed in a crosswalk back in September of 2020. Prosecutors say that Rebecca Grossman was behind the wheel of a white Mercedes that hit the two brothers. Said that she was driving as fast as 81 miles an hour and still went about a quarter mile after she hit the kids before the car shut down. The two boys were walking with their brother and mother, and basically mom watched the whole thing. She has been tearfully recounting what happened the day that she lost those two boys.
She said, I saw two cars coming towards us at an insane, crazy speed, she testified yesterday. I didn't see her hit the boys. I saw her pass where the boys were, and I heard the crash. She was able to get her younger son out of the way, her 5-year-old, but the two older boys were further into the crosswalk. She described finding 8-year-old Jacob near the curb. Authorities say he was thrown about 50 feet in the collision. Mom said, it looked like her little boy was sleeping. She put her ear to his chest and heard his heart beating. He was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead a few hours later. Mark, the 11-year-old, was 254 feet away. A deputy who specializes in crash incidents testified it was the farthest he has known a human to be tossed in a crash. Body crumpled, blood pouring out of his nose, according to his mother on the stand. Pronounced dead at the scene.
Now, Rebecca Grossman's attorneys have said that it's not her fault, basically. They have said that Scott Erickson, the one-time pitcher for the Dodgers, was responsible for the fatalities because it was his car that actually hit the boys first.
The two had been day drinking cocktails at a nearby restaurant, Julio's Agave Grill. They were joined by retired baseball player Royce Clayton, testified on Monday that Scott Erickson, the former pitcher, drank 2 margaritas and she had 1. He said afterward they had all agreed to meet at her home and watch a presidential debate. That is so wrong. It's like we were drunk. We were going to go do serious things. We were going to go watch the debate. If we were wasted, we wouldn't have plans to go watch the debate, kind of thing.
Weird.
He said that the woman, Rebecca, did not seem to be impaired when she left the restaurant.
Another worker there at the restaurant said that she was served a margarita, but that she also said Rebecca Grossman did not appear to be impaired when she left the restaurant.
1 margarita, 2 margaritas. I think the speed is as much of a factor here. They're street racing.
Now,
that alone is negligent to the point of homicide.
Now, they said that she was never arrested, never charged with DUI, but that her blood alcohol level 3 hours after the crash registered at 0.08. So, she also had some Valium in her system at the time of the crash.
Okay, so there's that too.
They described, mom, again, of the 2 boys who were lost in this crash, described how Scott Erickson's black SUV came towards her and Zachary, who was on his scooter. And she said if she hadn't grabbed Zach, he was the 5-year-old that lived. Had he not jumped out of the way, they would have been killed by the black car. But she said she had no doubts that it was the white SUV, the one driven by Rebecca Grossman, that killed her 2 boys.
Her attorney, Rebecca Grossman's attorney, Tony Bugsby, has said that it was Scott Erickson who lied to sheriff's investigators about the vehicle he was driving that night, saying that he stopped down the road and hid in the bushes and watched as police investigated the crash before going to Rebecca Grossman's home.
Here's a weird, so again, Grossman's attorney suggests that they never looked at Scott Erickson's SUV after the crash.
Right.
Because what they would have found, according to the attorney, was indications that Scott Erickson was the one that first hit the boys. And in fact, that one of them, I shouldn't say in fact, their argument was that at least one of the boys was hit by Scott Erickson, sent into the air before falling onto Rebecca's car path and then bouncing off the car. And Mom is forced to recount this on the witness stand and say, I would not have missed that mark going up into the sky.
Oh my God. Scott Erickson, had a misdemeanor charge against him dismissed after he made a PSA for teens about the importance of safe driving. Wow. That's ridiculous. The two of them should both be held accountable for the street racing element alone.
And has he been charged with anything? That's the part.
No, that's what I just, the misdemeanor. Yeah,
I thought it was a previous case. In this case, that was a misdemeanor charge.
Yeah.
All right, well, this is a heartbreaking story, and the fact that Mom has to be on the stand to testify,
but her death,
literally witnessing the deaths of her 2 young boys.
And that 5-year-old, too. I mean, imagine that. Seeing his brothers like that.
All right, up next, a couple of things. We're going to update the story out of San Diego, the father and son arrested after the shooting threat at Rancho Bernardo High School, and a garbage fire. You know, it's California after all. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
5 men have been arrested for the murders of 6 people in the high desert near Adelanto. San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes says the 6 were likely shot to death in a dispute over illegal marijuana.
It certainly looks like it has a lot of the modeling of cartel cases and things of that nature.
The bodies were found last week. Sheriff Sergeant Michael Warwick, who's one of the people killed, was able to call 911.
The caller told dispatchers he was shot, but he did not know the location he was at, and it appeared the call ended.
Investigators say all of the people killed have been shot. Some were burned. So far, 4 of the people have been identified.
I don't think we need a wider war in the Middle East. That's not what I'm looking for.
President Biden says he has decided how to respond to the drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. service members. Biden told reporters before boarding Marine One this morning, Iran is responsible for the deaths in a sense because it's giving weapons to the militant groups. The attack Sunday on a base in Jordan was the first time American troops have been killed by enemy fire in the Middle East since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Illinois' election board has decided to keep former President Trump on the state's primary ballot. The decision comes a week before the Supreme Court hears arguments on whether Trump's role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol disqualifies him from running for office. The nation's highest court has never ruled on a case involving Section 3 in the 14th Amendment. It was adopted in 1868 to stop former Confederates from returning to office after the Civil War. Elon Musk says for the first time a human has received an implant from his computer brain interface company, Neuralink, in steps to connect human brains to computers. Temple University's Dr. Leah Kroll says she can't wait to use the technology to help her patients.
This would be a major game changer if it were to be proven to be safe and effective.
Musk says the patient got the implant last weekend and is recovering. Neuralink said last year it was looking for patients who had spinal cord injury. It says the device would be surgically placed in a region of the brain that controls movement. We are going to the 5 next.
Well, you upgrade your computer and your phone and your car, and it's time to upgrade your lifestyle by managing pain. That neck and back pain that's bugged you for years is about to meet its match in the Saragem V6.
The Saragem V6 is an FDA-cleared therapeutic thermal massager that will give you a customized massage tailored to the curves of your spine. And the 22 different massage modes will give you temporary relief of muscle and joint pain, promote blood circulation, and just relax those tight muscles.
One woman who uses the Saragem V6 to manage her pain from working out or from long hours in front of the computer says she's referred it to so many people suffering from back and shoulder pain. Another happy Saragem customer says it's the best purchase
she's ever made besides her own house.
And the lifestyle upgrade that is your Sarah Gem V6 comes in the form of a sleek, adjustable piece of furniture that can be placed really in whatever room you choose.
You can check out the Sarah Gem V6 and other models they have online at sarahgemus.com, or try before you buy the Sarah Gem showroom over in West Hollywood.
Also, right now there's a promo code specifically for KFI listeners. Get you $300 off their Sarah Gem V6. Here is the promo code, Get Your V6. Promo code, Get Your V6 at sarahgemus.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny, highs upper 70s for Metro LA, mid-70s for around 80s in Valley, Simla, C, and the IE. Low to mid-60s in the high desert, low 70s over at the beaches. Right now, 65 in La Palma. It's 67 in Irvine. We have a crash on the 5 in Elysian Park.
Slow on the Golden State Freeway northbound at the 2, the Glendale Freeway off the right shoulder, stop and go from the 10. Santa Clarita, trouble on the 5, southbound at Magic Mountain Parkway. 3 left lanes are shut here. Stop traffic from Lake Hughes Road. And we've got some delays through downtown. Stop traffic on the 101 north from the 60 to about Echo Park Avenue. Slow one right now through the valley. Starts down the 101 south at Receive at the Haskell, about a 10-minute wait there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Rita.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
From the Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center, where we manage the response to major emergencies. Many broadcasters have agreed to deliver emergency information that will help you understand what has happened during emergencies and what you need to do. When you hear a real emergency alert system warning or alert, you should immediately tune to one of those radio or TV stations. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Need a roofer? Then you need the dream team at AllGuard. AllGuardRoofing.com. AllGuardRoofing.com. Treat your Valentine to a night of romantic songs with Broadway's longest-running Phantom, Davis Gaines. Davis Gaines, one night only, Valentine's Day, Wednesday, February 14th. Tickets at LaMaranaTheater.com.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Yes, over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael King, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever say at Richard Branson's Island. You're still fun. He said, "Fallon, good morning. Would you like to go race in a submarine?" We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Addiction can be isolating, but there is strength in numbers. Together, we can bring out the best in those who are in need of recovery while removing stigma. The Phoenix has built a nationwide community in support of people living a sober lifestyle. In partnership with 1 Million Strong, we're uniting the music industry, bands, and artists to take action to transform the way people think about addiction and recovery. Are you affected by addiction, or do you know someone who is? Visit 1millionstrong.com to connect with the Phoenix community and find the support you need.
We're putting the media back in social media. Follow us now everywhere at KFI AM 640.
Trillionaire on the iHeartRadio app. Big stories internationally, of course. President Biden has said that he has decided how the United States is going to respond to a drone strike that killed 3 American troops in Jordan, believing that Iran-backed militias are responsible for them. He's on his way to Florida for some fundraisers today. It is 11 hours ahead in Tehran. Not necessarily that Tehran specifically would be targeted, but if so, to give you an idea, it's about 9:30 at night in Tehran. The political chief of Hamas says he is looking at studying a proposal that has come out from some Paris talks over the weekend, the United States, Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, in terms of coming up with a ceasefire to allow for the release of more hostages from Gaza. This framework would be a 6-week ceasefire that he says they are looking at, see if they can come up with a deal. And then the Japanese macaque monkey.
Yes, tell me about the monkey.
Quite the celebrity in the Scottish Highlands. The monkey escaped from an enclosure in the Highland Wildlife Park in Kingassee, Scotland. Park officials brought in thermal drones to help them search for this tiny little Japanese macaque monkey. They've asked people to keep their eyes peeled, and if they see a monkey, call it in. They said the monkey's life on the lam has brought a whirlwind of media attention to the communities of Kingassee and Kincraig. Found a combined population of about 1,500 people plus one monkey. They have decided to call the monkey Kingassee Kong.
Well, maybe he just wants to traipse through the lush greenery that is Scotland.
Oh, dear, what a nice vacation. Sounds lovely this time.
He's going to meet some terriers.
Scottish terriers?
Yes.
Yes.
As opposed to terriers from other lands.
Right.
These are Scottish.
It'd be fun. They'd be fun animals.
Yes, with their big heads and their little legs.
Giant head. They'd say, you look like a dinosaur.
And the monkey says, look at how long my limbs are.
I have a funny tail, too.
But my head is very small.
Joe Hortiz? Is that how you say it?
The GM?
Yeah.
It's so funny you say that. I didn't know enough about him. I just pulled up his Wikipedia page just now.
Chargers are expected to officially name Joe Hortiz as their new GM. He was previously the Baltimore Ravens director of player personnel.
Yeah, he was with the Ravens for like 25 years as a scout, and
from one Harbaugh to the other.
Right. There you go. They're not being cheap over there at the Chargers, I got to say that. All right, so we found out about this story as we came on the air today, that it looks like there was a school shooting plotted for today at Rancho Bernardo Heights in San Diego that was averted last night. Apparently on Friday, a student told some classmates he was going to commit a school shooting on January 30th, today, and students reported these threats to police over the weekend. When they searched the home last night, they found multiple firearms, explosives, RPGs, ghost guns, equipment for manufacturing firearms and ammo. The father is described as a doomsday prepper. He was arrested on multiple charges.
His wife and other kids were home at the time. They were allowed to leave during the arrest. I mentioned this earlier, at least according to NBC San Diego. One of the images that San Diego police released is of an RPG. Again, it might be a fake, but I don't know if you walked into a buddy's garage and you saw even a fake RPG, if you think that was a good place to hang out.
How did they get RPGs?
That's a great question. It's a great question.
But anyway, school is on today there at Rancho Bernardo High School, but an enhanced law enforcement presence, as you can imagine.
Meanwhile, up north in the northern part of LA County, there is a landfill that is on fire. I mean, it's not technically on fire, at least at the surface, but this fire that is burning in the Chiquita Canyon landfill is raising some alarms over the potential health risks. Caused by burning, flaming garbage. The fire itself, they said, is actually caused by a chemical reaction that's going on way down deep in these piles of garbage. And they're trying to contain the very slow smoldering fire and the pressure buildup. The pressure is a bigger issue. They have liquid that, just imagine decades of garbage liquid. Just think about that. Like, you've had garbage, you've let the garbage go for a couple extra days in your own house, and you get a little pool of stuff. Or tomatoes when they go bad in your refrigerator if you keep them there, and it just gets that weird juicy stuff. Imagine decades of that. Pressure being built up because of this fire is now forcing some of that garbage water to the top, among other things.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about benzene and methane and all of these problems that exist there. The problem also is the California Air Resources Board says that Chiquita Canyon, the landfill operator, has been collecting air pollution information and keeping track of what's coming out of the ground there. They just haven't been telling anybody about it. So there's no great way to determine if, in fact, the areas around Chiquita Canyon, like Valverde and farther up into Castaic and Hasley Canyon and stuff like that, if anybody's actually getting the information they need to determine whether or not they should live there anymore. A lot of them say they're feeling sick. Residents complain 24 hours a day, odors. The thinking is they need to stop it as soon as possible because they are being heavily impacted. So Chiquita Canyon, they said, has been disposing of 2 to 4 million gallons of contaminated water every month for much of the last year. The water is made up of a combination of hazardous spills and the effort to proactively extract wastewater to relieve some of the pent-up pressure. They also say that the main canyon where the fire is burning actually does have a thick bottom liner that would serve as a barrier to make sure that whatever water pollution is there doesn't go deeper into the local water supply, into the aquifer down there. But there's a concern that it is a fire and it might have damaged the liner. So
I feel like the term liquid garbage is just percolating for me for some sort of plot line in Space Wars.
Be careful. There was an entire garbage compactor scene in a previous, somewhat famous star fight movie.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. So I'm just having all these great ideas that are oddly
50 years old.
but still great.
Still iconic.
You still talk about the other fight in space movies.
And if they can make Roadhouse with Jake Gyllenhaal, then why not make a movie?
I think that you're putting down my characters with that, because there's been a lot of backlash against Jake Gyllenhaal and how he would never replace
Patrick Swayze.
Yeah. I know that Roadhouse is near and dear to your heart.
When we return.
California is trying to keep your kids off the drug that is social media.
Terry and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Researchers have found human remains at Joshua Tree National Park. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department responded to the park in 29 ponds last week after the remains were found off the trail in the area. Federal park rangers also requested help from the Orange County Coroner's Bureau. A man from Long Island who tried to sell his Rolex on Facebook Marketplace has been swindled. Cops say the prospective buyer asked the seller to go to his SUV last Friday to swap $8,000 for the watch. Police say the thief grabbed the watch instead, locked the stores, and took off. Israeli forces have disguised themselves as civilian women and medical workers to storm a hospital in the occupied West Bank. They say 3 Palestinian militants were killed in the raid. The military says the militants were using the hospital as a hideout. Southland weather from KFI sunny, high 70s, around 80. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Santa Clarita.
This is Golden State Freeway southbound at Magic Mountain Parkway. A very heavy delay there, over an hour. Crash in the work zone here. 3 left lanes are closed. Stop traffic from Lake Hughes Road. Silver Lake, a problem on the 101. This is on the northbound side at Silver Lake Boulevard. 2 left lanes going to be blocked. Stop traffic from Whittier Boulevard until Elysian Park. On the 5 northbound, we're at the 2, the Glendale Freeway. Got about a 5-minute wait here for a crash. Stop traffic from the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Rita.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles. All the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Welcome to a brand new year from Oakhill Law Injury Lawyers. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson & Owen. That means I oversee everything. Call us today for a worry-free new year. 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLaw.com.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just thirsty? Grab a water, my friends, to help hydrate and feel energized. To help you.
Funded by USDA SAM and Equal Opportunity Provider and Employer. More healthy victories at CalFreshHealthyLiving.org. Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists, plus big game tailgate party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. We never sounded so good.
A lot of people are doing dry January. That means you're not drinking in January, kids.
Your skin will be glowing. It affects the neurotransmitters in the brain, hormones like melatonin.
Okay, these are all the negative aspects. They've not gone through the positive ones. Life is a little more fun. Lose reality for a little bit.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
You know, you forget that you owe money to people.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Top of the hour when we get in Swamp Watch. There's a lot going on in D.C., obviously a lot with the impeachment plans for the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Also, President responding to the drone attack that killed 3 Americans, where Joe Biden is today, and what this response will include, if anything. Standing by, like we've said, it's 11 hours ahead in Tehran, if in fact that would become the target of any of the retaliation that we will see.
Coming up at Tasty Tuesday at the bottom of next hour, the top pizza trends for the year. We'll talk with Neil Saavedra, our pork reporter, about that.
Hope we get more fruit on pizza.
You don't mind
and pear.
Okay.
Fig and
Why would you do
pear
that?
on a flatbread.
Why did you do that?
Which is just pizza's brother.
Why
We
would
just call
you-
him a different
Why did
name.
you do that?
I didn't do that, and I would never. How dare you? You know I wouldn't do that.
I don't think you would do that. That's why I was flabbergasted.
Now, keep your flabbergasting to yourself.
You like a Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza, though.
I'll eat it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna. If I were to eat a pizza, I think pineapple. The only reason I would eat pineapple is to make other people happy.
Interesting.
I would not order a pizza by myself and put pineapple.
Don't we have pineapple on the pizza we get from BJ's?
That is a good point. But that's to make you happy.
But you usually pick it.
I guess I'm the good didn't I? Kim Kardashian has announced that she's going to be producing a new biography on Elizabeth Taylor. And apparently playing Elizabeth Taylor.
I was going to say, how does this get back to being about Kim Kardashian?
She's set to produce and star in a documentary series for the BBC. The 3-part series is tentatively titled Elizabeth Taylor, Rebel Superstar.
God, good Lord. All right, well, there is a proposed law in California that would require social media companies to make chronological feeds the default for users under 18. Like you were saying earlier in the show, social media companies design their feeds to be as addictive as possible. So there are algorithms that when you linger longer on a specific post, Instagram or wherever goes, oh, they like that. Let's give them more of that instead of the chronological feed. Like if Gary was to post a picture right now of his forehead, and there was about 6 other posts that were published 6 hours ago on the 49ers. If I open my Instagram feed right now, I would see Gary's forehead first. I'd see older posts because they know what I've been lingering on. And it's not your forehead.
State Senator Nancy Skinner, Democrat out of Berkeley, is the one who authored this bill. It's called Protecting Kids from Social Media Addiction Act. Announced at a news conference along with Rob Bonta, and another proposed law that would tighten privacy protections for minors. Now, one of these key provisions is, like you said, making that chronological feed the default setting, which that's the way it used to be. Kids, in the old days, if you went on Facebook, for example, ask your grandma about Facebook. If you went on Facebook, you would just see posts in the order in which they were posted. Now it's completely different. Now they have figured it out and they've changed their algorithm or perfected or fine-tuned it all the time. This change, they said, would show the things that they want to see as opposed to the addictive algorithmic feed that is presently being fed to our children. It also would require default settings on social media apps to mute notifications between midnight and 6 a.m. It would put a cap on how long you could use your app every day at 1 hour. And this is probably, I think, more significant than people would give it credit for. It would remove the visibility of the like counts.
So you wouldn't feel bad if nobody liked your picture.
Right.
I see. And you won't be jealous of your forehead that got all those likes.
Right.
My forehead would not be over here feeling less than because of your forehead's likability.
Exactly.
I think that they're going to have a problem with that capping use at 1 hour daily. It seems a little bit overreaching. It's one thing to say that they can't make it addictive. It's another thing to, because that's something you're imposing on the company. Once you start saying capping it, then you're imposing on our freedom to mess up our lives the way we see fit in America.
Well, that's one issue. The other issue is that, you suggesting that the companies be the ones that change some of their practices here. They've already proven over and over and over and over and over again that they have zero interest in protecting kids.
Right.
Zero interest, because they know they want to get those customers as early as possible and take advantage of them as long as possible.
It's like the tobacco company.
Exactly. And unless you impose some sort of actual penalty, and I don't know what they're talking about in terms of penalties by this for this, but these companies make massive profits off of us and our kids, and we know that. So how would we expect them to respond to something like this other than just hide the ways that they do it, or hide the actual algorithm that they use, but pretend that it's not being hit? It's just, they're not trustworthy companies.
Right. They're going to find a new way, no matter what.
And yeah, I think you're right. It's weird that there is a certain amount of freedom that we enjoy when the state comes in and tells us, like, we can't enjoy our freedom, even if we know it's bad for us.
Right.
It's a weird, it should rub people the wrong way.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer. It'd be great if parents had the ability to do this on their own. It'd be great if parents had the ability to toggle back and forth.
The kids are like the companies. They find new ways to go and do what they want to do.
That's why they're kids.
Kids act just like big tobacco. They're always going to find a way around you.
They're like big tobacco. They did say, there was another article today that suggested that Meta, Facebook, Instagram's parent company, they have a lot of safety precaution settings that you could turn on for your kids, if your kid has an account, and that they actually do work, but nobody turns them on.
Right.
Because either you don't know about them, or you may turn them on, but then your kid knows how to turn them on. But
exactly.
it's not...
sometimes it's hard to figure out. People don't want to hassle with figuring it out or knowing how to do that. And then, yeah, there's all sorts of shadow apps where the kids go underground. And what's worse, knowing what's on your kid's phone and what they're doing, or having them go underground where you know nothing.
It's a struggle.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing.
Or just don't have kids.
There is a First Amendment issue here. I mean, you're changing the way that these businesses do business, and some courts and the Constitution don't necessarily like that. So that's something to keep an eye on.
If our forefathers knew that we were just going on TikTok to take pictures of ourselves in the bathroom, they would have never put in the Constitution all of the freedoms we are afforded in this great country. If they knew we're going to take pictures of our genitalia and put them on TikTok for the Chinese to have at them, they would have never afforded us all the freedoms in this great country of the United States of America.
But in their great wisdom, they realize that with great freedom comes great responsibility. I, as a free man living in the greatest country on God's green earth,
I know that I can take my genitals out, but that doesn't mean I should.
Not only should you not, well, you can if you want.
I know I can take pictures with my dirty towels in the bathroom, in the mirror, but that doesn't mean I should.
I think down deep inside, we all know that when our forefathers crafted the incredible document that is the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights, they gave us all the ability to make the decision to close the toilet lid when we take our bathroom selfies. Why? America. And why America? Because America.
And America.
And America. I feel good about that.
I do too.
That feels good. All right.
Jacob, hit the thing.
Indifference therapy.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Locked up for a long time, I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 kidnapping and rape cold cases in Mission Viejo have led to a man getting sentenced to decades in prison.
The sentence is 140 years to life in prison.
Fort County DA Todd Spitzer says DNA cracked the cases in 2019, but pointed to identical twins, so investigators secretly recorded the brothers talking to ID the rapist.
Kevin Compter is a monster. He grabbed a little 9-year-old girl, pulled her into the bushes, and raped her after she begged him not to hurt her.
Spitzer says the 9-year-old was raped in 1995. 3 years later, Compter grabbed a jogger and raped her. The guy was also sentenced Friday for molesting a former girlfriend's daughter. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Service Champions. Dozens of patients have filed a lawsuit against the top infectious disease doctor in South Orange County, alleging sexual abuse during medical appointments. In the suit filed last month, 73 men accused Dr. William Thompson IV of performing aggressive prostate exams using his fingers, but without wearing gloves. Thompson would also allegedly fondle their genitals. Medicare data shows Thompson was in the 98th percentile for the number of HIV and AIDS patients he treated. From 2020 to 2023, U.S. News and World Report ranked him as a top doctor in the field. The LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department have received a grant to help track violent offenders who have been ordered to surrender their guns. LA Superior Court Judge Samantha Jessner says the grant will fund an online portal where agencies can collaborate when someone violates a firearms relinquishment order.
The court will inform the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department through an automated notification system with real-time data.
Jessner says the grant will provide more funding for enforcement and investigation. The county-wide automated portal is expected to be up and running by January of next year. Parents of students at Porter Ranch Community School say the LA School District wants to move kids in junior high to Chatsworth High School because of overcrowding. Parents protested outside the school just before a heated town hall meeting demanding the district find an alternative. Christy Rose says parents have specifically bought homes in the area to make sure the kids attend the K through 8.
My daughter is really upset right now because if the school does relocate, about 50% of her friends are going to be going to private school.
During last night's meeting, the district suggested moving students from grades 6 through 8 to bungalows at Chatsworth High School. PTA board member Jennifer Morelia says parents hate that idea, and school officials are getting backlash that should be aimed at the district.
We would love told the city and LAUSD to implement a plan to have a middle school and a high school built within Porter Ranch, within its boundaries.
Parents say they raise a lot of money for the school and don't understand why the district didn't anticipate the city's growth. The district says it wants to keep the kids in the school and is exploring alternatives. Chris Adley, KSI News. Israeli forces disguised as a doctor, patients in a wheelchair, and parents with a newborn have raided a hospital in the West Bank, killing 3 Palestinian militants. ABC's Jordana Miller says they entered a room on the 3rd floor and shot the militants dead in their sleep.
The Israeli army says the 3 terrorists were hiding in the hospital, planning a large-scale killing and kidnapping attack on a West Bank Jewish settlement.
The Palestinian Health Ministry condemned the raid and called on the international community to pressure Israel to stop its operations in hospitals. Ohio's Attorney General is pushing a legislative effort to allow nitrogen gas executions in the state. The bill would end a years-long unofficial death penalty moratorium. This comes after Alabama used nitrogen hypoxia for an execution for the first time last week. The bill in Ohio would give inmates on death row a choice between lethal injection and the gas. We're going to go to the 101 next.
Well, getting hurt in an accident, it can change your life. We want you to be empowered in a situation like that, and that's why we tell you to call Sweet James.
When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company.
Now, he called Sweet James, and the attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so that he could recover as quickly as possible. Get on that bike again.
Then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. So if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and the resources to win the most for you.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion and care and justice.
Justice!
Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that's why they win 98% of the time, and they win big.
Call Sweet James, 800-9-million. Now, they can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them by your side.
800-9-million. 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or go to sweetjames.com.
The KFI financial update. The Dow is up 89, S&P 500 down 5, NASDAQ down 126. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny, highs upper 70s for Metro LA, mid-70s for around 80 in the Valley, Inland OC, and the IE. Low mid-60s in the high desert, low 70s at beaches. Right now, 64 in Seal Beach, at 68 in Buena Park, 65 in Agora Hills, and 71 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Silver Lake.
So the 101 northbound right after Silver Lake Boulevard got crashed here, and it looks like the 2 left lanes are still blocked. It's going to be heavy from Whittier Boulevard. In Elysian Park in the 5, northbound right at the 2, got an accident making its way over the right shoulder. You'll be on off the brakes from the 110. Santa Clarita, it's a tough spot here. 5 southbound right at Magic Mountain Parkway. Got a crash, and it's in that work zone as well. The 3 left lanes are closed. It's a crawl coming away from Lake Hughes Road. In Anaheim, 91 eastbound after Euclid Street got a stalled big red block in the right lane. In Orange, the 5 northbound on-ramp from City Drive, State College Boulevard is shut down with a disabled big rig. And in Corona, 91 west on Lincoln Avenue, that earlier motorcycle fire has cleared. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to SkyRizzi, Rizonkizumab Rizza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With SkyRizzi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And SkyRizzi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to SkyRizzi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptom, such as fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to SkyRizzi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything.
your doctor today about ROTHSCHILD, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. And visit SkyRizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, True Crime Tuesday kicks off. Have you heard the wildly popular podcast, The Thing About Pam? I have, because it's narrated by Keith Morrison, so I have to really. I mean, I listen to everything he reads, but it's a really good podcast. And then also the one that everyone keeps talking about in all the circles, the different circles I have been in socially the past week, every one of those circles has brought up, have you guys seen American Nightmare? I'm like, dude, I lived American Nightmare. I mean, I didn't, but we lived it in real time when it was happening, and it's one of our great failures as journalists. That we jumped to conclusions with the kidnapping of Denise Huston.
I listen, I don't have any plans to teach this in any topic or any subject for any reason, but if I did, that would definitely be something I would tell young people getting into the business. It was before we had to worry about anything like deep fake or artificial intelligence or, there was fake stories and fake news, but it was one of those situations where we just ignored, it
was part of it. Let's not minimize the role of the police department.
Right. And
they came out and called it a hoax.
It was easier to believe them than the story, the way it was presented.
Yes. And it's still a hard to believe story.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right.
But if we had all the information that police department had, because I watched this documentary, and it's, the timeline there is apparent. And if we had all the information that they had as it was happening, you and I would not have jumped to that conclusion as hastily as we did.
And I wish we could talk to it. There was a guy that was emailing. I don't know if you got the same email.
Uncle.
He was emailing us and saying, you guys are getting this all wrong. Right. And we're like, okay, whatever. I would love to be able to talk to that guy again. I mean,
I think we did. We did. I was her uncle, I think. But I think we burned that bridge. I think he's in Orange County somewhere. But anyway.
All right, it's time for Swamp Collection. Swamp is horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. You're going to make this like a reality TV show.
Swamp was a bad news.
Always a pleasure to be anywhere. Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, a town also clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Somebody said, drain the swamp. I said, oh, that's so
keep the this. You know the thing.
Well, President Biden left the White House this morning. He was on his way to Florida for some fundraisers. We understand that he did speak by phone with family of the 3 Army reservists who were killed in Jordan in that drone attack. And when he was about to board Marine One, I'm not going to play the sound. It's awful sound. It's, again, these giant turbines are spinning up for this helicopter, so you can't understand a damn thing the guy is saying, any president. But he was asked, will there be a response to the drone attack that killed 3 American soldiers? And his single answer response was, yes.
Yeah, he's made a decision on how to respond. He says he holds Iran responsible for supporting the militant who carried out the attack. He emphasized, however, he's not seeking a wider war in the Middle East. And I don't know, but this is like their talking point. We're not asking for a war. We don't want a bigger war. It's coming for you.
Well, yeah, I mean...
nobody wants a wider war.
When the chimpanzee in Planet of the Apes said apes do not want war, they still got it. I mean, of course we don't want it, but there's very little that's going to... It appears to be very little that stops us from getting into a wider conflict. And I don't know how to fix that. I know a lot of people are saying we shouldn't be over there fighting. We should, we're fighting somebody else's war. They brought it to us. 150 plus attacks on Americans in that area. They brought it to us, and us not responding has continued to allow them to do this. Now, they had said that this was a one-way drone, suicide drone, for lack of a better term, that was going to go fly towards an American base, period. And it was either going to be shot out of the sky or it was going to succeed in its mission in hitting a base. And it did, that Tower 22 outpost. The question that the story that they've been saying is that it was an American drone that was in the air at the same time, and that our people mistook the bad guy drone for one of our drones.
Which is why we didn't shoot it down.
Why we didn't shoot it down.
Now, that's great and good. I mean, that's not great. This is bad, right? It's bad that we had that confusion in that moment, or those moments. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the Iranians are attacking us. Yes, we should have been able to intercept it. We should have been able to shoot it down. That's a problem over here. Problem number one. Problem number two is that doesn't take away the intent from Iran to attack us.
Right.
So what are we going to do to address that?
Well, and that's I think is an issue, and I mentioned this yesterday. When you look at the simple number of attacks, 165 attacks have injured 120 service members across the region since October. It's by sheer luck that we haven't had more fatalities. It's by sheer luck that this was the first attack that resulted in fatalities. And there's got to be, you can't say proportional response. That's not how people in that area of the world respond. The people who sign up to lob missiles at American military bases don't think to themselves, okay, we killed 3 Americans, we better sign up 3 of our guys or we know that they're going to kill 3 of our guys. That's not the way it's going to work, and that's not how they respond. They respond to sheer, overwhelming, debilitating strength, and that's about what they're to get in it, right smack in the tip of their noses here pretty quick.
Donald Trump is tired of being prosecuted, and he and his allies are said to be plotting ways to give presidents a legal shield for life if he wins in 2024. We'll tell you about those plans. Also, I read an article this morning about his hair color and why it is the way it is.
That too. That he's impatient.
Makes sense.
I don't notice a big difference. I know that there's different pictures, but I mean, you and I would have different hair colors if they took 6 different pictures of us at 6 different times a day.
Yeah, but I like the story from his former wife about why his hair is that. Because as a blonde person who is not a blonde person, if you don't leave the stuff on long enough, it's orange.
Oh.
So that's what they're saying. And you have to have patience with the hair salon, and it's very hard to be patient. You have no control there.
Gary Shannon will continue with Swamp Watch. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
One person in Koreatown has been taken to a hospital to be treated for smoke inhalation from a fire at a 4-story apartment complex. The fire last night started in an upper unit. The FBI has found schools are the 3rd highest place for hate crimes in the U.S. The report published yesterday says preschools, elementary, middle, and high schools saw the highest amount of hate crimes from 2018 to 2022. Elon Musk says his Neuralink brain chip has been implanted in the first live human subject. He posted on social media Sunday that the patient is recovering well, and the initial data from the device was promising. The chip goes into the part of the brain that plans movement. From the Southern California Toyota dealer's shopping center, let's go places. We're going to a crash in downtown LA.
On the 110 southbound riders are coming up on Academy Road. That crash is in the center divider area. Then on the flip side, 110 north before the stadium overpass tunnel there, got a stall clearing to the shoulder. South LA, the 110 north at Exposition, brand new accident making its way to the shoulder. You're going to be on and off the brakes from Slauson up to the 101. In Silver Lake on the 101, northbound after Silver Lake Boulevard, still trying to clear that crash from the 2 left lanes. And in Santa Clarita on the 5 south and Magic Mountain Parkway, we've got a crash in the work zone, and the 3 left lanes are blocked. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harner.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt.
It matters who does your taxes.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, Jackson Hewitt, yeah, from the rooftop. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Explore bizarre tales in the Very Special Episodes podcast hosted by Dana Schwartz and friends. Every Wednesday, they'll tackle a new stranger-than-fiction story, like NASA agents cracking down on a black market moonrock trade, a poisoned Titanic cast, and Mark Twain's pivotal bar fight. New from iHeart Podcast. That is every single one of these episodes. It is the fodder for you to say, I heard the craziest story on the podcast. Listen to Very Special Episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just thirsty? Grab a water, my friends, to help hydrate and feel energized. To help you.
Funded by USDA SNAP and equal opportunity provider and employer. More healthy victories at southwesthealthyliving.org.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of the Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How you doing, man?
You've already won like 35 times, so you have a shirt already, don't you?
No, actually, I don't have a shirt yet.
Well, can you do 2? Because Hazel, faithful. You know?
His wife.
Think about it. Okay, well,
I like these
no, Kelly. I love throwing Tuala under the bus.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A couple stories that we're following, the follow-up to the deaths out in the desert. Remember those 6 people that were found shot and killed out there? They've arrested 5 people in connection with that, and they believe that there's some nexus to potentially cartels. They said it's pretty clearly there was a marijuana deal that was going down, or distribution, something was going on. UPS says it's going to cut 12,000 jobs and release a revenue outlook for this year. It sent its shares down pretty sharply. The company also said that its Coyote truckload brokerage business may be put up for sale. UPS just bought it several years ago, 8 years ago or so, for $1.8 billion.
New data shows the number of job openings in the U.S. are up unexpectedly. The Labor Department said today there are 9 million job openings in December. Most economists say that's a healthy level. The Feds use this data to determine if there should be any additional rate hikes to help curb inflation.
We are going to keep an eye on the snowpack. They are doing the Phillips Station snowpack thing this morning. They're up there in the snow. And we know that the snowpack in most of the Sierras, the average is about 52% where it should be this time of year. So they're hoping that the big rain that's coming in the next couple of days is going to make an impact on that. As of right now, there's not a whole lot of rain anywhere in California, but by tonight they say they expect it in Northern California, and then by tomorrow night into Thursday morning we'll see a bunch here in Southern California.
A verdict is expected as soon as this week in Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York as well. And before we get to his plan to shield himself from any potential future legal problems, how about your chance for $1,000?
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash.
That keyword goes on the website. Email is how we notify you that you won your $1,000, and we got another chance an hour from now for you to pick up a grand.
So the AG there in New York is asking the judge to order Trump to pay a $370 million fine. This was the case that accuses him of falsely inflating the value of real estate to get more favorable loans. And his close associates say he's tired of being prosecuted. Donald Trump is. I mean, his lawyers have argued that as a former president, he is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. But they say that these arguments are just a preview of what he's got planned if he defeats Biden in the election. According to 2 sources who have discussed the topic with Trump since last year, that Trump and people close to him intend to expand a Nixon-era memo from the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel that has effectively prohibited the department from prosecuting sitting presidents for decades. Even after they leave office.
He's talking about, he was talking about having immunity from the E. Jean Carroll defamation case.
Blanket immunity no matter what it is.
Well, there is an issue also that the civil trial where he could be, the $370 million is sort of the penalty that they're looking at. There is a new accusation of deficiencies in the company's financial reporting. The judge is going to decide on these consequences, and these new accusations actually came from a report from an outside monitor. Judge Engeron assigned an outside monitor late in 2022 to keep an eye on the company, and that monitor, a former federal judge, has overseen how the company represents its finances to lenders. She's been keeping an eye on this. So this report that she turned in highlighted several paperwork issues. That's what they're going after here, but to the tune of millions of dollars. For example, they say that there are missing disclosures, there are typos, there are very simple math errors, and even questions about a $48 million loan between former President Trump and one of his companies. This special outside monitor also told the judge that collectively the issues may reflect a lack of adequate internal controls. Listen, there's plenty of companies who have that, but this could be ammunition that judge sees is his pass, I suppose, to dissolving the entire Trump business. Because they're saying that that's one of the potential penalties. Not outside of The $370 million that Letitia James has asked the judge to penalize him with, he could impose a dissolution of the entire company as part of all of this.
Well, there was an article about former President Trump's ex-wife, now deceased, Ivana Trump, when an anecdote of how his hair color takes on that brassy orange tint. Now, like me, if you have been bleaching your hair or lightening it for a considerable amount of time, you know that there is a danger of it looking too orange. If it's not toned correctly, if you don't leave the product on long enough. And that's what Ivana said in her book, that he just gets so antsy, he has no patience, and the women at the hair salon, they try to get him to stay. They try to get him to stay at the salon and let the products do their magic, but he's just antsy, and they don't want to upset him, so they just kind of go along with whatever he says. And so sometimes he has more patience, and that's when it appears to be more blonde, darker blonde. But when he doesn't have patience, it comes off orangey. Now,
what would his natural hair color be then?
Probably like a brown, light brown, darker, maybe a little darker than yours.
Okay.
Because my natural hair color is your hair color, pretty much.
Right.
So what happened, right. What happened when I first, and I think that this is my hypothesis, because when I first started lightening my hair, I used a product that is still available today, but was very big in the late 80s, early 90s.
Sun-In.
Sun-In.
Yes, I knew it.
Now, if you ever use Sun-In, you knew, and as you can tell, my hair is pretty light, being your hair color. It's not like it's black. But when you would use Sun-In, it almost always gave it that orange effect. You had to use a lot of it. It was just a weak product. It's a weak bleach. So most of the time, your hair would come out orange. Now, Sun-In was big in the late 80s, early 90s, and those were like his glory days, right? I mean, aside from, being president of the United States, like, that's when he was, you kind of develop habits in your, 20s or 30s that you kind of keep.
Sure.
I think this is a habit of his, and I think that's where it comes from. Sun-In. I think that he doesn't get to the salon enough, so he just sporadically will spray some Sun-In in there.
And call it good.
And call it good, and that's where the orange comes from.
Okay.
I put considerable thought into this today.
No. Oh my gosh.
I need to go get a piece of cheese. Because we're doing
Tasty Tuesday Smart. Great, good thing. Neil Savager is going to come up here in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
It's been an amazing process.
Space Shuttle Endeavour has landed in its upright position at the California Science Center. It is the last piece of an upright display that has the shuttle and engines in its launch-ready position. Science Center President and CEO Jeff Rudolph told NBC4 it took some maneuvering overnight to get that shuttle into place.
Looked at it horizontally for a little bit and then went to vertical and then very carefully and slowly brought it up and over the wall and then down and in, and rotated a few times to get it between some tight spots.
He says now crews will be working on the building that will house the shuttle display. That exhibit will open in a few years. The news is brought to you by Sunluck. Police say a number of street takeovers around LA have been occupied.
The LAPD says early Sunday morning, 30 cars took over the 6th Street Bridge in Boyle Heights, and officers on scene say they handed out 150 citations and impounded 15 vehicles. Later that evening, 4 people were shot during a takeover in the area of Alondra Boulevard in Central Avenue near Compton. The 4 were taken to a hospital in unknown condition. No arrests were reported, and later that night, during 5 additional takeovers at Century Boulevard and Western Avenue, the LAPD says it arrested 24 people, issued 15 citations, and impounded 14 vehicles. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Some state lawmakers have introduced a bill to block the California Public Utilities Commission from allowing an extra charge on people's power bills based on how much money they make.
Under the plan proposed by our investor-owned utilities, millions of Californians will pay as much as $830 per year more for electricity than they do now. Not just wealthy people.
State Senator Scott Wiener says the extra charge could apply to anyone who cannot prove they are low income. Southern California Edison, Pacific Gas and Electric, and San Diego Gas and Electric have filed a joint proposal for a flat rate charge based on income. The Public Utilities Commission has to approve the proposal and make a final decision by mid-2024. Students at UCLA and UC Riverside are trying to get their schools to cut ties with Starbucks until the company starts trying to keep baristas from unionizing. The students plan to deliver petitions with more than 1,500 signatures to the two universities today and tomorrow. Starbucks is a company that respects its partners' rights to organize, freely associate, engage in lawful union activities, and bargain collectively without fear of reprisal or retaliation. The State Department has issued a travel advisory for the Bahamas. Americans are being urged to exercise increased caution when visiting. The advisory is because of crime and safety issues. Officials say people should not physically resist any robbery attempts. There have been 18 murders in the Bahamas since the start of this year. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs upper 70s for Metro LA, mid-70s for around 80 in the valleys, inland OC and the IE, low to mid-60s in the high desert, low 70s beaches. Right now, 68 in Cypress, 73 in Brea. And we're going back to the 5 in Santa Clarita. This is on the 5 southbound, right at Magic Mountain Parkway. That crash is going to be blocking the 3 left lanes. It is stopped coming away from Lake Hughes Road. In Newhall 5 northbound, right at 14. That crash is blocking the right lane. Silver Lake 101 northbound, right after Silver Lake Boulevard. Still got an accident blocking the 2 left lanes heavy from at least 1st Street. In Elysian Park and the 110 southbound before Academy Road. Got a wreck making its way to the right shoulder. And in Anaheim, 91 eastbound, right before you get to Harbor Boulevard, doing an accident investigation. 2 right lanes are shut down. It's going to be backed up to at least Beach Boulevard. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you. At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart. I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We weren't the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's still fun. He's like, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarine?
Yeah.
We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You have termites? Maybe. Or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, Shield Termite.
The clean, friendly way.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Call Jacob and Mommy. Call Jacob. KFI AM 640. Cause I'm
Gary and Shannon. 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we're staying on top of you. Whoa, that just took a turn, didn't it? Stories we're staying on top of for you today. The president says he's made a decision on how to respond to that drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. troops. That's what he told reporters today while he was leaving the White House. He also said, however, he's not seeking a wider war in the Middle East.
Donald Trump is going to stay on the primary ballot in Illinois. The state election board of 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans unanimously declined to remove him before the Supreme Court decides whether his role in the Capitol attack from January 6th makes him ineligible for the presidency. Illinois is among several states where critics have been pushing to try to remove him from the ballot for violating Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, they believe. Illinois critics vow to appeal to the state court. They basically said, this board of the election court, they don't have the jurisdiction to rule on something like this. The Supreme Court is going to next week hear arguments on a similar case out of Colorado in which the former president was taken off the ballot. The decision in Maine is on hold until the Supreme Court can get involved.
Hey, Mondo.
Yes, Shannon.
Why did the can crusher quit his job?
I don't know. How?
No, why?
Why? I don't know. Why?
Because it was so depressing. Get it? Soda? Depressing?
It's better than the
That's like that Sofa King commercial.
dollar versus the pound.
Oh, yeah, I have another one.
No.
No.
Not safe.
Do you know what the difference?
You know how to get over a news story? Get under another one. Is the host of the Fork Report here on Saturdays, 2 to 5 here on KFI.
Or no.
And approximately 22 out of the 24 hours a day.
What's that?
On the air. Yes.
Where am I?
Yes.
You need more jobs.
Do you have a
That was funny, Handle. What type? Where am I?
you need to carry with you a large clock. Just to keep you, just have an idea of where you are in the day.
Yeah. I'm the new Flavor Flav of KFI. That's running around with a big clock around my neck.
Was there an old Flavor Flav of KFI?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people come and go. There was so many people I've seen come and go here. There was a guy who worked security, and he would come at the old building, walk into the bathroom, drop a deuce in the corner of the bathroom, put newspapers over it, and walk out. I'm sorry?
So I have a question.
Is that where the toilet
Go
was?
ahead. I've been up since 4. Ask what you
I
want.
have a question. I think Gary and I we're not qualified. You're not qualified either. We've all had this very unique thing where we've been in radio our whole lives.
Yeah.
And is it every workplace where it's easy to identify 3 to 5 people who could become active shooters, or is that just in radio? Because throughout the years, decades that I've worked in radio, I've been able to identify several people that could possibly blow up the building or be active shooters. Is that in every profession?
No, this is my theory. We get the ones that could, but are wins.
Coming.
They have it.
Coming.
That's the thing, because not my wood. It never comes in. Trust me. I know who carries the 2000.
Yes.
I make it my
I
make it my point to know about anything. The casual conversation.
Appreciate
If I can't get it out of them, I can. There's little to talk. That'll get it.
What?
out. So then I
Matt?
know all those.
Matt.
Never.
Show it. I'll show it right now. I'll show it right now.
But the ones that are like, yeah,
Everything.
got all the
I'm gonna wear a suit. I'm gonna wear a suit.
But do you think like across the street?
I'll show it right now. I'm sorry. Right now. Thank you.
That the people that work there can identify.
Started this month, we must pay.
That's why
I can't right now. You said I could have till June 31st. I need till June 30th, please. Please.
But you must pay.
I don't have any more money right now.
What? Without money?
You told me June 30th, Michael, and I said, okay, please give me till June 30th.
Okay, but you must pay.
I will pay. I will pay as soon as I can.
Okay, you must pay.
I know.
If you don't pay, you must pay.
I know, but Alex, you said June.
After this month, you must pay.
Hold on, Alex. June 30th, you said. Please,
But right now, it started for pay and the same.
Alex, please give me one more month. One more month, and then I'll pay. I just need a little bit of time to get a job. Please, one month.
7-year-old.
Okay.
Okay. Well, in this case, in April 2023, McDonald's put out a press release that they're going to use a new burger recipe. They rolled it out in Australia, Canada, Belgium, tested in a few locations here on the West Coast, and now they're saying it's available nationwide. Don't you feel like that's not something you're going to throw the R word around about you, right? It's not like hey, we have a new recipe for cereal. Right. It's not like I didn't even know they had a recipe for the last one. They thought they put a burger in a thingy, put a couple sauces on it, and then said, here you go. But this one, they say it's more flavorful than ever.
I enjoy McDonald's. I'm just saying. There's one thing I don't like in McDonald's is change. I go there for the same meal I had in 1987.
Yeah, right.
And there's reasons why.
Yeah. All their foods kind of taste the same. There's something about it. Like you smell, like if we, shut all the lights off in here, we blindfolded ourselves. Mondo brought us in 4 burgers from 4, quick service fast food locations. We'd be able to smell the bag and tell you which one was from where, right? So that's because of stuff. Like this is the stuff we put in our burgers. So I'll be curious, but they're looking at a couple things that might be nice. Softer bun, meltier cheese, which makes it sound like it came out of a lab. Yeah, meltier cheese. It's already bad cheese. Yeah, make it worse by
No, I don't want liquefied cheese.
Yeah, that's a worrisome. That doesn't make for a good eating experience. It's just but it depends. Like they melt different. Like the cheese paper you get from In-N-Out. Right? Yeah, that's the good stuff, right? Right. The cheese paper, and you go in and you get a little paper, but more cheese. You're like, I'm still swallowing. Right. I'm still going. But this is like they're saying they're going to include the white onions during grilling. That will change things most definitely in a good way.
I like the raw onions on the McDonald's hamburger. I don't want them to change that.
I know, I like that too, but this is going to change flavor. We'll see what it is, and then while they're grilling it, if they're saying have mucho.
I don't like it.
Mucho más grosso for you. That doesn't even make sense.
That makes no sense.
You
said more juicy.
Yeah.
No,
I said much more juicy.
How do you say redundant in Espanol?
Most redundant.
Redundant.
I say.
Oh, shut my mouth? Is that what you're going to say?
Well, sort of, but it was going to be a little more colorful.
I know what you're going to put on the end of that.
The only time I've been slapped by my dad speaking Spanish. What'd you just say to your mom? I don't know. I thought it was like, hey, be quiet over there. Anywho, so we'll see this coming out, and we'll have to taste it. That's the thing. We're going to have to do a tasting.
Yeah, I will do that. I will suffer for society's sake.
She just lit up. Wow, you just had Friday cake.
I haven't had a hamburger from McDonald's in a long time, and talking about it for 4 minutes is making
double quarter pounder with cheese?
No,
that's yours, right? You're a quarter pounder. No, I'm a Big Mac guy. I thought you were a quarter pounder.
I'm just a basic Happy Meal.
Are you serious? Maybe my information's off. We'll come back to a quick Burger King mention as well, and then Pizza Hut. Pizza trends for 2024. Neil Saavedra has joined us. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police in Riverside County.
You think he's going to give you one more month? I don't know, but I'm fucked. It's over.
Girl having a mental health emergency. Video shows her running from the car after that crash Sunday. The State Department has issued a travel advisory for the Bahamas. Americans are being urged to exercise increased caution when visiting. And Broadway star Tina Rivera has died in New York after a brief illness. She was 91. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, high 70s to around 80. This report brought to you by Sync It Up. We're going to a crash on the 60 in Chino.
60 westbound before you get to Central Avenue. That crash is blocking the second lane from your left. In Santa Clarita, 5 south of Magic Mountain Parkway. Still got those 3 left lanes closed in that work zone. Also, Silver Lake, 101 northbound. This is right after Silver Lake Boulevard. Got that accident cleared to the right shoulder. In Anaheim, 91 eastbound before Harbor, the 2 right lanes closed for an accident investigation, as well as that Harbor on-ramp. And you're going to be staffed up from Beach Boulevard. Heading into Fountain Valley, 405 south at Beach Boulevard. Pulls in the 2 left lanes to fill some potholes. And Garden Grove, 22 east at Fairview. Got a garbage truck on fire on the shoulder of that on ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. As we celebrate the joy of new beginnings, our team of experienced injury lawyers will ensure that you and your loved ones are protected, no matter what the new year brings. OPOLaw.com.
You have termites? Maybe. Or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, kill termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
GiveMeTheVin.com. It's paying $5 for your sports card, Sonic sports card. Let's get them bought. Right now is the time to get them.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the Kitchen Store is having a big sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen, and on the web at 310kitchen.com.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles. All the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet. Same for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
I had dinner one night, pasta,
Yeah,
and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun. He said, "Karen, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarine?" You know, we're like, "No, we're happy in the pool."
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
The city and the state are in this fight over this, and who's going to win? County law supersedes city law, state law supersedes county law, and federal law supersedes state law.
Bill handles rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, and paper beats rock.
That's part of the supremacy clause and its progeny.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
Tienes
And
idea,
on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
Keyword.
Gary and Ken, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.